Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku and Miyuki Trained Together to Become Heroes. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Cold. It was so cold. But of course it was. Death's embrace was not warm, was it? For a young girl like Miyuki to even fathom such a concept, sitting like discarded trash in a despondent alley, showed how close she was to her limit. For so long she couldn't remember how long she had been surviving on the meager scraps strangers tossed her way. In those fleeting acts of kindness, she found the strength to migrate from street to street, searching for a warm heart, an outstretched hand, a kind smile that told her she was not alone and that salvation would come. But it never did. She huddled into her thin blanket, the last kindness anyone had shown her, given by an elderly woman with a gentle smile. At least here, in her final moments, she would remember it. She would fade remembering not the bitter stares and spiteful glares thrown at her, but the simple kindness of that blind woman. When she looked up, her green eyes caught the first snowflakes of winter falling over Japan. Pretty. She raised her hand to catch one, hoping to glimpse its beauty, but when she brought it to her face, it had melted away. How was that possible? She felt as warm as the brick wall she leaned against. It didn't matter. She didn't have long anyway. She could hear the clock chiming, slowing steadily like her heart. Her time was almost up. So she closed her eyes and accepted it. Miyuki was tired of fighting. What was she even fighting for? There was no one who would miss her. She was just another burden for the people who truly mattered. As she fell asleep for what was possibly the last time, the streets became silent as the good citizens of Japan retreated into the safety and comfort of their homes. No one took the shortcuts, for who knew what dangers lurked in the dark? One man didn't think so. Either he was very brave or very ignorant, for he stepped into an alleyway shrouded in darkness. Not even the light of the street lamps could reach it. He seemed to be in such a hurry too. Oh! He stopped short when his eyes fell upon a strange mound covered in a thin blanket. At first, he thought it was just a pile of trash, but when he saw the tendrils of hair peeking out, he realized it was a person. And that wasn't all her legs were stained. Hey! Alarmed, Tsukachi checked on the person and to his horror found a little girl. She was so pale and skinny. Hey! He tried gently waking her. Nothing. He listened for a heartbeat. There was one, but it was faint. He picked her up, his previous mission forgotten, and rushed the dying child to the nearest hospital. Tsukachi waited outside the child's room, anxiously awaiting the doctors and nurses to finish tending to her. He made a few phone calls to HQ as well as a close friend while he waited. Tsukachi-san. The doctor stepped out of the room, the nurses filing out behind him. Will she be all right? The detective asked. Yes, but she's lost a lot of blood. There are numerous bruises across her body, and she is heavily malnourished and dehydrated. At the moment, she is asleep but should wake up within the hour. He exhaled in relief, not even realizing he had been holding his breath. May I go in? With the doctor's permission, Tsukachi stepped inside the girl's room. She was hooked up to machines with 2 tubes sticking out of each arm, and there was an oxygen mask on her face. He could barely make out her frail figure from beneath the heavy heated blankets. Still, he felt at ease seeing the steady rise and fall of her chest. Was she abandoned? He wondered. It wouldn't be so odd. It was an unfortunate reality, but it happened. How did she get those bruises? Why were her legs stained? Where had she come from? All these questions and more ravaged the detective's mind as he monitored the girl. It was only now, under the clinical fluorescent lighting, that he noticed her hair. It was unlike any he had seen before, one part white, the other half black. How strange. Half an hour later, someone came in. I'm here. In disguise. The number 1 hero, All Might, dressed as a shopkeeper, stepped into the room. Tsukachi's sweat dropped. Of all the disguises he could have chosen. Thank you for coming on such short notice, he said to his friend. There's something. Or rather, someone who needs your help. All Might turned to the sleeping girl. She was in terrible condition. He didn't see how he could be of much use, though. What is it you need? Was she in heaven? Was heaven always this bright? When Miyuki woke up, it was to the blinding lights of her hospital room and two strangers, one a shopkeeper and the other an ordinary man, sitting at her bedside. If she was in heaven, these two must be angels, right? Angels had wings, though, and didn't dress so strangely. Hello. The ordinary man smiled at her. I'm glad to see you're finally awake. How are you feeling? She clutched the blanket, looking at these two strange men with nothing but fear. Miyuki soon realized, after listening to the beeping machines and seeing the tubes sticking into her body, that she was not in heaven and she wasn't dead. Where am I? Her voice was barely a whisper. In the hospital, Tsukachi replied. Hospital? That was where sick people went, right? Was she ill? The girl then began crying, to their shock. Miyuki didn't know why she started bawling either. For some reason, her body began aching as flashes of distress filled her mind. All Might and Tsukachi were trying and failing to calm her down. The lights in the room flickered as she cried, and suddenly, they were covered by shadows and swept into darkness. Is this her quirk? The number one hero watched as doctors rushed in to sedate her, and the shadows receded as the lights turned back on. Miyuki did not leave the hospital for 3 days. During that time, Tsukachi worked with his officers to try and find any information on the girl, but there was nothing. Even with All Might helping them, there was not a single trace of her apart from her name stitched onto the lining of her tattered dress. It was like she didn't exist. So, when she was discharged, he had no choice but to send her to an orphanage. He was reluctant to do so, but what choice did he have? It was the law. I will visit as often as I can, Tsukachi promised her, crouching in front of the black and white-haired girl. Miyuki was scared. That much was clear in her innocent green eyes. I want to go with you. She was on the verge of tears. Miyuki didn't like this place. The loud sounds frightened her, the smell was unpleasant, and the people here didn't seem kind at all. She wanted to stay with Tsukachi. My work is very dangerous, and I won't always be around. You will be safe and happy here. If only that were true. Her first few days at the orphanage were not so bad. For the first time, she had food, clothes, and a warm bed to sleep in. She was allowed to choose a toy and watch TV. The caretakers were very caring and sweet towards her. However, the same could not be said for the other children. She looks like a villain. I bet she has a villain quirk, too. She had been cornered in the shared bedroom. Miyuki cowered away from them, hugging her favorite toy, an All Might plushie, close to her. It reminded her of the strange man who had come to visit her, and it made her feel safe. I'm not. What was that, villain? Speak up. She flinched at their loudness. I said I'm not. Her lower lip quivered as they laughed at her. She wasn't a villain. She wanted to be a hero like All Might, the hero she saw on TV. He was strong. He wasn't afraid of bullies. She hung her head, her white and black bangs casting a shadow over her eyes. If she wanted to be a hero just like him, then I'm not a villain. She had to be brave just like him. Miyuki faced her bullies. I'm going to be a hero. With determination in her eyes, she stood her ground. Miyuki Shizuka. Yuki-chan. Shizuka-san. Shizuka-kun. Miyuki-chan. Miyu-chan. Yukin. Pepperhead. 16. Birthday. January 1st. Hair color. Black and white. Eye color. 53 kilograms. 165 centimeters. Quirk. Puppeteer, light umbra technique. Education. Reiko Junior High. Ue High. Family. Shizuka Rin, adoptive father. Shizuka Kasumi, adoptive mother. Appearance. Miyuki is of average height with fair skin, green eyes, and rosy pink lips. She has a slender build with gentle curves. Her black and white hair is often styled in 2 pigtails, secured with chopsticks. Her bangs frame her face, one side black and the other white. When untied, her hair reaches her waist. Light freckles dot her nose and cheeks, visible only up close, and she always wears a calm expression that makes her approachable. When she uses her quirk, her eyes glow due to the nature of her light ability. Clothing. Casual. Miyuki wears a simple white hoodie, black shorts, and white sneakers. Junior high uniform. She wears a black blazer with a golden lining on the collar, a gray sweater over a white button-up shirt, a thick black skirt, knee-high black socks, and brown Haruda shoes. UA uniform. She wears a white button-up shirt and a red tie under the UA gray blazer with 2 green stripes on the sleeves, a green skirt, thigh-high socks, and brown Haruda shoes. Hero uniform. Miyuki dons a black and white sleeveless biker jacket with matching shorts. She wears a black X armband on one arm and a net-like glove on the other, which becomes opaque at the elbow. Due to her puppeteer Quirk, she also wears a gas mask. Beneath her shorts, she has fishnet leggings covered by thigh-high black and white combat boots, which have holsters for her support weapons, steel hair sticks, useful for close and mid-range combat. Accessories. Red ribbons to tie her hair. Hair sticks recycled for her hairstyle, found in Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Interests. Hobbies. Reading manga. Writing poetry and lyrics. Hacking and tinkering with computer and machine parts. Photography. Exercising and training. Martial arts. Spending time with dogs. Personality. Miyuki is a quiet girl. Having spent much of her early life in challenging environments, she can be shy around new people but warms up quickly and becomes interactive. When she gets angry, her voice turns calm and chilly, and her eyes glow a dangerous green hue. She dislikes violence but is willing to engage when necessary. Miyuki strives not to judge others based on first impressions and makes an effort to understand them. She has a soft spot for cute animals, especially puppies and dogs. Background. Miyuki was found in an alleyway by Tsukachi during winter. On the brink of death, he rushed her to the nearest hospital, where her quirk activated for the first time in the presence of the number 1 hero, All Might, who was brought in to help identify her. They have yet to succeed. After being nursed back to health, Tsukachi placed her in an orphanage instead of returning her to the streets. During her 2 years there, she faced mistreatment from peers who claimed she looked like a villain. The caretakers did little to intervene until a strange incident occurred within the orphanage, which remains under investigation. Miyuki was later adopted by the Shizuka family, one of Japan's wealthiest families, who did so to improve their public image amid rumors of their businesses being a scam. Besides paying her tuition and providing a monthly allowance, they showed little warmth. This lack of affection pushed her to seek friendships at her new elementary school, but her appearance led to rejection. However, she found a boy with red and white hair who sat alone during recess. Unlike others, he didn't ignore her, and they quickly became friends due to their similarities. Unfortunately, he disappeared the next day, leaving Miyuki feeling responsible and hesitant to reach out to others. Miyuki looks up to All Might and has kept a plushie of him since childhood. She aspires to be a hero like him, someone who saves others and brings hope for a brighter future. Quirk's abilities. Puppeteer. This quirk allows her to release fumes that, when inhaled, put people under her control. The fumes smell like the person's favorite thing, making them hard to resist. It can spread up to a 5-meter radius, but she can only control 3 people at a time for about 5 minutes. If she exceeds this limit, she becomes nauseous and may faint. This quirk does not work on inanimate objects, and she rarely uses it as she dislikes making others act against their will. Umbra technique, shadows. Miyuki can manipulate the shadows around her, using them to trap and attack opponents or create weapons. She can control shadows within a 10-kilometer radius, but this power is weakest during the day. Prolonged use causes dark tattoos to spread over the left side of her body, numbing her and, in extreme cases, leading to paralysis. Light technique. Similar to her Umbra technique, she can manipulate light and expel photon blasts from her body. She can warp light into weapons or use it to attack and trap opponents. This power is weakest at night, and extended use can cause her skin to crack, numbing her and slowing her down, potentially leading to paralysis. Eagle vision. This mutation of her light technique allows her to see distant objects, but obstacles can hinder her view. She needs sufficient vitamin D for it to work effectively. Night vision. This mutation of her Umbra technique enables her to see in complete darkness. She can't use it simultaneously with eagle vision. Equipment support items. Steel chopsticks. These are part of her hero costume. They have a rubber top with points as sharp as daggers. They can be elongated into swords or thrown as darts. They've also been coated with fumes from her quirk, so when they make contact with an opponent's blood, she can gain control over them. Gas mask. This is for her puppeteer quirk to ensure she does not inhale her own fumes. If she does, she is likely to freeze and be incapacitated for up to 10 minutes. Extra information. Her name, Miyuki, means beautiful snow or beautiful happiness. The first part, Mi, means beautiful, while the second part, Yuki, means snow, happiness, or snowflower. However, the meaning varies depending on the kanji used. When she isn't busy, Miyuki enjoys spending time perfecting her fighting skills. She specializes in kung fu and jujitsu, especially the former because Tsukachi taught it to her during her first year of elementary school in case she faced bullying from older kids. Also, since she enjoys spending time with animals, she spends most of her afternoons and sometimes summer vacations volunteering at the animal shelter in her area. Her favorite food is sweet treats, more specifically, daifuku. If she has some extra cash left over, she will not hesitate to buy it. She doesn't like pork. Miyuki hates loud noises, inappropriate behavior, bullies, and dislikes spicy food because it makes her tongue swell up. Face claim, Mary Sawtome. Miyuki hurried down the path, avoiding checking her watch because doing so would only slow her down, and she couldn't afford to be late. She huffed, her all-might trinket bouncing against her brown backpack as she weaved her way through the sparse crowd of people. Occasionally, she would look up to appreciate the new weather. Spring had just arrived after all. The breeze was light and airy, the sky a perfect baby blue, and the cherry blossoms were in bloom. She didn't want to miss a second of it. But she'd have to. It was her final year at Reiko Junior High, and she wanted to leave a good record behind. Already, people thought the worst of her, and looking at the places she wanted to go, she didn't want her report card reflecting that, right? Miyuki definitely wasn't that scared little girl she once was, crying at every insult and misfortune. She had matured quite a lot since elementary school. She was considerably taller now, and her hair, tied up in its usual style with red ribbons, had grown much longer too, as had the black and white bangs framing her face. She was glad they had, because that wasn't the only thing about her that had changed. Her body showed considerable signs of growth as well. Everywhere she went, people would stare at her, and she could do nothing but hide her blushing cheeks. Miyuki slowed when she felt a tremor in the ground. She squinted her eyes. Up ahead, right in the street she needed to pass through to get to Tatooine Station, there was a battle taking place. All the civilians were rushing to get a glimpse of the action, and Miyuki was about to join them, too, but hesitated. There was another way to school that she could take, although it was a bit longer than her usual route. She could stay behind and watch pro heroes at work. How many people could say they had that opportunity? What if All Might was there? She couldn't miss that. Miyuki sighed. Whichever choice she made, she was going to be late. So she might as well make the most of it. She pushed through the throng of people until she had a front row view. Police officers had arrived on the scene to keep civilians at bay, along with other pro heroes, but she wasn't looking at them. She had a clear view of the action. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This is so cool. Wait, is that Backdraft? She mumbled to herself, watching the hero arrive and help keep civilians away from the ongoing fight with his water. And is that? No way. Oh, it's Death Arms. He carries out justice through his great physical strength, the punching hero. Miyuki watched in amazement as Death Arms punched away falling pieces of debris, protecting the civilians in the process. It was such an impressive display of power that she wished she could protect people like that someday too. Turning back to the main fight, she saw the villain resisting the hero's efforts with his quirk, which seemed to be some kind of gigantification quirk. But man, turning into a monster's an amazing quirk, a nearby man said to his friend. What did he do? He stole someone's bag and went out of control when he was cornered, the friend replied. Man, a quirk like that and he's a bag snatcher? Miyuki had to agree with him. It was quite disappointing. All that potential of an awesome quirk, gone to waste on stealing purses. Then again, She was glad it wasn't used for something more sinister. I'm sorry, the trains. Another man was apologizing into his phone. Yes, I don't know what time I will make it into work. You can do it, Kamui. Miyuki flinched away from the cheering fangirls as Kamui Woods arrived on the scene. He was her favorite hero too, but was the high-pitched volume necessary? Soon, the pain in her ears faded as she became entranced once again by Kamui Woods fighting against the villain. With his fluid movements and quirk, she was sure he'd catch him in no time. Who's fighting? Asked a boy around her age. From the way he was rushing to the front and how bright his face was, she'd say he was a fan too. Kamui Woods, the young and talented rising star. She smiled, amused. You were the one asking, but you gave a perfect commentary, kid, said a man standing nearby. You're a fanboy, aren't you? Well. He sheepishly replied, his eyes turning her way. Miyuki quickly looked away, her cheeks tinted a faint pink. She wondered what his quirk was. From the way he carried himself and how ordinary his appearance was, she'd have to say something extraordinary. Usually, it was the normal-looking guys with the craziest quirks. That's what she'd learned from reading all those comics and manga, anyway. Still, she couldn't just tell what his quirk was by looking at him. It's what people had done with her all her life. Villain. I bet you turn people into toads. And then the first time she showed her quirk in public. Well, let's just say she'd skyrocketed from villain to monster in no time. Stay away from me. But that wasn't the case, right? Someone's appearance, someone's quirk couldn't make them evil, right? Right? Illegal use of powers during rush hour and robbery resulting in bodily injury, Kamui told the villain. You are the very incarnation of evil. Demon. Go back to hell. Incarnation of evil. The words rang through her mind like a gong, echoing into the very recesses of her soul, striking chord after chord. Gradually, her excitement faded and her smile died. If she were to write down every foul name she'd been called these past 12 years, Miyuki would have a dictionary and a spare. Evil. Evil. This morning, just when she'd found the courage to look in the mirror again, the image of herself she thought she could be proud of, the one she could finally smile at, was hideous. The people she hoped to one day protect cowered from her outstretched hand. They were afraid of her and her quirk, the power she wanted to use to save them one day. What kind of hero was that? What kind of hero struck fear into people's hearts? That was no hero at all. And yet, she still wanted to be. I still want to be. Oh, here it comes, exclaimed the boy as Kamui readied his next move against the villain. Miyuki was pulled out of her thoughts and returned to the battle. Show us something flashy, Treeman. A man next to Midoriya Izuku shouted. Preemptive, said Izuku. Preemptive. Kamui continued. Binding. He stretched out his arm, and it extended into a branch-like formation. Lacquered chain prison. He'd done it. He'd captured the villain. Canyon Cannon. Miyuki, Izuku, and the man watched in shock and amazement as a giant lady appeared out of nowhere and knocked the villain out with a single flying kick. Here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. The media and reporters present already had their cameras out, fervently taking pictures of the new hero. Today is the day of my debut, the giant lady announced to the crowd. My name is Lady. Pleased to make your acquaintance. She playfully posed, drawing attention. Miyuki glanced at Kamui, who was left hanging with his unfinished ultimate move. Here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. She's taking all the credit, he muttered dejectedly. Seeing that the action was over and the heroes had done their part, Miyuki turned to leave. She had a good excuse: she was late because of an epic battle at the train station. Was that believable though? She'd just have to test it out. It was probably on the news by now, anyway. Gigantification, huh? Izuku mumbled, looking down at his notebook. He was muttering unintelligible words that went through one ear and out the other. So why had she stopped to listen? Miyuki sighed. She had to stop getting so easily distracted. Just as she was about to leave again, the green-haired boy missed putting his notebook into his yellow bag and didn't seem to notice. I should just leave it there. I'm already late. I'm sure he'll notice soon enough. So why had she turned around and picked it up for him? Hero analysis for the future? This guy was really into heroes, huh? Hey boy. Izuku turned around, unsure why. He didn't even know if he was the one being called. You boy. A pretty girl was running in his direction. That wasn't possible. A pretty girl running to him? Maybe there was another boy behind him. You dropped this. She held out something and his eyes widened. His notebook. How could he have dropped that? Thank you, he stammered, cheeks turning a rosy red. The girl smiled at him. What's your? But she left as quickly as she came. He really is cute, Miyuki thought as she ran to catch the next train. Like a puppy. Good morning, sensei, Miyuki panted as she slammed open the classroom door. Sorry I'm late. There was an incident. You aren't late, Shizuka-san, but you were cutting it close, said her homeroom teacher. As a member of the student council, you should be more careful. He motioned to her seat in the middle row. Miyuki blinked. She wasn't late? She looked at her watch. I have 5 minutes to spare. She exhaled deeply, strolling to her desk in relief. Her record was safe. As expected of a future menace. Do you think she was out robbing a bank? Burning it down, probably. Who voted her onto the council, anyway? It definitely wasn't me. She'll go and take over like a tyrant. Cut it out, will you? She already doesn't have a bright future, so they probably just felt bad for her. Miyuki ignored her classmates' comments as she took her seat, instead reminiscing about the awesome battle she just witnessed. Today was her first day back at school. There was no way she was going to let a few silly comments ruin this for her. Now, I'm sure you're all aware, but a little reminder doesn't hurt, the homeroom teacher began. This is your third and final year. The time for games is over. This is the time you'll be deciding your futures. Although, I have a feeling most of you are going for the hero course. Right? The students, except for Miyuki, shot up, showing off their individual quirks with utmost zeal. Reiko was a fairly privileged school, with a vast majority of its alumni having been accepted into hero courses all across the country, some even going as far as you today. Although, the percentage is very, very small, and the acceptance rate is even smaller. What were her chances of getting in anyway? Just as I thought. He chuckled, picking up a bundle of papers. I'm going to hand these out. These are the handouts for your future plans. Be careful with them, there isn't a second batch. He gave them to the class president to hand out, and the handouts were passed down row by row. When Miyuki reached to take hers, it fluttered to the floor. Oops, the girl in front of her said innocently. Sorry, Shizuka-san. I have butterfingers. It's fine. Miyuki got out of her seat to pick up her paper. Her fingers barely brushed it when something hit the table, and then she was drenched in water. Oh, I'm so sorry, Shizuka-san. It was the boy from next to her this time. Here, let me help. No, wait. He stood up and stepped on the already soaked handout, pressing down until it was a torn, clumpy mess. Here, take my hand. She wasn't paying attention to him or the snickers around her. She was gaping at the paper, that single piece of paper, the ticket to her dreams now reduced to. Can you hear me? Nothing. Are you okay? Like you care. Her bangs covered her eyes. I'm fine. She stood on her own, ignoring the mocking hand reaching out to her. There were still a few laughs echoing in the classroom. Class rep, are those all the papers? Asked the homeroom teacher, looking to his student in concern. A dark aura had fallen over her. Yes, sensei. Miyuki was looking at her lap, hands clenching her skirt. You promised. Are you sure? Check again. She bit her bottom lip. It was quivering. No more. That's all of them. Ah, really? I apologize, Shizuka-san. Please, someone go fetch a towel for her. No more tears. But it was pointless. They were already rolling down her damp cheeks. Her teary eyes fell to the destroyed handout by her desk. Something within her shattered. This was supposed to be her beginning to a brighter place. She was supposed to apply to go there. This was supposed to be her year. Don't cry. Miyuki stared at the ground, tears streaming down her stinging cheeks. You will never be a hero. Stupid girl. You're too full of darkness to be a hero. They laughed at her, poking fun at her, not caring at all that they were ruining her favorite toy as they left. It hurts. Miyuki cried. She crawled to her All Might plushie. It was ruined, covered in dust and shoe prints. Still, she held it close, for it was her only friend. The shadows of the room lengthened, and the bulbs brightened into a cascade of blinding light until the shadows and the light converged into an eclipse. I'm not a villain. Huh? The boy at the head of the group glanced up, as did the rest of the children. Hey! What's going on? I can't see anything. It's coming from over there. Something strange was floating in the middle of the room. It seemed to be alive? No, that wasn't it. I'm not a villain, Miyuki whispered to herself. Her eyes were squeezed shut, tears streaming down her red cheeks. I'm going to be a hero, just like All Might. The door burst open. What's going on in here? One of the caretakers, Aoi, shouted. Her eyes widened. There was a dark light swirling in the middle of the room, and a wild wind whipped all around. Her eyes snapped to the corner where she saw a small figure huddled in the shadows. All of you, get out of here now. Aoi ordered the other children, but they were frozen in fear. Miyuki-chan. The little girl couldn't hear her. Miyuki's ears were ringing, and her skin felt both alive and heavy as the wind in the room picked up. Miyuki-chan. Please, listen to me. Aoi-san. A girl in a pink dress shouted. She clung to the woman's leg, her eyes wide and fearful as the dark orb seemed to grow brighter with each passing second. I'm scared. Those who managed to break free of their fear ran out of the room, dragging some of their friends along with them. Aoi covered her face against the whipping winds as she tried to get closer to Miyuki. It hurts. The little girl buried her head between her legs. Why does it hurt? I'm not a villain, Miyuki whimpered softly. I'm not a bad person. They're wrong. All of them, they're wrong. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a villain. Her eyes glowed a bright green, and her entire body felt like it was on fire. Ming, please, you must listen to me. He begged. She took one step closer to the blindingly bright orb, her hand reaching out for the child crying alone. You're right, you're not a bad person. You aren't a villain. The children behind her huddled together, crying as they watched Aoi struggle against the overwhelming light. Aoi grit her teeth as she pushed through it, not caring at all for the pain she was enduring compared to what the child would suffer if she gave up on her. Miyuki squeezed her eyes shut again as the pain intensified. She clutched the All Might toy close to her chest as she felt the pressure building around her. The tears falling from her eyes shimmered in the light. You can become a hero. Her eyes snapped open. The dark sun exploded. Thankfully, it was spring, and the classroom was rather warm. The floorboards were unaffected, although the same could not be said for Miyuki. After watching her hopes for the future be swept away, she struggled to pay attention in class, trying her best. She still had to pass the exams, right? To get into a good school, a good, ordinary school where she would study a strong elective and start a promising career. Her pencil snapped, leaving a dense line crossing through her notes. That'll be all for today. Have a good evening, everyone, said their homeroom teacher. Slowly, everyone began packing up their belongings, but Miyuki was slower than most. Her waning spirits contributed to her slowness, but her mind was also trapped in its own thoughts. She had to start thinking of a backup plan. She was good with computers, right? She knew their inner workings and everything. If that didn't work out, she could always look into a journalism course. She was at the top of her English class, so there was that, too. Miyuki put down her bag and hastily opened it to retrieve her notebook. She needed to get this down quickly while the idea was still fresh. The year had just begun, but with what had just happened, she couldn't afford to waste a second. There was a gentle tinkling as she unearthed her brown journal. The sound reminded her of a fairy's wings. When she checked, thinking there might actually be a creature of that nature among her belongings, she found it was only her All Might trinket lightly hitting the zipper, creating the gentle sound. Her heart ached slightly, and her eyes pricked with the memory of tears shed just a few hours ago. Shizuka, you're still here? You ought to be going, said her homeroom teacher, checking the time. You might miss the train. All right. She picked up her things again. Miyuki paused at the door's threshold, hands tightly clutching the strap of her book bag. "Sensei." She turned around to her homeroom teacher. "Is there some way, by any chance, you still have a handout for me?" The man adjusted his glasses and, to her dismay, shook his head. "I see. Thank you." She hung her head as she left. This time, whatever flickering hope she had was extinguished. A cold chill traveled down her spine, and her grip tightened. Was this really happening? "Shizuka." Her teacher called her from the classroom. "Please come here a moment." Curious about what he wanted to discuss, she returned to the class. He was leaning against his desk, arms folded, deep in thought. "You wanted to join the hero course, didn't you?" Her teacher inquired. Miyuki was slightly taken aback. She had never really told anyone about her desire to pursue that path, nor had she outwardly expressed interest in class, so how did he know? "Am I right?" "Why, yes." "Ah." He sighed. "Then, in that case, I think this might be for the best. The path of a hero is an extremely difficult route to follow. I should know, my brother tried and faced numerous challenges before he finally decided to become an engineer. He spent a lot of time chasing after a dream that was never his. You are one of the best students this school has ever seen and across the country. I deeply regret it if I didn't tell you this now. I don't mean to discourage you. What happened to you earlier today was terrible, but I believe your talents can serve the people in another, possibly far less dangerous way." As if enduring that great misfortune wasn't enough, Miyuki released the strap of her bag and bowed respectfully, hands clasped in front of her. "Thank you, Sensei. I will take your words into consideration. That is all I ask. You're free to go now. Have a good rest of the day." "You as well." It is true what they say, actions speak louder than words, yet the latter cuts far deeper. She already knew her dreams were gone and was starting to accept it. But to hear her teacher say it, to hear it from the one who was supposed to encourage her no matter the odds, made it seem more real, more final. Miyuki paused in the corridor and leaned against the sturdy wall. Her stomach churned, as if she had just been punched. With one hand on her knee, she bent over, feeling a scream rising in her throat. "So this is really it, huh?" She smiled, a fragile smile that masked her pain. Her eyes stung again, but she refused to cry. Now was not the time for weeping. It wouldn't change the past day, nor would it redo the last few moments. All she could do now was move forward with the cards she'd been dealt. But first, she needed a breather. The corridor was stuffy with the fading scent of perfumes and colognes. This was her third year, and she needed to make smart decisions, which required a good thinking space. The rooftop was perfect for that, as it had been a favorite spot of hers since first year. She often ate lunch there and did her homework, but only on days the shelter didn't need her. So Miyuki ventured up the dimly lit stairwell toward a plain white door. It looked new, but the exit sign on its front was so old that even the running man had turned gray. It desperately needed changing. She gripped the steel handle and paused, narrowing her eyes. Were those voices coming from outside? But that shouldn't be. Everyone was gone now, except for her and the janitor, who she swore she saw mopping a few floors down. So who? Miyuki's eyes widened. What if it was one of those couples? He struck. Miyuki, with little time to react, shielded Izuku the best she could and braced for the worst. When the blow didn't come, she looked up. All Might. He had intercepted the villain's attack just in time. "I really am pathetic," said the number one hero. "Even though I admonished you, I wasn't putting my words into practice. Heroes are always risking their lives." All Might, Detroit Smash. Miyuki gawked. This was her first time witnessing All Might in action. He moved with incredible speed, freeing the boy from the villain's grasp in one swift motion. With a rush of adrenaline, she caught an unconscious Katsuki before he could hit the ground and gently set him beside the knocked-out Izuku. Miyuki watched as All Might dispatched the villain with a single, powerful Detroit Smash, creating a strong gust of wind that whipped her bangs across her face. She skidded back from the force, doing her best to shield herself and the unconscious boys from being blown away. The once clear sky became filled with clouds from the wind pressure, and soon rain began to fall. Miyuki looked up, stunned. Rain. Could it be from the wind pressure just now? An updraft developed and he made clouds. Hey, 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 hey. All Might called to the gathering crowd. They cheered for him as he stood triumphant once again, his right fist raised high. Miyuki continued to stare at him, not at all minding the dark tattoos that had crept up her neck, the rain soaking her, or the bustling crowds and rushing heroes. This is the power of All Might? The power of a hero? She couldn't comprehend it. He had accomplished in 2 strikes what might have taken other heroes much longer, and on top of that he had changed the weather with a single punch. Just one. He really is cool. All her teacher's negative words faded as she absorbed the moment. All Might turned back to face her and the 2 unconscious boys, giving her a thumbs up. Her heart swelled as she gazed at her hero. The people around him were singing his praises. That's who she wanted to be, someone powerful enough to reassure others and give them hope, someone strong enough that they would feel safe and protected no matter the danger. A hero they could look up to. Miyuki looked away from the pro-hero. Her hands felt numb all of a sudden. When she looked down, she saw dark tattoos creeping up her wrists. Flexing her fingers, she felt nothing, and a chill ran down her spine at the strange sensation. After the rain subsided and the flames were extinguished, the pro-heroes arrived. Though there wasn't much for them to do now, they quickly collected the remnants of the villain and handed them over to the police. Izuku and Katsuki had finally regained consciousness and were being scolded by the heroes. Geez, there's a limit to how rash you can be. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger. Miyuki did not envy Midoriya and made sure to scoot far enough away to avoid the same lecture. The last thing she wanted was to be publicly reprimanded. That was amazing toughness. And that Quirk. Once you're a pro, please come to my agency. You'll definitely be an excellent sidekick. Miyuki flinched. The spiky-haired boy was glaring at her, not really at her, but mostly at the boy being lectured behind her. A light pink dusting her cheeks, she averted her gaze and tried to focus on something else. Hey girl, look over here. She was momentarily blinded by a flashing light. The way you moved was so cool. How did you do that? You're a model, aren't you? Can I get your number? That was awesome. You have such a powerful quirk. You're a hero. What's your name? No matter where. She turned for solace. There was a flashing light or a phone being shoved in her face. Miyuki hated attention and tried to dodge it, but it was no use. There was only one way out of this. And my name is Shizuka. Miyuki. Is she that Shizuka? She must be. Look at her. She has the unique hair and everything. The villain child that rich family adopted? So cool. Miyuki pursed her lips. Their questions quickly shifted towards her family and her past life, both of which she knew little about. Her adoptive family's reputation was sure to rise after this. But where did that leave her? There were those who still saw her and her quirk as nothing but instruments of darkness. She didn't want that to be the case forever. This was her chance to change that, to show them that I can be a hero. Later that evening, Miyuki was given a police escort home after a quick stop at the hospital. Fortunately, nothing was broken, but her ribs were slightly bruised. The vehicle stopped a good distance from her house, which looked more like a mansion, and she was escorted to the lavish front door by an officer. Miyuki! Kasumi ran to her, theatrical tears streaming down her cheeks as she enveloped her foster child in a tight hug. Miyuki sighed. Today, Kasumi Shizuka had never shown her affection before, let alone hugged her. She was a socialite and a natural-born people-pleaser. What approval was she hoping to gain from this? At least Rin didn't follow in his wife's footsteps. Thank you for returning her home safely, he said to the officer with a stiff bow. After he left, things returned to their usual silence. Neither of her foster parents spoke to her as she went upstairs to her room. Even after years of their indifference, her heart still ached. Just a little. A wave of fatigue swept over her once she secluded herself in her room, and as she sank onto her bed, the day's events finally caught up to her. I fought a villain. And made a friend? Of the latter, she was uncertain, yet the thought of it was more daunting than having recklessly put her life on the line. It made her smile. For a little while, at least, before she sprang up. I didn't get his contact details. Her shoulders slumped. In the chaotic aftermath of the attack, she and Midoriya had been separated. Ah, well, it's not like they were going to see each other again, right? She lay back down and lazily swung an arm over her eyes. I hope Midoriya and that angry boy made it home okay. Miyuki sat up and began her nightly routine. Changing out of her damp uniform into a hoodie, tights, and sneakers, she headed out for her nightly jog. It was lighter than her morning jog, which usually took her about an hour to complete, so she was back home soon enough. Too soon, in her opinion, but the light spring breeze and fresh air certainly provided the cool down she needed to avoid entering the house in a foul mood. After taking a bath and finishing her assignments, she went downstairs for a glass of water. With no servants around, Ren and Kasumi trusted no one but themselves. It was awfully quiet. But she was used to the silence. At Reiko Junior High, as the school day began, Miyuki turned off her phone. She didn't want to see more of what the news was saying about her. The first time had already made her nervous about going to school. Shizuka Miyuki, an orphan adopted by the charitable Shizuka family, was described as the ominous girl assisting All Might with a villain. Ominous. She supposed it was a step up from villain, but still. Hey, Shizuka-san. She paused at her classroom door as the class president rushed up to her, holding his phone. You're in the news. This article's talking about you, isn't it? He showed her the one she had read that morning. That's so cool. His voice caught the attention of their classmates, and soon the room buzzed with excited chatter. It's Shizuka. She stopped a villain with All Might. All Might, the #1 pro hero? No way. As expected of a Reiko student. It felt strange and uncomfortable to hear the voices that had daily mocked her now praising her. It made her feel queasy, and she wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. Settle down, said the homeroom teacher as he entered the classroom. We have a lot of work to do today. Miyuki felt relieved when the attention shifted away from her. She walked to her seat, chin down, avoiding the curious stares of her classmates. Oh, Shizuka-san, please come here a moment, her homeroom teacher called. When she reached his desk, he pulled something from his briefcase. I found this sitting on my coffee table. Be sure to take care of it, okay? A handout was placed in her palm, crisp and fresh. In that moment, Miyuki felt a wave of nausea. Shizuka-san, are you okay? She carefully slipped the paper into her bag, her voice trembling with restrained emotion. Thank you. She hurried back to her seat before he or her classmates could say anything. Was this a dream? She retrieved the paper and set it in her lap. Its soft, smooth texture felt real between her fingers. It was blank. There wasn't a single mark or tear on it. Miyuki wanted to faint. This was not a dream. She bit her lip as a wide grin broke out on her face. This is real. Her hands itched to take her pen and begin filling in the form, but she held back. She didn't want to distract herself. I'm awake. The next day, early in the morning at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, it was one thing to see her favorite hero in action. It was another entirely to see him sitting atop a fridge in a dump. For the second time in just 2 days, Miyuki was stunned. Her early morning jog always took her around Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It was good because of the obstacles it provided, and she could look out for any strays and spare parts. So it was the last place she expected to see the #1 pro hero lounging on top of a broken fridge. All Might? The pro hero tilted his head, surprised by the voice that sounded too girlish to be Midoriya's. Then again. Young lady, he exclaimed when he saw Miyuki looking up at him. He hadn't expected to see her again so soon. She's grown, he thought, looking down at the teenage girl who was curiously gazing up at him. Apart from their last encounter, the last time he had seen her was 13 years ago. Does she recognize me? Not likely. She was too small to remember. What are you doing up there, All Might? Miyuki asked, tilting her head in confusion. I'm enjoying the sunrise. All Might. Another voice called, slightly less girlish. I'm ready to train, All Might. Shizuka? Pooh, Midoriya-san. She turned to the green-haired boy dressed in training clothes. Training? You're training with All Might? Since when? Why? Darn it. The pro hero was about to make up another excuse, but Midoriya beat him to it. He's going to help me become a hero, he answered happily. All Might's eyes widened in surprise. Midoriya. As if sensing his panic, Izuku sheepishly rubbed his neck and turned to All Might. Sorry All Might, but she knows. You told her? He didn't tell me anything, All Might, sir. I was eavesdropping. Miyuki shyly looked away from the pro hero. I'm sorry. Both teens panicked as they awaited his response. The silence was nerve-wracking. I do not commend your uncouth methods, young lady, but seeing as you've already seen my true form, then, do you want to be a hero too? She blinked, unsure of where this was going. Yeah. How confident are you in your abilities? She scratched her cheek. I think I could use some improvement. I'm not very strong, especially with my quirk. All Might beamed. It was decided, then. This is such a comfy fridge to sit on, you know. If you could move it even a little, it would be a lot easier. What just happened? Miyuki soon had a pretty good idea when she found herself pulling a fridge across the beach with Izuku. This definitely wasn't how she thought she'd spend her morning training with All Might, her idol, and becoming his disciple to become a hero. How had it come to this? This is so cool. Although, it was easier said than done. Well, yeah, I mean you weigh 274 kilograms, right? Izuku said as he collapsed, while Miyuki bent over her knees, utterly exhausted. No, I lost weight so I weigh 255 kilograms, All Might explained to them. In this form. Anyway, why are we dragging trash across a beach park? Izuku asked. It's because, you know, you're not a proper vessel, All Might replied as he jumped down from the fridge. And young Shizuka wants to improve, too. Vessel? Miyuki looked at the two males in confusion. Izuku glanced at All Might, silently asking for permission to explain one for all to her. All Might had his suspicions about the girl from the first time they met all those years ago. She looked just like. And if they were correct, then surely she could be trusted, right? He gave the go-ahead, and Izuku quickly summarized one for all for her. A quirk passed down from generation to generation, she thought, the gentle breeze swaying her bangs as she looked at the two of them. All Might must have been looking for a vessel then, huh? That would explain his presence in the city. She gave a thumbs up. Good choice, All Might sensei. Izuku blushed at her subtle praise but quickly remembered what he'd just heard. What you're saying now is the opposite of what you said before. Izuku complained. I'm talking about your body, All Might specified. My quirk, one for all, is the combined physical ability of many people. An unprepared body cannot inherit it fully. It could lead to serious injury. My limbs will what? Izuku exclaimed, feeling a bit disturbed. So then I am picking up trash to train my body? Yes. All Might punched the fridge, leaving a dent. Miyuki flinched. But that's not all. After some research online yesterday, I discovered that part of this beach park's coast has been like this for many years. Ah, that's true, Miyuki spoke up. It's a popular spot for stray animals. They come here scavenging for food and to find shelter. The shelters don't stop complaining about the poor upkeep of this place. Do you work at a shelter, Shizuka-san? Izuku asked her. Miyuki cringed. Please, feel free to call me Miyuki or Yuki. She didn't like being associated with her family outside of formal settings, or at all. And yes, I do. She frowned. It's such a shame, most of the homes are full, so many of them don't have anywhere to go and have to stay on the streets. So you find lots of them? Izuku inquired again. Aren't you scared they'll attack you? Sure, Miyuki answered, but they're usually more scared of us than we are of them. All Might watched as the two casually discussed her rummaging through a dumpster park for stray animals. They reminded him of himself and a good friend from long ago, but it also made him wonder. Why would a girl living such a comfortable life spend time looking for strays? How often do you come here? All Might asked her. Miyuki turned to him, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I pass through on my jog every morning. There are lots of them at that time. People don't visit the spot much, especially not at those hours. That snapped All Might from his thoughts. Heroes are after all the showy stuff these days, he said. Originally, being a hero meant doing volunteer service, like what you do, even if people called that boring. You can't waver from those roots. He flattened the fridge, allowing the sun to shine over them. You too will restore the horizon for this whole section. That is your first step toward becoming heroes. Our first step. Izuku looked at the place, uncertain. Clean. This? All of it? Come on, Midoriya-san. We can do it if we work together. Miyuki cheered. That's the spirit, young Shizuka. All Might gave her a thumbs up. Young Midoriya, you want to go to UA, correct? Yes. Because it's where you went. So if I'm going to go, I thought. It would have to be UA. You're a go-getter, fanboy. All Might exclaimed. What about you, young Shizuka? Please, call me Miyuki. And for me, it would have to be UA also. She smiled sheepishly. Some of my other favorite heroes went there too. As she said this, her mind wandered to one underground hero. But I have said this before, young Midoriya. You cannot do this without a quirk. It's sad, but that is the reality of it. UA is the hardest hero course to get into. In other words, Izuku trailed off. In the 10 months until the UA entrance exam, I have to complete my training. That's where this comes in. All Might pulled out 2 pieces of paper. I came up with this, aim to pass, American Dream Plan. I made a spare in case you lost the other one. He held them out to Miyuki and Izuku. Oh wow, there's an entire schedule on here. Her eyes scanned the page. It's pretty intense. But for getting into UA, this is perfect. I'm going to need to make some changes for my body type, though. It's training to help you finish cleaning up the beach, All Might inform them. You'll need to follow this in every aspect of your life. Even sleep time is included. Izuku muttered in awe. Frankly, this is a super hard schedule, said the number 1 hero. Can you two follow it? Yeah. Miyuki nodded, determined. Izuku looked less so. You can do it, Midoriya-san. I believe in you. Unexpectedly, she took his hand. She was so excited she forgot to be shy. She raised their conjoined hands. Let's do it. Let's get into UA together. Let's be heroes. So began their 10 months of intense training. And there was no mercy in this journey. From that day forward, All Might put Izuku and Miyuki through a rigorous training regime every single day. Since they both had school in the morning and Miyuki volunteered at the shelter every afternoon, they would head to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park during the early hours to train. This routine didn't disrupt Miyuki's morning jog too much, only shortening it by a few minutes, which she appreciated. Carry that to the park entrance. All Might shouted to Izuku and Miyuki, who were struggling with a heavy metal office locker. Put it in the truck. Somehow, they managed to do just that. What is in there? Miyuki panted, her muscles aching all over. Everything hurts. Be mindful of how you lift things, Miyuki-sen. Izuku advised. Give it everything you've got. Why yeah. They successfully loaded the tires into the back of the truck and were running back for more. Run, run, run. All Might encouraged. 10 months will be over before you know it. He was right. Miyuki pushed herself, her body protesting as she fought to keep going. Despite the exhaustion, she was quite athletic from all the jogging and martial arts training she did in her spare time. We have to... She glanced to the side and realized she was running alone. Turning around, she called out, Midoriya-san. Izuku had tripped and fallen, and he showed no signs of getting back up. Let's become athletic. All Might shouted enthusiastically. Go you two. Go. Miyuki lightly knocked on Izuku's door and waited, her heart racing. This was her first time visiting someone else's home. She had watched videos on how to behave appropriately but still felt uncertain. What if she said something wrong to his parents? Or to him? Or made a mess? What if she ruined the first real friendship she had? She clutched the strap of her backpack. Were they even friends? How would she know? The door opened, snapping her out of her thoughts. Hello. She bowed slightly. "I come to see Midoriya Izuku. My name is—" "Oh, you're that nice girl he's always talking about," chimed a short, pretty woman with green hair, whom Miyuki assumed was his mother. Come in, come in." Inko Midoriya welcomed Miyuki into her cozy apartment, which was filled with a sweet scent that made it feel warm and inviting. "He's up in his room. You can go see him shortly," Inko said kindly. "Would you like something to drink?" "Oh no thank you. That's very kind of you, Midoriya-san." Miyuki felt a blush rise to her cheeks as Inko guided her to her son's room. She was experiencing so many firsts today visiting someone, and now entering a boy's room? She did so, her hand shaking slightly. There was some shuffling before the door opened, revealing Izuku in a plain shirt and baggy shorts. "Hi, Midoriya-san." She waved with a small smile. "Oh, Miyuki-san. You're early." She stiffened. Now he might think she had nothing better to do. "Quick, think of an excuse." "I am so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you." She bowed in apology, surprising him with her formality. "It's fine. See, come in." There was a girl in his room. Izuku made sure to look straight ahead so Miyuki wouldn't see his flushed cheeks. She was impressed by how clean it was. Her own room wasn't even this tidy. Plus, all the All Might merchandise. She felt like a kid in a candy store, examining every poster, toy, figurine, shirt, and pillowcase. Eventually, Izuku joined her, and they got caught up in a small fan session, momentarily forgetting the reason for her visit. "Your trinket. It's from the Bronze Age, right?" Izuku asked, admiring the All Might figurine on her bag. "These sold out 15 years ago. It's a one-of-a-kind collection. Can I touch it?" "No. Please. I'll pay you." "It's priceless." Izuku fell to his knees in mock despair, and Miyuki patted his back. Glancing at the Silver Age All Might figurine on his desk, she remembered why she was there. "Midoriya-san, we have to start studying," she reminded him. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot." For a moment, Izuku forgot his shyness as he prepared a space for Miyuki to sit. He felt all right, as if it were normal to have her around. To have a friend. He had Katsuki, but things were rocky at present. Miyuki was sweet and easy to talk to. A bit awkward at times, but so was he. They got along as if they had known each other their whole lives. In just a few months, they had become the friends they never knew they needed but always wanted. It was a shame she didn't go to his school. Izuku and Miyuki studied the necessary materials for the UA written exam for the next hour and a half. It was tough. Sometimes they would stray from the topic and chat about something else for a few minutes before realizing they had lost their place and starting over. When Inko came to tell them dinner was ready, they had covered 3 topics. It was a good thing the exam was still months away. "I should get going," Miyuki said, closing her notebook. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" Inko offered. "We'd love to have you." "Really? I wouldn't want to intrude." "Don't be silly, you're Izuku's friend. You're more than welcome." A smile tugged at her lips, and a warm feeling spread through her chest. How could she say no? It felt strange yet comforting to eat with Izuku and Inko. She could tell the mother and son were very close by the way they talked and laughed, and she appreciated when they included her in the conversation, even though she didn't always know what to say. It was a taste of a warmer life, and she enjoyed every second of it. "Let me help you with those," Miyuki offered, picking up a stack of plates for Izuku's mom. "Thank you, Miyuki-san. Your parents raised such a sweet girl," Inko said warmly. I only help out when I can," Miyuki replied shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. By help out, she meant taking care of the house herself. Kasumi and Rin didn't hire any servants, so she was essentially free labor, with her expenses covered by her monthly allowance and tuition fees. Once the dishes and table were clean, it was time for Miyuki to leave. "You should walk her home, Izuku," Inko suggested to her son. "It's fine," Miyuki waved her hands dismissively. "I can manage. I don't live too far from here." "I don't mind," Izuku said with a patient smile, already reaching for his shoes. She couldn't stop him now. But Miyuki hesitated, feeling unaccustomed to such kindness. It made her feel a little strange inside. "Thank you for the lovely dinner as well." It was very delicious. You're most welcome, my dear, Inko replied, suddenly pulling Miyuki into a warm hug. You've really been a blessing in Izuku's life, Miyuki-san. I haven't seen him so happy in a long time. Thank you. Oh. Flustered and at a loss for words, Miyuki returned the hug. And no problem. Though deep down she felt she wasn't the reason for Izuku's newfound joy, that had to be All Might's influence. She felt she had done very little. As they walked to her house, Miyuki and Izuku enjoyed a comfortable silence. Miyuki-sen, may I ask you something? Personal? Izuku ventured tentatively. Sure. What made you want to become a hero? Her mind went blank, much like it did when she faced a difficult test. She knew the answer was there, just on the tip of her tongue, but expressing it felt daunting. She didn't want to spill everything all at once. That same day, at 8:40 a.m., Miyuki and Izuku approached the towering gates of their exam location. The two teenagers gazed up at the structure, their expressions a mix of wonder and apprehension. We're here. We made it, Miyuki breathed, finally arriving at UA High School. They had showered and changed out of their sweaty clothes into their school uniforms, looking quite different yet similar in their dark attire. A small smile tugged at her lips, but it quickly faded as she noticed the crowd of other candidates streaming into the exam location. There are so many. Miyuki buried her face in her scarf. It was to be expected, though. In a world filled with quirks, nearly everyone wanted a chance at UA. It was the top school for a reason, after all. The best heroes in the country trained there, All Might, the hero who turned down the National Hero Award, Endeavor, the resilient #2 hero, and Best Genist, the winner of the Best Genist Award. I didn't get the chance to test out the power I received from All Might, Izuku said as they entered the school grounds, his nervous energy radiating off him. I swallowed the hair, but did I really receive his power? Miyuki patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's from All Might Sensei, and he doesn't lie. So let's both do our best today. Out of my way, Deku. Deku? Miyuki wondered, turning to see Izuku's classmate, Bakugo Katsuki, dressed in the same black gakurin as Izuku. She recognized him as the angry boy from 10 months ago. How could she forget? Don't stand in front of me, he growled. I'll take you down. Morning. Izuku stammered. Katsuki brushed past them, ignoring them completely. Let's all three do our best. Hey, isn't that Bakugo? The one with the sludge villain? Oh, he's the real deal. That Bakugo guy really seems to dislike you, Miyuki said to Izuku. Did you have a fight or something? If only she knew how laughable that was, Izuku thought, sighing. And oh, we're childhood friends. Miyuki narrowed her eyes at Bakugo's retreating figure. Izuku's childhood friend, huh? Whoa, look, it's Shizuka Miyuki. Where? You can't miss her. Look at her hair. She's the one who helped All Might with that sludge villain. She's so powerful. Did you see how she handled that guy? Better watch out for her. Miyuki buried her face deeper in her scarf, her cheeks flushing. She wished for a camouflage quirk at that moment to hide from their gaze. When she snapped out of her thoughts, she heard Izuku muttering to himself. I was just scared of him out of habit. She guessed he was referring to Bakugo. Why would you be scared of that guy? I mean, he does look pretty intimidating. Like a piranha. She shrugged. Anyway, let's get going so we can show off all our hard training to All Might Sensei. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Izuku tripped over his own feet. Miyuki rushed to catch him. He's floating? Is this one for all? Are you all right? Asked a brunette girl, helping him regain his balance. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking first. It would be bad luck if you fell, right? Aren't you nervous? Thank you. Miyuki said while Izuku was still recovering. Yeah, pretty nervous. Oh, you're Shizuka Miyuki. I saw you on TV. Achiko Uraraka grinned sheepishly, as if she were speaking to a celebrity. Why, even prettier in person. Oh, thank you. Miyuki replied, blushing slightly. Let's do our best. See ya. Achiko waved at them as she ran off. Miyuki turned to Izuku and helped him up, noticing his gaze was still fixed on the brunette as she moved ahead of them. "Let's go, Izuku," she said, pulling him by the hand toward the school building. "We better hurry or we'll be late." UA High School Hero Course. Exam Orientation. Miyuki followed Izuku up the stairs in the auditorium to their row of seats. Looking for her roll number, she saw she was sitting between the angry boy and Izuku. When Katsuki noticed them approaching, he rolled his eyes and looked away. Miyuki shrugged it off and settled into her seat, pulling her trembling friend beside her. "Calm down, Izuku," she said softly, feeling a wave of queasiness. "If it helps, you can pretend we're at a concert." Never been." Izuku stammered, and Miyuki sighed at her failed attempt to comfort him. The hall was packed like a jar of sardines, just like a concert auditorium would be. Miyuki wished she hadn't looked around. Seeing all those people, probably with far better quirks than hers, was intimidating. "I'm going to be a hero," she reminded herself, repeating the phrase like a mantra. After everything All Might had sacrificed for her and Izuku, she wasn't going to fail now just because she felt nervous. She needed to push those feelings aside and focus on passing. The lights in the hall dimmed, and the stage lit up. "For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today." Present Mike shouted, stepping up to the mic enthusiastically. "Everybody say, hey." Silence filled the room. Miyuki blinked, feeling a bit sorry for him. He was trying to energize them, but everyone seemed too tense. She would have responded, but she didn't want to attract any attention to herself. Besides, he didn't seem bothered by it. "What a refined response," Present Mike said, his arms shaking, clearly affected by the silence. "Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready?" "Yeah." The room remained silent. Miyuki sighed. "It's the voice hero, Present Mike." Izuku exclaimed beside her. "Wow. I listen to him every week on the radio. I'm so moved. All the teachers at UA are pros." "Shut up," Katsuki grumbled. Miyuki exhaled quietly, hoping that however the practical exam unfolded, she would be far away from him. As stated in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. Present Mike informed them. "You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay?" "Okay." The screen behind him lit up, displaying the different battle centers in alphabetical order: A, B, C, D, E, F, G. "In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh?" Bakugo remarked. Miyuki looked at her ticket, then at the others. Examinee number 2233. Test location, Battle Center A. Bakugo Katsuki. Examinee number 2234. Test location, Battle Center A. Midoriya Izuku. Examinee number 2235. Test location, Battle Center B. "Why, you're right," Izuku mumbled, glancing at his friend's tickets. "Even though we have consecutive examinee numbers. W8. Why is mine different?" Bakugo glanced at the girl's ticket and realized Izuku was correct. He would be in the same battle center as the green-haired boy. "Easy pickings, huh? This exam is practically in the palm of my hand." "Don't look," Katsuki growled at Izuku, who was peeking at his ticket. "I'll take you down." Miyuki shook her head. "Well, now I can't crush you." "Then it's a good thing we're separated," Miyuki said, relieved for her friend. "Looks like you'll have to settle for me, Bakugo-sen." She smiled at him, but he looked away with a quiet he. 3 types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center, Present Mike explained. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Present Mike concluded. Miyuki glanced at the blonde but said nothing. He was just joking, right? "May I ask a question?" said someone a few seats below Miyuki, Izuku, and Katsuki. "Okay." Present Mike pointed at the boy, and the light above him turned on to reveal a rather peculiar figure. "On the printout, there are 4 types of villains," the boy stated. "If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that mistake." We examinees are here because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. The boy suddenly turned to them and pointed at Izuku. In addition, you over there with the curly hair, you've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here for a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. I'm sorry, Izuku exclaimed. Miyuki almost felt bad for him. It wasn't his fault, he thought too loudly. Okay. Examinee number 7111. Present Mike interjected. Thanks for the great message. The fourth type of villain is worth 0 points. That one is an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center. An obstacle that will cause chaos in tight spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend you listeners try to avoid it. Thank you very much. Examinee number 7111 bowed deeply before sitting down. Please excuse the interruption. I see. It's like the obstacles you avoid in video games, huh? The whole thing is like a video game. That's all from me. Present Mike announced. Finally, I'll give you listeners a little present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." Go beyond, plus ultra. Now everyone, good luck out there. Everyone was asked to leave the orientation hall and go change in the locker rooms. Good luck, Izuku. You too, Bakugo-san, she called out as the boys headed toward the male locker rooms, while Bakugo completely ignored her. In the girls' changing rooms, she changed into her training gear. It was simple, a sleeveless black tank top with white stripes on either side, black leggings and running shoes. A blush crept up her cheeks as she looked away from the other girls changing. None of them seemed to mind, though, and she wondered if she was the only one used to this despite having shared a locker room before at Reiko. She began strategizing for the upcoming practical exam. Obviously, there was no way she could use her Umbra technique, so that just left light in her eyes. She could use eagle vision to spot oncoming robots. Unless they came from behind a building or above. A familiar sensation twisted her gut. She felt a wave of nausea. She continued strategizing as she and the other girls walked to the bus taking them to their battle center. As she looked at the other students, she wished she had the ability to read minds. It would definitely come in handy during the exam and might ease her nerves a little. At least I have these, Miyuki thought, remembering the chopsticks in her hair. They weren't as sharp as daggers, but they could still be useful. Making a beeline for the back of the bus, Miyuki sat in the corner by the window, trying to soothe her nerves. There was some excitable chatter from the other seats, and if she wasn't mistaken, whispers of her family name. She ignored them, leaning against the window and looking at the other battle centers, wondering if Izuku was at his and how he'd use his new ability. It made her worry, but she pushed that concern aside. Izuku was tough. If anyone could figure out one for all, it was him. He was going to pass. Soon, the bus arrived at the designated location. Miyuki filed out behind everyone else and stood in front of the gates, absorbing it all in awe, fear, and anxiety. Do your best, Miyuki. Her hands were trembling. She clenched them at her sides and steeled her heart, focusing intently on the grand structure in front of her and the other students. It's like a city. They have more than one of these on the school grounds? UA's amazing. Do your best, she whispered to herself and exhaled deeply. This was starting to feel like a chapter out of a comic book. The air thick with anticipation, the hero about to go in and face the final challenge. Would they emerge triumphant? Or would they falter? Losing was not an option. All that had been given to get her here. All those hours spent training, on her own, with Izuku and All Might. I bet she has a villainous quirk, too. I'm not a villain. They believed in her and had the utmost faith in her. She couldn't know, she wouldn't allow their belief to go to waste. She would not let their faith in her be for nothing. I'm going. The gates were opening. Miyuki steadied her breathing as she prepared to face what could be the biggest challenge of her life yet. To be a hero. The gates were fully open now. No matter what. She bristled at the sudden sound of feedback. But what's the plan? Okay, start. The volume of Present Mick's voice, paired with the screeching microphone, pulled Miyuki out of her thoughts, and she flinched, tentatively running into the gate before breaking into a full sprint. What am I doing? Fata girl, Shizuka? Present Mike shouted after her before turning to the others. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in a real fight. The die has already been cast. The other students sprinted into the battle center. There was a loud explosion, and one person went flying ahead of the rest. Out of my way, extras. The sudden explosion made her run faster, although Miyuki had no idea where she was going. She took odd turns, avoiding narrow spaces. She just had to be ready when target acquired. Her head shot up. Two two-pointers were fast approaching from down the road. They weren't too big, so she readied herself as they prepared to attack. She jumped out of the way as one struck the spot where she stood, landing unsteadily on its back. Miyuki quickly regained her balance, gathering a ball of light into her hands. She shot a beam of light through its head before doing the same to the other one. She jumped away from them, their bodies landing with tremulous explosions. 4 points. Not a bad start. Keep it going. The next robot came along, and this time it was a one-pointer. Unlike the others, it came from above, and she barely had time to roll away from its attack. That was too close. Miyuki got back on her feet. There was a cloud of dust, and the small robot was nowhere in sight. Where are you? Target acquired. Behind. She whipped around and shot a ray of light that burned straight through the robot's middle. The sound of its explosion seemed to attract more attention, and she soon found herself facing a giant three-pointer. Her arms were tingling. I can't keep relying on my quirk. I have to find another way. The three-pointer barreled toward her at incredible speed. Luckily, she was just a bit faster. Miyuki jumped over its head as it struck the ground. Taking that as her chance, she ran onto its back, armed with her chopstick, and plunged it into its eye socket, sending the giant heap of metal crashing to the ground. She slid off its back and continued running. 6 minutes left. She hoped the school recycled these. That's 70 points. Miyuki slowed down, catching her breath. Her skin was littered with bruises, and part of her clothes were torn, although it was nothing irreparable. Shining cracks were crawling over the right side of her body, and when she pinched her right hand, she sighed. Never did she think she'd be so relieved to feel pain. Her body tingled as she kept moving, reminding her that she had overused her quirk. She'd gladly comply. There wasn't a second to catch her breath, and her legs felt like they would give out from under her at any minute. I hope Izuku is doing well. Miyuki didn't stop moving, though, pushed by the adrenaline pumping through her. She looked down every street and alleyway for another robot, but all she found were decimated pieces, sometimes even metal wreckage. She was too engrossed in her own fights to pay attention to the other students, but perhaps she should have. Whoever did this was incredibly powerful. As she went, out of the corner of her vision, she spotted another student fighting off a three-pointer. They seemed to be doing well, streaks of electricity darting through and destroying the robot. She would have kept going and probably should have, but her eyes widened in panic when she saw the defeated contraption tottering forward, the person yet to notice that, watch out. Miyuki tackled them just as the three-pointer collapsed where they stood. She scrambled off the person. Are you okay? Just a boy. He was blonde with a black streak in his hair. Thank you. Kaminari Denki looked up at his savior and nearly choked on his surprise. You're welcome. Be careful. Miyuki ran off. W8. He pouted as she was already gone. As she kept going, Miyuki found and defeated one-pointers and a few two-pointers. Her body tingled. Looking down, she saw silver cracks crawling up her right and left arm. Seriously? But there was little time for her to dwell on this as the ground shook, almost making her lose her balance. Is that the obstacle? Dimenit. It's huge. Let's get away. Miyuki gawked at the giant robot breaking through buildings as it headed her way. A huge dust cloud formed from all the havoc it wrecked, and the students running from it were nearly caught up in it. Why is it so big? Are they trying to kill us? Hey, you get out of here. Miyuki turned to flee. It was no good fighting this robot. Help. Someone was stuck under a slab of stone. Someone please. The zero-pointer destroyed a building in its path, its beady eyes zeroing in on the swarm of running students below it. Targets acquired. It prepared to blast them away, its giant foot raising over the slab of stone entrapping the helpless examinee. It fired. The stony slab cracked. A streak of light tore through its leg, and its laser ricocheted into a nearby building, obliterating its top half. Debris rained down, but it never reached the students, bouncing off an iridescent shield wall. Too close. Miyuki glided away from the zero-pointer on a board of light, carrying the injured girl to the others. Please get somewhere safe. The zero-pointer wasn't finished yet. It readied another attack, this time its laser-sharp eyes zeroing in on the girl zipping toward it. Miyuki's hands lit up as she neared the robot. I need to get within the right range, otherwise, this won't work. She put her hands together, then parted them, the light morphing into a long bow. She stopped 15 meters shy of it and pulled back on an invisible string. A sharp white streak in. The shape of an arrow formed. Beads of sweat rolled down the side of her head. The cracks spread. Miyuki took aim and fired. The arrow moved at the speed of light, but a twinkling in the eye before it shot through the robot's head. Boom. The bow vanished. Miyuki glided away as the zero-pointer fell, a series of explosions going off all over its gigantic body. I really hope they recycle that. She deactivated her board and nearly tumbled. Her skin was tingling all over, and she could hardly feel anything. Still, she pressed on. As she turned onto the next road, she spotted a pair of students struggling to escape from beneath a massive piece of debris. Target acquired. A three-pointer robot was rolling toward her. The trapped students looked back, fear evident on their faces. It was moving too quickly. If it didn't stop, then... Close your eyes. Miyuki harnessed the beams of sunlight to create a luminous shield wall that halted the robot in its tracks. It struck the barrier, causing cracks to appear. With a rope of light, she pulled on the debris with all her strength. So heavy. The debris lifted slightly, giving the students just enough room to wiggle free. Hurry! I don't know how long it will last. The students escaped just as Miyuki's wall shattered. The force sent her flying back. 1 minute left. Miyuki grunted as she struggled to get up. Her eyes widened in alarm. But why can't I move? Target acquired. Panic surged within her. She was frozen in a kneeling position. The cracks had spread across her right upper body, stopping just short of her eye. She couldn't feel anything. She couldn't move. I'm paralyzed. The three-pointer was not. It raised its arm, preparing to unleash a blast that could eliminate her from the exam. And possibly from existence. She gritted her teeth, tears threatening to spill as she tried to use her left side. No good. The three-pointer loomed over her. W8. Move, Miyuki, move. Move. Get out of my way. You extra. Get out of my way. You annoying extra. Daria? Boom. Miyuki closed her eyes and turned her face away from the debris of the destroyed three-pointer. When the dust settled, she opened them again. Katsuki casually kicked aside the remnants of the robot, a wild grin on his face. He's enjoying this? Miyuki tried to move again, her pinky twitching. Come on, get up, she whispered, biting her lip as she urged her hand to move. Get up and keep going. The time's up. An unusual siren echoed through Battle Center A, signaling the end of the exam. Man. The tension left her body, and Miyuki exhaled quietly. I wish I had scored more points. But hey. Katsuki was walking back, hands in his pockets. Thank you for, Huh. He glared down at her, scoffing before looking away and continuing on his way. He muttered something under his breath that Miyuki couldn't catch, and she watched him leave, refocusing on escaping her paralysis. She had hoped to avoid this. The last time it happened, she had been unable to move for half an hour, staring at the boarded ceiling of the garage. Ren and Kasumi were at work, leaving her without help when she called out. Not even the neighbors responded. Miyuki huffed, finally managing to move her hand. This was going to take a while. Hey! She turned around. It was the electric boy from before. You're the girl that saved me, Denki said, crouching beside her. His eyes widened when he noticed the shimmering cracks across her skin. Whoa! Do you need help? Are you okay? What happened to you? Yes, I'll be fine. This is just from overusing my quirk. In that case. He slipped an arm around her waist and helped her right arm over his shoulder, supporting some of her weight. Can you walk? Recovery Girl is not far from here. Yes, thank you. He flashed her a smile as they walked. My name is Kaminari Denki. Thank you, Kaminari-san. I'm Shizuka Miyuki. I know. I mean I saw you on TV. His face turned slightly red. I like your hair. Miyuki smiled. Thanks. Yours is awesome too. They reached another road not far from where Miyuki had been. Most of the students were there, some looking worse for wear while others had a few scratches and bruises. They were being tended to by a kind-looking old lady. Here, have some gummies. Have some gummies? Yes, for you as well. That's the backbone of UA, the youthful hero, Recovery Girl. Miyuki said, her excitement barely contained as she watched the petite old lady hand out gummies. This school is so amazing. I hope I did enough to get in. Me too, Denki said, helping Miyuki sit down. When Recovery Girl reached them, she examined Miyuki closely. You've hurt yourself quite badly. You ought to be careful not to overwork your quirk. She pursed her lips. Kiss. All the students turned pale in shock. Kiss? Miyuki blushed, but her embarrassment faded as her paralysis began to subside and she regained some feeling in her right side. Here, have some gummies. Eat some gummies. She handed some to Miyuki and then to Denki. Yes, you too. Miyuki popped one into her mouth, noting its taste was reminiscent of cough syrup. The cracks slowly began to fade. Thank you, the two students said. She moved on to tend to the others. Head back to the entrance and into the bus. Upon hearing Present Mix announcement, the students began making their way back to the battle center's entrance. Miyuki wondered if she had done enough in both exams to get in. I think we did great. There's no way we're not getting in. Denki cheered, tagging along with the black and white-haired girl, much to her surprise. I hope we get to be in the same class. I hope so, too, Miyuki replied, trying to match his enthusiasm. She was still quite exhausted from the exam, and her eyes were starting to droop. Hey! A girl with dark blue hair and earphone jacks ran up to them, and Miyuki recognized her immediately. She was one of the students trapped under the debris. Oh hey! She fell into step beside Miyuki, a tentative smile on her face. I wanted to thank you for saving me. You were really cool out there. She held out her hand. Miyuki took it shyly. This was the most contact she had made with anyone outside of school and training with All Might and Izuku. I'm Jaira Kyoka. What's your name? Shizuka Miyuki. It's nice to meet you, Jaira-san. Before Kyoka and Denki could introduce themselves, they arrived at the two separate buses for boys and girls. Waving goodbye to Denki as he left, Miyuki turned to her own bus. It was considerably smaller than the boys, likely due to the low number of girls. Do you want to sit together? Jaira asked. When Miyuki nodded, she smiled softly and pulled the girl onto the bus and into the middle seats. Usually, at this point, Miyuki would get tongue-tied and remain silent, but she wanted to step out of her comfort zone a bit. She couldn't remain socially awkward forever, especially if she hoped to become a pro hero one day. Where are you from, Kyoka-san? If you don't mind me asking. No, it's fine. I come from Kanagawa Prefecture. I attend Kamitsura Junior High. Miyuki nodded, taking note. What about you? I'm a local and I go to Reiko Junior High. Jaira nodded. You came pretty far. I hope you get into UA. Thanks. She smiled, a rosy tint to her cheeks. I hope you get in too. Miyuki soon found herself comfortable around Jaira as they talked on their way back to the orientation hall. Other than with Izuku, it was the most she had talked to anyone. Neither girl was very talkative, so the conversation flowed smoothly as they asked questions of one another, getting to know each other better with brief PRDS of silence. It was refreshing, Considering most of the girls she had spoken to often talked over her or turned their conversations into gossip sessions, sometimes indirectly throwing shady comments her way. It was fun speaking with you, Shizuka-san. Kyoka waved goodbye to the black and white-haired girl as she left to meet her waiting parents, already changed. We'll both make it into Yurare. We definitely will. Miyuki gave a small bow and waved, having also changed. She was glad to have made not one but two new friends in one day. She couldn't wait to tell Izuku. Speaking of, Miyuki looked around the crowded corridor for a mop of curly green hair. She had been waiting for some time now, but there was no sign of him. She hoped nothing bad had happened to him. She was looking forward to going out to eat together after this. Oh, excuse me, Bakugo-kun. Miyuki spotted the familiar ash blonde and approached him. His piercing red eyes glanced in her direction. Deku's girlfriend? 24. Thank you for protecting me in the exam. Out of my way, he said gruffly, brushing past her. Miyuki jumped at the sudden contact, watching him leave the school premises. She sighed. Is he always like that? Excuse me, Shizuka-san. Miyuki turned around to see the brunette girl from earlier running up to her. Sorry to disturb you, but it's about your friend. Her heart immediately sparked with worry. Is something wrong? Is he hurt? Uraraka shook her head. My name is Uraraka Achiko, she introduced herself. Your friend, the boy with the curly hair, I wanted to pass on my thanks, but I can't find him anywhere. I was wondering if you could thank him for me. Of course, I'll pass on the message. Miyuki's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts now. Uraraka bowed her thanks before bashfully walking off. Seeing as he wasn't anywhere to be found in the hall, Miyuki checked the infirmary and found him lying on a hospital bed. His arms were covered in bandages, but he otherwise looked mostly healed. Thank goodness. Are you okay, Izuku? She asked tenderly as she approached him. You're not injured too badly, are you? How was your exam? Did you manage with the quirk? Yuki-chan, he mumbled. When he looked at her, there were tears welling in his eyes. Her brow furrowed and she frowned. What's wrong? She sat by his side, placing her hand gently on his shoulder. What happened? I don't think I'll make it into UA, he whimpered. Hearing him like that deepened her concern. I've got 0 points. The quirk worked but only against the 0-pointer. The nice girl was in trouble and I tried saving her. By then it was too late. She pulled him into a soft hug, letting him cry into her shoulder before pulling away. Izuku, I met the nice girl from earlier, and she wanted to pass on her thanks. Miyuki squeezed his shoulder comfortingly. Even if you didn't beat any robots, I'm sure the examiners will take your rescuing the girl into account. It has to count for something, doesn't it? The main objective was to get points from the robots, Izuku said gloomily. Would rescuing be enough? That's the whole essence of being a hero, reaching out to those in need of help and beyond. She took his hand and gave Izuku a close-eyed smile. If they can't see that, then it's their loss, not yours. Why, you're right, Yuki-chan. I just can't help but feel that All Might will be disappointed in me. She stood up. I don't think he will be. If anything, I think you've made him very proud. Hearing those words relieved some of the burden he was feeling, and Izuku gave her a small smile. Now, let's go get something to eat. We've earned it. Why yeah. Miyuki didn't let go of his hand right away, and Izuku, being the observant boy he was, noticed this. He would have had a mini heart attack had he not noticed the faint outlines of the cracks on the back of her hand. Yuki-chan, your hand? Did you overuse your quirk? He inquired. How did your exam go? Did you see Bakugo? It wasn't so bad, I guess, she replied casually as they prepared to leave the infirmary. I feel like I could have done more, though. I did see Bakugo. In a way. She scratched her cheek, recalling that moment. Get out of my way. Them in extra. Boom. Immediately, Izuku feared the worst. He didn't threaten you, did he? Hit you? No, nothing like that. He saved me. To be honest, Miyuki wasn't sure if Katsuki's intention was to save her. He was definitely aiming for the points. If the examiners were counting rescue points like she hoped for Izuku's sake, Then he shot 2 apples with 1 arrow. Kachan. Saved you? Izuku's mind struggled to process this. What happened? You didn't get seriously injured, did you? Not really. I did overuse my quirk, as you can see. My whole body was paralyzed as a result, and I would have been crushed by a 3-pointer had Bakugo not shown up. Izuku furrowed his brows, going into deep thought as they left the infirmary. When he looked at Miyuki, she was clear of any bruises apart from the fading cracks. How far were you from the explosion? Not too far. Why? No reason. Izuku mulled over his thoughts but left them alone. Sometimes, it was best to let sleeping dogs lie, and he couldn't know what could have been going through Katsuki's mind in that moment. When they left the school premises, Miyuki dragged Izuku to a cozy little cafe in town. She bought them a pork cutlet bowl, much to Izuku's shock because he didn't see the need for her to spend money on him. We're celebrating, Miyuki said as they sat by a window. I want you to feel better. I am. Much better. See? His cheeks dusted a light pink as he tried for a genuine smile. Miyuki hummed suspiciously. Besides, you don't like pork, Yuki-chan. It's fine, Miyuki said, waving it off like she didn't mind. Her stomach did. When she caught a whiff of the meat, it churned. She raised her chopsticks. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Izuku wolfed down his meal. Miyuki bristled when the food touched her tongue but forced it down. By the time he was done, her plate was half full. Miyuki noticed him eyeing her dish and pushed it over to him. Here. She'd lost her appetite anyway. Daifuku. That was the last time she had a pork cutlet bowl. 1 week later. She held the motherboard up to her face, one eye closed as she inspected it. Miyuki hummed, reaching for the screwdriver in between her crossed legs. That should do it. She sat in the middle of a circle of recycled computer parts, each one perfectly organized around her. An open bag of tools sat not too far away from her. The man who'd brought his computer to her that morning, Sato-K, also her neighbor, busied himself looking around Shizuka's garage. It was bigger than the average garage but held next to nothing except for a workbench, a set of dumbbells, a training mat, and a wall displaying different martial arts techniques. Rin Shizuka was a minimalistic man with little love for large spaces. He only indulged in them for his ambitious wife. He rarely spent any time down there, and neither did his cars. He preferred to keep them at the workplace. So, Miyuki transformed it into her own little dojo and workshop. Miyuki wiped the sweat off her brow. Why was she sweating? The garage door was wide open, as were the windows, and she was wearing a thick Jujutsu Kaisen hoodie and track bottoms. Her tongue poked out of her mouth as she carefully began reassembling the computer. You're fast, commented Kay, watching her fit the pieces of the motherboard. My other guy would have taken a whole week. Why yeah? It's been a whole week. It could be any day now. Miyuki exhaled quietly as she continued putting the pieces back together. Her chest and stomach fluttered with nervous anticipation. Hey, Shizuka-san. You applied to get into the hero course, right? You? She paused. How do you? Kay sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck as he faced her. Sorry. I wasn't supposed to say anything. Your parents were practically bragging about it to the whole neighborhood the other day. My curiosity got the better of me. He gave her a toothy grin and a thumbs up. Do your best, Shizuka-san. I'll be rooting for you. Oh. She looked down, her bangs hiding her reddening cheeks. Thank you. I will. When Miyuki mentioned Yue to her parents, Kasumi had looked at her with amusement, as if she were telling a bad joke. Rin shot her a dubious look that said, You aren't serious. Are you? That reaction was expected since they only found out she applied the night after the exam. Her allowance money and spare cash from repairing machines were sufficient for the application fee and would hopefully also cover books and a uniform. I get into that is. The fluttering in her stomach intensified, threatening to break her focus. She and Izuku had been keeping each other updated over the past week, eager to hear if the other had received any news yet. Neither had as of yet. The pile of parts diminished as Miyuki finished reconstructing Kay's laptop. It was an old but beautiful device. She would have gotten some extra parts from Dagoba, But there was nothing left for her to collect there, so she used the ones from her makeshift computer and the spares she salvaged from the once dilapidated area. "I'm done," she announced to Kei, holding up the sleek device. "It should be working now." "Thanks, Miyuki-san. You really saved my hide there. My boss would have had my neck if he found out I broke another one." "You're welcome, Sato-san. Just be careful not to spill anything on it again. Otherwise, the chips will malfunction completely." "I'll be sure to do that. Thanks again." After paying her, he left. Miyuki pushed back her bangs and sighed, a hand on her hip. Just thinking about that letter was so mentally draining. I wish I had a quirk that would let me see into the future. She was starting to feel warm and quite hungry, so after closing the garage door and windows, Miyuki went to the kitchen and began pulling out ingredients for yakisoba and ginger-sp dango. In no time, the kitchen was filled with the aromatic scent of well-seasoned vegetables and frying meat. As the noodles cooked, she got started on the dango. "I think I'll make some for Izuku. And maybe some for that angry boy, too, as a way of showing my thanks." Despite it being late in the afternoon, with the sun slowly beginning its descent, neither Ren nor Kasumi were home yet. Miyuki was used to this. If they were, she would have to go up to her room. Still, maybe this time she could have tried. Maybe opening up wasn't. She sighed. Be realistic. She ate in the empty dining room. Her anxieties bundled her nerves into such tight knots that she found it hard to swallow her food. Eventually, she abandoned her supper in the fridge and finished making the dango to distract herself. Her phone buzzed on the counter. She picked it up. "Hi, Izuku." "Yuki-chan." He sounded frantic, putting Miyuki on high alert. "Why, Yuki-chan, have you received your letter?" "No." "Well, I haven't checked yet," she replied, stirring the ginger syrup. She put down the mixing bowl, feeling lackluster all of a sudden. "WA? Did you get yours?" "Yeah, it just arrived." On the other end of the line, Izuku was looking gloomily at the paper on his desk. I already know the outcome of this." "Don't give up on yourself so fast, Izuku," Miyuki gently said as she walked to the front door. When she opened it, there was a letter with the UA seal sitting on the doormat. It felt like the wind had been knocked out of her. "The exam may not have gone how you wanted it to, but I feel like this is just your beginning." She picked it up with shaky hands. "Not your end. This was it. All these years. All these months, training, praying, and believing, all for this moment. Would she become a hero? Thank you, Yuki-chan." He sounded like he was on the brink of tears. "For believing in me, but please, don't give me hope." "Hey." Miyuki went up to her room and put the envelope on her desk. "Truth or dare?" "W? Truth or dare?" She repeated. "You dare. I dare you to not give up. Whatever answer you get, I dare you to come with me tomorrow to face the future together." Izuku shed a tear. "What have I done?" "Why, okay. To deserve this faith?" Miyuki smiled softly. "But you can't go back on a dare. It's bad luck. Now go and open it." When the call ended, Miyuki buried her face in her hands as her own anxieties bubbled to the surface. This was it. Was she ready? Only one way to find out. Miyuki grabbed her All Might plushie from her bed and nestled it in her arms. She sat on her knees, looking down at the determiner of the rest of her life. Let's face the future together. Whatever may come. She opened the letter. A small circular disc no bigger than the palm of her hand fell out. A holographic message transmitter? It sparked to life. She was crying. That was the first thing Inko noticed about the black and white-haired girl when she opened the door. The second thing was the dango boxes and crumpled letter in her hand. Good evening, Midoriya-san. She bowed deeply. Forgive me for intruding on you like this. Not at all. Come in. Did you receive your letter as well? Why, yeah. Miyuki entered the Midoriya household, her heart thumping like a bass drum. I is Izuku. How did he? I don't know. Inko frowned worriedly. He hasn't come out since he got the letter. Perhaps you could check on him? Of course. Miyuki turned to go but then remembered something. I made this for you as a thank you for hosting me. Please accept this gift. She bowed deeply, holding out one of the dango boxes. Oh, you're very kind. Thank you, Shizuka-san. You're welcome. Miyuki went to Izuku's room. Before she knocked, she pressed her ear against the door. I have to be prepared for anything. There was faint sniffling. Her stomach sank. Izuku. She knocked lightly. It's Yuki-chan dash. Fush. Miyuki fell back when the green-haired boy barreled into her. At once, she felt his tears soak her shoulder as he tightly embraced her. I'm sorry, Yuki-chan. He wept. I'm so sorry. Thank you for always believing in me. What's this now? She rubbed his back and smiled gently. Izuku. I'm getting mixed signals here, and I would like to know if I should laugh or cry with you, so. Did you? I passed. He exclaimed, lifting his head. Tears of joy streamed down his face. Yuki-chan, I got into UA. That's amazing. I knew you could do it. She squeezed him tightly. I'm so proud of you. Izuku. Yeah. Could you, please, get off me? His eyes widened as he slowly looked down, realizing he was sitting too close to her. His face turned bright red. Izuku jumped off so quickly that a breeze pushed a few strands of her hair into her face. I'm sorry, Yuki-chan. It's all right. Miyuki picked up her things and stood up. Shall we go in? In. Why, let's go. He held the door open for her, the heat still rushing to his face. Before he could lose himself in thought again, Miyuki called his name, snapping him back to reality. After recovering from that unexpected moment, Izuku and Miyuki excitedly shared their news. Since she already knew his, he let her go first. I got in. Miyuki cheered. I'm so happy for you, Yuki-chan. I knew you could do it. How did you do? She tapped her chin, trying to recall the points All Might Sensei had mentioned. For villain points, I think, 84? And rescue, 96? But I was so sure I counted 70 for the villain points. Anyway, that should bring it to a total of 180 points? Yeah. She looked away shyly. Yuki-chan. That's so high. Thanks. That's so cool. I bet you got the highest. I'm not so sure. There were lots of other students who were better than me. Although the All Might hologram mentioned something about her scores being among the highest in UA history, she chose not to mention that. Instead, Miyuki and Izuku continued to chat excitedly about what lay ahead for them. During their conversation, Miyuki almost forgot the extra box of dango she had brought. Izuku, could you give these to Bakugo-san for me? I wanted to thank him properly, but words don't seem to get through to him. Izuku nervously rubbed the back of his neck. I think it would be better if you gave them to him yourself, Yuki-chan. Oh, sure. Where does he live? After getting properly dressed, he guided Miyuki toward the Bakugo household. It wasn't far from his place, and while not as close to her home, it was still nearby. I walked right past it, Miyuki mumbled to herself as they approached the front door. There was a brief debate about who should knock, but Izuku eventually did after losing a game of rock, paper, scissors. Fortunately, Mitsuki answered the door. Oh, hello, young lady. Good evening, Bakugo-san. Miyuki bowed deeply. My name is Shizuka Miyuki, and I brought these for your son, she said, holding out the neatly wrapped box of dango. To thank him for protecting me during the exam. Oh, how sweet of you, Shizuka-san. Mitsuki accepted the box. I'm afraid Katsuki's asleep right now, but I'll be sure to pass them on to him in the morning. Thank you. Have a good evening. When the door closed and Miyuki turned around, Izuku popped his head out from behind a bush. You were going to let me face Bakugo-kun alone? No, Yuki-chan, it's not like that. Come here a second. Izuku trembled as Miyuki approached him, a sweet smile on her face, her eyes glowing softly in the dim light. He jumped out of the bushes and ran. Wait! Miyuki chased after him. I'm not going to hurt you. Even though he was scared, Midoriya laughed. Soon, Miyuki was laughing as well, though neither of them knew why. Both of them ran, leaving behind the remnants of their past selves, an All Might plushie in one hand and an All Might action figure in the other, toward the distant dream that was now within reach. A dream of capes and masks and tears. Miyuki stifled a yawn as she packed up her books. She had become so accustomed to All Might's American Dream Plan that waking up before sunrise was no longer a requirement but a habit. Her training continued, and her morning jogs were more enjoyable now, with Dagoba's beautiful horizon on full display. However, she missed the animals, especially the dogs. They were scruffy and dirty, but something about her mornings felt empty without them. She hoped they were somewhere safer, or at least better. Have you found someone to go with yet? Yeah, Damien invited me. What about you? I invited my sister. Oh, she's back in town? Suko-kun. Have you found someone to go with yet? Miyuki watched with interest as her classmates flitted around the classroom, conversing excitedly. No one was in uniform since they all came to pick up their belongings and get ready for the upcoming farewell celebrations. Leave quietly, everyone, the homeroom teacher instructed. No need to make a fuss. The festival won't run away, and your kuhais still have class. We'll miss you, sensei. Yeah. Miyuki chuckled to herself, putting away the last of her books. Just as she was about to leave, someone tapped her on the shoulder. Yeah. She turned around to see the class president. Have you found anyone to take to the festival, Shizuka-san? And no, not yet. That's a shame. It's always best enjoyed with friends. He bowed halfway and waved as he left. Anyway, bye. What was that? Was he asking her to go with him? Doesn't look like it. Not that I'm surprised. Shizuka never comes to these things. Yeah. Who would she go with? More like who would go with her. Miyuki sighed under her breath and prepared to leave the classroom one last time. She definitely wasn't going to miss this place, especially not the festivals. People always made a big deal out of them, but she never saw the appeal. Exciting rides, fun games, and a wide selection of international cuisine? Reiko's annual end-of-year farewell festival was the same every year, so there wasn't much to miss. Plus, her favorite manga always released new volumes at this time. She preferred their company to that of overfried foods and crowded spaces. When she left the building, Izuku was waiting outside. Over the past months, as they trained and studied together, they had developed a habit of going to and from school together. He was scribbling in his Hero Analysis for the Future book. I'm sorry I took so long. Shall we go? Izuku. Oh, Yuki-chan, you're back. Yeah, sorry I took so long. She peeked over his shoulder. What are you writing? Izuku showed her his book. There was a boy who came out before you did. He was playing with his quirk. At least I think it was his quirk. It was hard to tell. She narrowed her eyes, trying to understand the green-haired boy's drawing. Oh, why is that? He had a top hat on. I thought he was a magician, but then I saw his uniform. Then he pulled a pigeon out of his mouth. Izuku became thoughtful. Then when it flew away, it turned into a dove in midair. Could it be he has some sort of transforming quirk? If so, does it only work on animals? Miyuki's sweat dropped when Izuku began mumbling to himself. What is he saying? His aura suddenly changed just now? Izuku. Does that sound familiar, by any chance? She missed most of what he said, so she tried to focus on the parts she did hear. A guy with a top hat, who pulled a pigeon out of his mouth. She scratched her cheek. She had never heard of a quirk like that at Reiko or anywhere else before. What did he look like? I don't know. The hat was pretty big. He attempted to demonstrate with his hands. I'm sorry. Nothing comes to mind. The green-haired boy hummed as he tried to make sense of it. It was probably just a guy practicing a magic trick or something. Izuku turned to ask his friend about magic-related quirks when he noticed a colorful flyer sticking out of her bag. What's that? Miyuki pulled out the paper he was pointing at and unfurled it. It was a flyer for Reiko's farewell festival. How did that get there? She definitely didn't remember packing it. It's just a flyer for the school's festival, she said nonchalantly, looking for the nearest bin. Someone must have slipped it into my bag when I wasn't looking. Izuku noted her quiet tone. Are you not going, Yuki-chan? She looked at him and then looked away shyly, as if she'd been caught red-handed. No, I'm not. What? Why not? It's not a big deal. It's just a farewell festival. The school holds one every year, so. Miyuki sighed, looking at the colorful banner. Besides, I never have anyone to go with. It's no big deal. Izuku looked at the flyer she was rolling up, listening to the undertones of disappointment in her voice. There had to be more reason than that. There was something she wasn't saying. He didn't want to pry too much, but Yuki-chan, truth or dare? Oh, he isn't dash. Truth or dare? Izuku repeated, a playful smile on his face. This is a trap, Miyuki. But the question had been posed, and according to the rules of the game, she had to respond. No matter the consequence. Miyuki exhaled, accepting her fate. Truth. Why don't you want to go to the festival? Because She folded her arms across her chest. I never had anyone to go with. And the rules prohibit going alone. Her freckled cheeks turned a light pink, and her voice became quieter as she finished speaking. Is that so? That was a problem easily solved. Then let's go together, Yuki-chan. They stopped in front of a convenience store. Miyuki was suddenly captivated by the pavement. You told me not to give up. That no matter what, we'll face the future together. Well. Izuku, fired up all of a sudden, pumped his fist. Let's face it together. At the festival. It'll be like a celebration for getting into U.A. Miyuki couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. He was right, they had made it into the top school in Japan. The celebration was well warranted. When you put it that way. She grinned, mimicking his actions. All right, let's do it. 5:40 p.m., the same day. Reiko Junior High School grounds. Reiko's school grounds were large, approximately the size of one football field. Used for track and field events, the venue was transformed this evening with tents hosting games and attractions as far as the eye could see, a Ferris wheel, and lights so bright and colorful they seemed to block out the stars. If it weren't for her friend walking beside her, Miyuki would have thought she had stepped into a whole other world. This is so cool! Izuku exclaimed, taking in all the bright lights and cheerful booths. Your school really knows how to go the extra mile, Yuki-chan. Yeah. She was just as awestruck as the green-haired boy. Her light green eyes reflected the glow of the game booths and food stands. A daifuku stall? Izuku! She gripped the boy's arm with determination, startling. I know where we should go first. Are you hungry? And not really. Come on. Izuku didn't resist as he was pulled toward the food stalls, not that he could have. Miyuki had a strong grip. She bought them each a daifuku, and Miyuki sighed in contentment as she took her first bite. Izuku looked on, amused. Yum, Miyuki said, feeling like she was floating on cloud 9. She savored the sweet treat much like he did with his pork cutlet bowl. I have to take note. Where to now, Yuki-chan? He asked as they walked through the thickening crowd. It wasn't even dark yet, and the festival was already in full swing. Miyuki looked around. Even though it was her school's event, she and Izuku were in this together. I don't know. There's so much to do. We should go there. It looks fun. He pointed at the Ferris wheel. Miyuki raised a skeptical brow. I don't know. We just ate. I wouldn't want us to feel sick or anything. This time, Izuku pulled her toward the attraction. We'll be fine, Yuki-chan. Nothing will happen to us. It'll be fun, you'll see. On that account, he was mistaken. Miyuki was fine. He wasn't. Wow, Izuku, you were right, that was fun. Miyuki cheered as they stepped off the ride. Izuku moved sluggishly behind her. Let's go again. Why yeah? His face was turning a pale green. Again. What is this feeling? In my stomach? Aizu. Miyuki turned around when she noticed her friend wasn't beside her. Izuku? The daifuku made an unpleasant return along with the rest of his supper. Izuku? After making sure he was all right and getting him some water and a mint, Miyuki ensured they stayed away from any moving rides for the time being. This one is perfect for your quirk, don't you think? She asked, pointing at the punching machine. Would you like to give it a try? Izuku hesitated. He still wasn't comfortable using one for all, and if he did, he might end up breaking the game and possibly hurting himself and ruining it for other festival goers. I don't think that's such a good idea, Yuki-chan, he replied honestly. I'm not fully comfortable with the quirk yet, so No worries. Let's go there then. The pair ventured to a photo stand next. There were cut-out figures of various heroes, with holes in place of their faces. Izuku took the All Might one while Miyuki stuck her head through Mirko's. They made silly faces before switching and doing the same thing again. This one's going in the scrapbook, Miyuki thought happily as she admired their pictures. They looked so cute. Miyuki now understood why it was mandatory to come with a friend. She felt so happy and warm, as if she didn't have a care in the world, as she hopped from stand to stand with Izuku, trying out games and challenges to their heart's content. She couldn't remember the last time she felt like this or if she ever had. In that moment, with her friend, she wasn't thinking about heroes or villains or exams or the upcoming semester. All of that evaporated behind her cheerful smile and carefree laughter. Miyuki was happy. Izuku plopped down on the wooden bench and exhaled. Who knew having fun could be this tiring? Miyuki sat beside him, eyes closed. It feels like we've been here forever. What time is it? Izuku asked, exhaustion clear in his voice. 8:30. What do you? Miyuki yawned, opening one eye to check on him. Don't want to do now? I'm so tired. Izuku whined, rubbing his eyes. Don't we have school tomorrow? Miyuki's eyes shot open, doing a double take. School. Tomorrow? That's right, tomorrow was their first official day at UA High School. And rather than getting ready, here they were, having the time of their lives. Miyuki shivered, not from the cold, but from the reality of the situation hitting her once more. But I don't want to leave, she inwardly complained. Alas, they needed to do what was necessary. Miyuki stood up and stretched her back. I guess we better start heading out. Kaya a iya. Hey. What is this? Get it off. Get it off. Without thinking, Izuku and Miyuki ran back to the festival. What's going on? Izuku exclaimed. All around, festival goers were running haphazardly, covering their heads as if something dangerous was falling from above. Up there. Miyuki pointed at a shadow floating above the festival. Their figure was barely visible in the night sky. Her eyes glowed as she activated her night vision. Izuku, he's wearing a top hat, she informed. Her eyes widened when she saw it for herself. They were reaching into their mouths and pulling out. Where are all these birds coming from? Wani-san. An owl dove toward a child, talons extended. Izuku just barely got them out of the way. Are you okay? The crying child nodded. Meanwhile, Miyuki was helping people steer clear of the chaotic scene while making sure she didn't lose sight of the villain. How did this happen in the first place? Why would a villain attack a festival, of all places? Miyuki's eyes widened. There aren't any heroes. But could that be all? She squinted her eyes, intensifying her vision as she focused on the floating figure. No, they weren't floating. They were frozen? In midair? What's happening? Izuku, wait. The streaks of light dancing across his body ceased. Miyuki ran up to him. Are you okay, Yuki-chan? I'm fine. She gave him a reassuring smile. Don't use one for all, look. She pointed up into the sky, and Izuku followed her finger's trail. They're not moving, he realized. Exactly. I think they might be stuck. Miyuki took out a chopstick and skewered a bird that was about to attack them. It evaporated. Throw me. What? Using one for all? He exclaimed. But you just said. No, not using your quirk. She rolled up the sleeves of her sweater and clasped Izuku's shoulder. Trust me, Izuku. I think they might need help. Izuku examined his friend's face. Shouldn't they wait for a hero to arrive? Wouldn't they get in trouble for acting so recklessly? Again? Trust me. She squeezed his shoulder. Izuku huffed, still not fully convinced about the plan. But this was Miyuki, the girl who had unexpectedly entered his life and inspired him to keep pursuing his dream. If he couldn't trust her, who could he trust? Hold on. Izuku spun her around. She wasn't too heavy, which was fortunate, otherwise, their plan might have faltered before it even began. When he released her, she barely floated for a moment, so Miyuki used just a hint of her quirk to propel herself further. Got you. She grasped his hand tightly. As gravity kicked in, they began to fall. Izuku's heart raced as he dashed to catch his friend, watching as the birds scattered in the sky above them. Yuki-chan. He leaped, arms outstretched. He missed. Yuki-chan. Miyuki quickly grabbed one of her chopsticks and plunged it into the tent wall. It didn't slow their descent much, but when they landed, she could at least say that the most pain she felt was the embarrassment of landing face first. Yuki-chan. Izuku rushed to her side, the attacker's figure not far from them. Yuki-chan. Hey. He gently turned her over. She sluggishly opened her eyes. Thank goodness. Stop shouting, she murmured, feeling a headache starting to form. Ugh. Izuku stayed by her side until the local authorities and pro-heroes arrived. This time, no one received a reprimand, much to their relief. The paramedics quickly assessed them, neither was seriously injured, though Miyuki had a small bump on her head. It wouldn't take long for it to heal. The pro-heroes surrounded the perpetrator as they began to regain consciousness. That top hat really is big, Miyuki remarked, watching as the police dragged the person away. She turned to Izuku. They were wearing a uniform when you saw them, right? Yeah. But now that I think about it, it looked a bit off, he replied, his brow furrowing in curiosity. A villain disguising as a student? It seemed they would never find out the truth. The festival resumed after an hour, but there wasn't much left to enjoy. Many tents had been damaged, and more than half of the festival-goers had left. Miyuki and Izuku decided it was time to go home, especially with the big day ahead. Izuku, Miyuki called as they approached their quiet neighborhood. Yeah. Thank you for coming with me. I can't remember the last time I smiled like that. You're welcome, Yuki-chan. And after tomorrow. He gave her a close-eyed smile filled with promise. We'll smile together. Always. A few weeks before the farewell festival. Do you have everything you need? Yes. He chuckled over the line. I know you're excited, but you have to make sure you're properly prepared for the semester. Okay. Yeah. She pouted though Tsukachi couldn't see and rifled through the package. I'm not a little girl anymore, Tsukachio-jisen. I know how to take care of myself. It never hurts to be careful, Mimi. I guess you're right. Miyuki crossed her legs on her bed and picked a pamphlet from her UA welcome box. When am I not? She could hear the smile in his voice, and she smiled fondly. It had been months since she last saw the detective who had become like an uncle to her. His work often kept him busy, and she missed him a lot. How did your finals go? They were a bit easier than I expected. I'm glad to hear. I'm not surprised, though. Did you overstudy again? Miyuki sheepishly rubbed her neck. I mean. She felt a little guilty. Miyuki had a stellar record at Reiko, consistently at the top of her classes. Being a hero was a lifelong dream of hers, although the thought of being number one hadn't really occurred to her before she met All Might and Izuku. Now, with her textbook in her lap, her aim was to pass at the top. It's not such a bad thing, right? I was taking enough breaks and staying hydrated, Miyuki explained, smiling shyly. You better have been, otherwise I'll have to cancel your visits to the shelter again. She blanched. Aji-san, that's cruel. So is not taking care of yourself. Miyuki pulled her phone from her ear. Izuku had sent her a text. All Might wants to meet. Aji-san? Can I call you later? I have to go somewhere with my friend. Oh, is this the new friend you were telling me about? Why, he's the one I told you about last week. I hope I get to meet him soon. All right then, Mimi, I'll leave you to it. Be safe. I will, Aji-san. You be safe too. Tsukachi chuckled. I promise to do my best. When the call ended, Miyuki jumped off her bed. Quickly, She grabbed a hoodie from a hanger and dashed out of her room, only stopping for a moment by the Gen-Can to put on her shoes before running out of the house. All Might wants to meet with us. Her heart raced with excitement at the thought of seeing the pro hero again. She and Izuku hadn't heard from him for a few weeks after learning he'd be teaching at UA. She stopped by Izuku's place, and the two jogged all the way to the now pristine Dagoba Municipal Beach Park together. When they arrived, All Might was waiting for them in his normal form. It was clear to Miyuki that he was trying to be discreet from a couple walking not too far away, but Izuku didn't seem to get the hint. All Might. Who's that? All Might shouted, attempting to deflect the couple's attention and subtly remind Izuku he didn't want to be seen in this form. All Might? No way. Where? Quick, think of an excuse. Miyuki whispered hurriedly. His shout reached the couple, and now they were scanning the beach for the pro hero. Oh, I have the wrong person. Izuku yelled just as loudly, frantically waving his arms to ensure the couple heard him. What? I was hoping to see him. Were those two kids messing with us? The couple turned away from them, and Miyuki sighed in relief as All Might turned to the two teenagers. Congratulations on getting accepted, you two, All Might said, holding up his hands for a high five. Miyuki smiled widely. Thank you very much. Miyuki looked to her friend and lightly elbowed him. Izuku, don't you want to say something too? Alright. Thank you very much. He gave a short bow. But All Might, you didn't mention you were going to work at UA High, too. Just so you know, they don't know about my connection to you too, the hero assured them suddenly. You two are the type that would think that's cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges. I mean, it was a surprise to hear you were going to be working at UA, Miyuki commented. So, that's why you came here, huh? Izuku said, looking up at All Might. I mean, your agency is in Roppongi in Minato, Tokyo. Miyuki looked at her friend in awe, though she wasn't sure if it was for the best. That's too specific, Izuku. Stop it. All Might replied, looking away. I didn't tell anyone before I announced it. I just happened to be offered a job from UA when I was searching for a successor. A successor at UA, she mused thoughtfully, then turned to Izuku. From his expression alone, she could tell what he was thinking. She frowned, knowing the fear and anxiety that plagued him, knowing someone better than him could inherit All Might's power. My body broke with one kick and one punch of One for All, Izuku confessed to the pro hero. Miyuki looked away, feeling like she was intruding on a private moment. I can't control it at all. That can't be helped, All Might told him. It's like asking someone who suddenly grew a tail to perform a trick. They wouldn't even be able to control it. Wait, did you know that would happen? Izuku exclaimed, causing Miyuki to flinch. Well, there wasn't any time. All Might trailed off thoughtfully, but it turned out all right. It turned out all might. Miyuki's sweat dropped. That was not your best, All Might sensei, she whispered. He wavered slightly. Oh yeah, he regained himself as he realized something. Right now, you're either at 100% or 0. But once you can control it, you'll be able to adjust what your body can handle. Control? Izuku asked as All Might reached down and picked up two empty cans by their feet, holding them up. The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. He crushed the cans as he transformed back into his muscular form. Like this. Wait, is that All Might? No way. When did he get here? The couple from earlier, on the pavilion, were freaking out at the sight of the pro hero. All Might's sweat dropped, realizing he'd blown his cover. Let's go, young Miyuki and young Midoriya. All Might shouted, already running away before the couple could approach him and see the two kids with him. Why, sir? Miyuki jumped, startled into a sprint by the loud volume, and ran after the number 1 hero. Izuku, realizing he was being left behind, ran to catch up to them. Miyuki finished tying her red ribbon around her bun and gave it one final tug to ensure it was secure. She smoothed out her gray blazer and skirt, taking one last look in the full-body mirror. Mimi! Tsukachi called from downstairs. Hurry up. You don't want to be late on your first day of school. Coming, she replied, trying to pull down her skirt. Why was it so short? At least her socks were high enough to help her feel a bit more secure. Blushing, she dashed out of her bathroom, snatched her bag from the table, and kissed her childhood plushie before rushing downstairs, where Tsukachi was waiting by an open door. He was well aware of her situation with Ren and Kasumi. It bothered him that they hadn't embraced Miyuki even after all these years. He had considered moving her to another home but quickly realized that too much change might not be good for her emotionally and mentally in the long run. She needed stability, and Tsukachi was more than happy to step into the role of parent and uncle. "Ready," she announced. "Finally." Tsukachi ruffled her hair, and she swatted his hand away with a playful whine. He chuckled. "You look wonderful in your new uniform, Mimi. You're going to be a great hero, I can already tell." "Thanks, Aji-san." She returned his gentle smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Hey, don't look so down. You may not have the best grades yet, but there will be plenty of chances for you to reach the top in the future. You might even be the #1 pro hero one day." "Hey, that might be going too far," Miyuki said, feeling bashful. "I'm not #1 material, Aji-san." "Not with that attitude you're not," he replied. Tsukachi lowered himself to her eye level and placed a hand on her shoulder. "You're more capable than you think, Miyuki. You have to believe in yourself. The making of a hero isn't something you're born with. I can see it in you, waiting to grow. You're already the #1 hero in my eyes." Miyuki's eyes threatened to well with tears as a bubbly warmth spread through her. "Oof." Tsukachi was caught off guard by the sudden embrace. Once he recovered, he gladly returned it. "Now," he broke the hug and gently pushed her toward the door. "Go do your best, okay?" "Okay." Miyuki jogged down the path before turning around and waving goodbye to the detective. "Bye, Aji-san." Tsukachi waved back, watching with a proud smile as Miyuki rushed off for her first day of school. She stopped by Izuku's house, and the rest of the journey was filled with a comfortable silence as they made their way to UA on the train. Miyuki took the opportunity to appreciate the blooming flowers and greenery, while she could feel the anxiety radiating off the boy beside her. "You don't have to worry, Izuku," Miyuki calmly said, plucking a leaf from a low-hanging branch. "You don't have to be scared. Everything will be fine." "See, can she read minds too?" thought the green-haired boy, a pink tint creeping onto his cheeks. "But what if something goes wrong? Or we walk into the—" Miyuki frowned as the leaf was plucked from her hands by the morning breeze as they entered the building. "We'll be fine, Izuku," she said soothingly. How do we know where we're going? Are we in the same class? Class 1A, right? Are we lost?" She showed him the map of the building, maintaining her calm composure and smile. "See? Look, we're over here. Yes, we're in the same class, Class 1A, and it's right over here. It's huge." Miyuki thought, gawking at the giant door. Why would they make them so big? Gigantification quirks? "It's so big!" Izuku exclaimed, voicing her thoughts. "Why is it so huge? Better accessibility. For taller heroes?" Miyuki guessed, her mind drifting to MT Lady. "I hope we're not in the same class as the scary people." Izuku muttered. Miyuki tried reassuring him with another smile, but she was nervous too, and she was sure it looked pitiful. She slid open the door. Is that? To us." Inside the classroom were two people, both of whom the friends recognized, Bakugo Katsuki and the diligent examinee, Ida Tenya. Miyuki internally sighed as she and Izuku took in the situation. "Don't put your feet on the desk," Tenya ordered Katsuki, who had propped his feet up on his new desk. Miyuki clutched her bag as she checked the assigned seating arrangement. "He's in my seat. Yuki-chan." Izuku watched anxiously as his friend moved toward the arguing boys. "What are you doing?" Ida and Bakugo stopped and looked to the side when the girl approached the desk. Miyuki started, bowing her head softly, her face a rosy hue. "It's nice to meet you both. Again. And my name is Shizuka." "Go away, you side character," Katsuki rudely told her. And just when I thought he would never see her again. A side character? The insult both wounded and puzzled her. Izuku was panicking. Is he going to? He wouldn't. But he would. Have you no respect for your fellow classmates? Ida barked, incredulous that he would speak so rudely to this polite young lady. It's fine, Miyuki told him, maintaining her gentle smile. I've got this. Thank you. She had encountered many bullies in her lifetime, which was why Tsukachi had her learn martial arts over the years. And if he was going to insist on being so impetuous, then Katsuki was more irked than bewildered. She was still here? At least she'd gotten Four Eyes to shut up. But Koga-kun, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. You see. Miyuki pointed at the desk his feet were on. You're in my seat. Huh? He yelled, a tick mark appearing on his head. So what? Go find another one. I'm afraid I can't do that, she said gently. It would be disrespectful to the men and women who took the time to make these seating arrangements. It was just a chair. Izuku trembled in the doorway when Katsuki stood up and towered over Miyuki. Hey, you two cut it out. Kirishima Ejuru said, trying to lessen the tension. Just give her her seat, Shiro Hanta tried. It is hers. But Katsuki rarely listened to anyone, and he rarely backed down. He glowered down at her. I'd be very grateful if you moved to your assigned desk, Miyuki continued as calmly as before. How is she doing that? Izuku was terrified for his friend. Why Yuki-chan? Kaken. Katsuki scoffed, just the tiniest bit amused. He was itching for a fight, then he... Oh yeah. He got in her face. Make me. But Koga-kun. Miyuki gasped, hands flying to her face in horror at what she just did. I'm sorry. Huh. Achiko Uraraka appeared next to Izuku. What's going on? There was a loud noise just now. Her eyes fell on the scene. No one moved, all stupefied by how quickly that fight ended. Oh, one hit, muttered Kaminari Denki, amazed once again by the girl who'd saved him. That was so manly, commented Kirishima Hiru in awe. Is he okay? Katsuki was plastered to the wall, looking dazed. Izuku was frozen in place. Tenya turned to see the green-haired boy and Uraraka standing in the large doorway, shocked. Good morning, he said casually, walking over to them as if he hadn't just witnessed his classmate get knocked down. Bakugu-kun? Miyuki rushed forward when Katsuki began to fall. She tossed her bag onto her desk and caught him before he hit the ground. Bakugu-kun. See, can you hear me? His eyes were a bit unfocused. Miyuki bit her lip. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? Getting into fights on the first day of school, Miyuki, how could you be so reckless? What if you get yourself expelled? What would Tsukachio Jaizen do? Are you alive? She poked his cheek. Katsuki's vision blurred in and out. When it finally cleared, he saw Miyuki's concerned face hovering over him. Cautiously, she scooted away as he sat up, his spiky hair casting shadows over his eyes. Miyuki reached out to him. Are you okay? She asked cautiously. Katsuki slapped her hand away. She winced. When he finally looked up, his red eyes were glaring at her. She cowered, feeling the intensity of his anger. You. He looked furious, like a cornered animal. I'll get you back for this, he shouted, getting in her face again, and Miyuki leaned back, flinching at his loud volume. Our rematch? She stammered. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends, he snapped. Katsuki's hand froze midair. Miyuki turned around and saw something she never expected to see at UA, a sleeping bag. She, Katsuki, and the other students who had arrived during her altercation watched a strange man lying in a yellow sleeping bag. The zipper was rolled down enough to reveal his face. He had scruffy black hair, a scraggly beard, and tired, baggy eyes. He reminded Miyuki of someone who had just woken up after a long night. This is the hero course, said the man, raising a pouch of juice to his lips and consuming its contents in one long sip. Then, sighing as if he would rather be anywhere else, he got to his feet and unzipped the sleeping bag all the way. He was dressed in all black, with a peculiar scarf wrapped around his neck. Miyuki's eyes widened, the boy seeing her shirt forgotten as she laid eyes on the man in front of them. Is this a dream? Okay, it took 8 seconds for you to be quiet, said her favorite underground hero in a drowsy voice. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. She didn't even notice when Katsuki released her, muttering under his breath about a rematch. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta, he introduced himself. Miyuki could barely contain her excitement. Nice to meet you. Homeroom teacher? Izuku exclaimed, flabbergasted. He was even more surprised when he saw stars in Miyuki's eyes. Who was this man? It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out into the field, Aizawa told them as he pulled out a pea uniform from his sleeping bag. Aizawa left the room, leaving them to deal with themselves. Miyuki felt deflated but instantly tensed up when she sensed a dark aura in front of her. She didn't need to look to know who it was. If the seating arrangement was correct, he would be sitting in front of her for the rest of the year. I'm going to die. Miyuki-chan. Her savior, Kyuka-Jiru, waved at her from her seat before running over and taking her hand. Jiru-chan. I'm glad to see we made it into the same class. It's really great to see you again. You too. Kyoka gently pulled her behind the other girls heading for the changing rooms. Come on, let's go before we get left behind. Why yeah? Miyuki quietly turned around from the other changing girls, nervously crossing her arms across her chest in hopes of hiding how tight the uniform really was. Out of all the clothes she wore, this one was quite thin, but at least it allowed for flexibility. Too much. When Miyuki looked down at herself as she and the other girls stepped outside, she noticed just how much more toned she was than the others. It was odd and made her feel a bit out of place. What was even more odd, though, was that when they joined the boys, there was a rather short, peculiar boy eyeing the girls as they stepped out. But he wasn't looking at their faces. No, his eyes were aimed just a bit lower. His gaze landed on Miyuki. Trailing up, his eyes widened in awe until he met her glaring green orbs. He quickly looked away. Miyuki shivered in disgust and decided to stay out of his line of sight by standing between Izuku. She folded her arms across her chest when Aizawa came over to where they were gathered and told them what they would be doing. Her arms dropped to her sides, her face filled with shock. A Quirk assessment test? But what about the entrance ceremony? Achiko asked, raising her hand and making it easier for their teacher to point her out. The ceremony? If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely activities, Aizawa replied. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, right? He held up a monitoring device. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still takes averages from results of students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Miyuki's breathing shallowed when Aizawa turned to her and Katsuki. Shizuka and Bakugyu came first and second on the practical exam, right? Miyuki glanced at her classmate. He was glaring at her, if possible, even more now. Was he upset because she'd surpassed him? This is going to be a rough year. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? He questioned. 67 meters, Katsuki replied somewhat proudly. He was no longer glaring at her, but Miyuki detected the challenging undertones directed towards her. 0.68 meters, Miyuki meekly replied. Then try doing it with your quirks, Aizawa said. He handed her a baseball, then gave one to Katsuki. You two can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Miyuki looked down at the ball in her hands, contemplating how to best utilize her quirk for this part of the test. Her Umbra technique wouldn't be effective in the bright light, but her light manipulation might just work. Do whatever we want, huh? You first, Bakugu. Then well. Katsuki replied. I'll add a blast to the pitch. He crouched down and, using his explosive quirk, tossed the ball into the air. Take this. Know your own maximum first, Aizawa said. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He held up the device, showing Katsuki's score, 705.2 meters. 705 meters? Kaminari Denki exclaimed, his blonde hair catching Miyuki's attention. He was the boy who had helped her. What's this? Mina Ishido asked cheerfully. It looks fun. We can use our quirks as much as we want. Hanta chimed in. As expected from the hero course. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa repeated bluntly. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will your attitude be like that the whole time? There was no response, all mirth and excitement faded. Shizuka, you're next. Weiss-sensei. Miyuki stepped into the circle, feeling their eyes on her, waiting in anticipation. A quiet shiver ran down her spine as she sensed a particularly intense gaze. All right, she said, spreading her legs shoulder-width apart. This one usually gets the job done. She raised one leg, toes pointed at the sky, throwing arm pulled back at a 45-degree angle, her upper body slightly twisted in that direction. She threw the ball, using a bit of her light technique, into the air. Let's go. She turned around to check her score 705.2 meters. They got the same score. They're evenly matched. So cool. I can't say I'm surprised, Rikido spoke up. Did you see the way she kicked him earlier? Miyuki returned to her spot, head down, trying to avoid Katsuki's intense glare. His hand twitched at his side before forming a fist. A strange feeling coursed through him as he watched Miyuki and Izuku talk quietly. If he wasn't careful, this girl, Deku's friend, was going to surpass him. All right, Aizawa spoke up, breaking the excited chatter once more. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and face expulsion. Izuku tensed up. Miyuki looked at him and gently patted his shoulder in reassurance. Don't worry, Izuku, she told him kindly. Give it your best. You'll be fine. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students, Aizawa said, and a chill ran down his students' spines as he looked at them intently. Welcome to UA's hero course. Miyuki felt like a hypocrite. Even though she had told Izuku he would be fine, her gut twisted into 1,000 knots at the thought of expulsion on the very first day. It was tough and to be expected of UA. After all, this was the hero course. But kicking someone out on the first day because they failed a Quirk assessment test? Even she thought that was going a bit too far. Last place will be expelled? Achiko asked, equally shocked. But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains, Aizawa started, calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered in unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, Aizawa continued, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you have got. All right, demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. Test 150-meter dash. Miyuki stood with Izuku to the side as Ida Tenya and a frog-like girl, Azuitiu, got ready at the starting line. Their speeds were being monitored by cameras provided by the school. From what she could see, Tenya had engine-like thrusters embedded into his legs, so he'd probably have an instant advantage. On your marks. Get set. Go. A small gun went off and, as she expected, Tenya zoomed into the lead and across the finish line within 3.04 seconds. He's fast, Miyuki observed, watching Tsu, whose quirk she guessed was something frog-related, hop to the finish line. 5.58 seconds. Her quirk must be frog or amphibian, Miyuki mumbled to herself. She turned to the next 2 people on the course, the nice girl Uraraka Achiko, and a boy with a pretty big tail, Ojiro Mashireo. On your marks. Get set. Go. Another gunshot went off, Miyuki flinched, and Achiko and Mashireo ran forward. Achiko seemed to loosen herself up with her quirk, but Mashireo, with his tail, still proved to be faster. Yuki-chan, are you okay? Izuku asked, noting how close they were to the bots shooting the guns. Would you like us to move? No, it's fine. Thank you, Izuku. She smiled reassuringly at him before turning to watch the next race. I have to stop getting scared at every little noise. I need to get tougher. The next 2 in line were Mina Ishido with her acid quirk and Aoyama Yuga with his naval laser. Everyone, you're not being creative enough, Yuga said, getting into position beside Mina. Unlike everyone else, he was facing backward. I'll show you what it's like to be allowed to use your quirk. When the gun went off, Yuga went into a flying start as he propelled himself with the laser shot from his belly button. However, Miyuki noticed the laser growing thinner and thinner until he fell on his back midway through the race. Mina, on the other hand, was using her acid to slide to the finish line. Smart, Miyuki thought, watching the girl finish with a good time. Yuga, on the other hand, 5.51 seconds, announced the bot. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache, Yuga said, looking pretty satisfied with his score. Everyone just looked at him, and Miyuki shrugged. Izuku, you're next, Miyuki said as her friend went to get into position. With Bakugo-kun? This was just a race. She had nothing to worry about. Sure enough, Izuku got into place beside the boy whose face seemed to be contorted in constant anger. On your marks. Get set. Go! Explosive speed. Katsuki shouted as he blasted off. Miyuki watched, trying not to flinch at the loudness of his quirk as he zoomed across the finish line. 4.13 seconds. Well, it was to be expected he would finish first. He moved pretty fast in the practical exam too. Izuku, meanwhile, wasn't using his quirk at all in fear of getting hurt and just ran normally. 7.02 seconds. Well done, Izuku, Miyuki said, lightly clapping for her friend as he returned to the sidelines. Izuku gave her a weary smile. When I use both hands, the force disperses, Katsuki said, looking at both his hands. Miyuki tilted her head, brows furrowed as she heard his analysis of his quirk. Shizuka, you're next, Aizawa said. Miyuki had an internal fangirl moment. He knows my name. Of course he does. He's my teacher. Todoroki, you too. As Miyuki walked to the same place Bakugo was in, a boy with half white and half red hair got into position next to her. Her eyes widened. Is that? She faced forward, doing her best to remain focused on the race just like her classmate. But was this the boy? Todoroki. As Shoto. With the sad eyes from all those years ago? On your marks. Get set. She was so distracted by her own thoughts she almost didn't hear the gun go off. She was panicking and ended up sprinting down the track without her quirk. Almost there. Shoto slid across the finish line on his ice before her. 3.21 seconds. Miyuki crossed after him and bent over to quickly catch her breath. 4.41 seconds. Miyuki straightened herself, and her back ached slightly. She groaned quietly, cheeks tinting a light pink as she realized she forgot to wear her special bra. Is it really him? Would he remember me? Miyuki asked herself as she searched for Shoto and found him already walking away. She jogged up to the familiar half-and-half boy. Todoroki-kun. Shoto stopped and turned around to face the black and white-haired girl. What? Miyuki looked for a flicker of recognition on his face, any sign that he remembered her. She found nothing. I just wanted to say, well done. You did really great. Does he not remember me? Thanks. Her heart sank. Is it even him? He turned and walked away. No, it is him. He has those same eyes. Yuki-chan, you did really well, Izuku said as she rejoined him on the sidelines. She smiled at him, ignoring the dejection in her heart. Thanks. The second test that morning was grip strength. Miyuki looked down at the handheld device that had been given out to all the students. It was a strange-looking device that reminded her of, oddly enough, a smartphone. She wondered if the inner workings were the same. This is only the second test, Yuki-chan, Izuku whispered fearfully, walking over to stand next to her with his own device. She gave him a small pat on the back. We trained hard these past 10 months, didn't we? You'll be just fine. Despite her best efforts to calm him, Izuku began muttering furiously, I'm sure everyone will use their quirk to produce extraordinary results. On the other hand, I possess a power that could take a toll on my body if I use it even once. Control. Even though I can visualize it in my mind, when it comes to actually using it. At the end of their quirk assessment test, Aizawa had them gather around him in the middle of the field. Miyuki stood beside Izuku, massaging her hands and arms. Thanks to her consistent training with her quirk, there were barely any cracks or tattoos on her skin. although her body tingled with signs of fatigue. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results, Aizawa began. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. First, Todoroki Shoto. Second, Shizuka Miyuki. Third, Yaoyoro Momo. Fourth, Bakugo Katsuki. Fifth, Ida Tenya. Sixth, Tokoyami Fumikage. Seventh, Shoji Mizo. Eighth, Ojiro Mashireo. Ninth, Kirishima Eju. 10th, Ashido Mina. 11th, Uraraka Achiko. 12th, Koda Koji. 13th, Sato Rikido. 14th, Azuitsu. 15th, Aoyama Yuga. 16th, Hantasiro. 17th, Kaminari Denki. 18th, Jirkyoka. 19th, Hagakure Toru. 20th, Mineta Minoru. 21st, Midoriya Izuku. Miyuki was shocked to see her name in front of everyone else's, especially in second place. She hadn't aimed for the top, probably just 4th or 5th. Sure, she was used to being at the top of her class back at Reiko, but this was the hero course. What made her feel worse, though, was that as she searched the list, she saw no sign of Izuku's name until she reached the bottom. She looked at him, and her heart sank at his defeated expression. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion, Aizawa spoke up. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. Everyone sighed. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Miyuki reached out to squeeze his shoulder, smiling softly. Of course, that was a lie, Yaoyorozu said. Everyone turned to look at her, perplexed. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. That was a little nerve-wracking, huh? Said Hanta. I'll take up the challenge anytime. Kirishima Edu held up his fist. Somehow, I don't think he was lying. Miyuki added. Aizawa seemed serious, and for a moment, it felt like he might actually expel Izuku. All the students turned to her, and she immediately became shy. I only mean that he doesn't seem like the kind of teacher to lie about that kind of thing. When she tried to avert her eyes, she found herself looking into a pair of red ones that happened to be glaring at her. Miyuki finally decided to look at her shoes. With that, we're done here, Aizawa concluded. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Thank goodness, Miyuki exhaled in relief. It's finally over. Midoriya. Aizawa held out a pass to the green-haired boy. Have the nurse check you in the infirmary. Shizuka, go with him. Make sure he doesn't hurt himself on the way. He already figured us out. Miyuki whispered, quietly having a fangirl moment. As expected of the pro-hero, erase her head. She realized he was still looking at her. Embarrassed, she turned to him and bowed deeply. Weiss-sensei. Aizawa started to walk away. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself. Come on, Izuku. Miyuki motioned for them to leave the field. Let's go have your finger checked. Izuku nodded and followed her into the school building. A comfortable silence spread over them as they headed to the infirmary, but it didn't last long. I can't believe I did so bad on the first day, Izuku mumbled. Looks like I'm going to have to start from the bottom. All the more reason for you to work hard, she told him honestly. I know it's the last thing you want to hear, but it kind of makes sense that you came in last. And I'm not saying this to be rude or anything, or just because you got your quirk. Izuku turned to her, surprised at her words. What do you mean, Yuki-chan? I only mean that I know how you feel, having just gotten your quirk. It's exciting, right? Only, you shouldn't rely on it too much. Strengthen your body and mind, too, as you strengthen your quirk. Most importantly, don't let everything people say get to you. I know words hurt, but it's important you don't let them change who you are. He looked down thoughtfully. You're right, he muttered. He looked up at her, a quizzical expression knitting his brows together. Yuki-chan. Is that why you confronted Ka-chan? Oh. Aha. Miyuki sheepishly scratched her cheek. No. He was sitting at my desk. Izuku exclaimed, shocked by her reason. Before he could ask any more questions about why she had confronted his childhood friend, she knocked on the door of the infirmary. Come in. Miyuki slid the door open and bowed to the elderly lady before stepping aside to let Izuku in, and he handed her the slip. Your quirk hurt you again? Recovery Girl asked when she saw the reason for his visit. Sit down. Miyuki stood off to the side as he sat down on the stool in front of Recovery Girl and held out his injured finger. She inspected it before giving it a gentle kiss. Wow, it's healed! Izuku exclaimed in awe, holding up his finger. Then his body slackened, and he became tired, as if he'd just gotten out of bed. But I suddenly feel very tired. My quirk can only STMLT a person's healing ability, Recovery Girl explained. Healing requires stamina. If you keep getting major injuries, you'll just use too much stamina and end up feeling worse, so be careful. I'll end up feeling worse? Izuku shouted as Recovery Girl handed him and Miyuki some jellies to replenish their energy. She accepted them gratefully and popped a green one into her mouth while Izuku's finger got bandaged. It tastes like a lime cough drop. What a day, huh? Miyuki stretched her arms as she and Izuku left the school building. They were both back in their school uniforms. A butterfly landed on the tip of Miyuki's nose. When she sneezed, it didn't fly away. I'm so tired. Izuku groaned, swaying a bit on his feet as he dragged himself across the courtyard. I'm going to collapse. She giggled. So dramatic. You won't collapse, Izuku, she said with a small smile. The butterfly flapped its wings, obstructing her vision a bit. She tried scrunching her nose, but it still refused to go. Is it tired like Izuku? She held out her finger. It fluttered onto it. She looked over her shoulder when she heard someone approaching from behind them. Ida-kun? Shizuka-kun. He greeted her before turning to look at Izuku's bandaged finger. Is your finger healed? Yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl, the green-haired boy replied. Miyuki tried not to act surprised when Tenya started walking down the courtyard with his two friends. I was really impressed by Aizawa-sensei, Tenya said. I thought, this is the best of the best. I didn't expect a teacher to encourage us with a falsehood. Miyuki raised her hand slightly, unsure why, and said, I don't think he was lying. He was really paying close attention to all of us. If he wasn't happy with us, some of us definitely would have been cut off. Is that so? Tenya mused, rubbing his chin before smiling widely. But I must say, Shizuka-kun, I was very impressed with the martial arts technique you displayed this morning. Although what you did to Bakugo-kun was a bit much, it was quite powerful. Miyuki felt a bit uncomfortable that he still remembered that incident. Would she be known for that for the rest of her time at UA? The disciplinarian? The Bakugo basher? The Katsuki kicker? She hoped not. Thank you, Ida-kun, she responded sheepishly. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know what I was thinking back there. Hey, you three. Tenya, Miyuki, and Izuku turned around to see Achiko rushing up to them. Going to the station? She asked. Wait for me. Uraraka-san. Izuku exclaimed, surprised. She finally reached them and doubled over, breathing heavily. Miyuki gently patted her back. You're the Infinity Girl, Tenya pointed out. Achiko straightened herself and nodded. I'm Uraraka Achiko, she introduced herself. You're Ida Tenya-kun, you're Shizuka Miyuki-chan, and you're Midoriya Deku-kun, right? Deku? Izuku exclaimed, surprised. Huh? Achiko asked. But during the fitness test, Bakugo said, Deku, you be Esther D, right? Miyuki chuckled behind her hand at Achiko's impression of Katsuki. My real name is Izuku, but Deku is what Kachan calls me to tease me. Izuku trailed off, sweating. An insult? Tenya inquired. Oh, is that right? Achiko asked, surprised. Sorry, but Deku sounds like the Japanese word for, you can do it. So I kinda like it. I'm Deku, Izuku declared, blushing deeply at Achiko. Miyuki raised an eyebrow, a small smirk playing on her lips as she looked between the two. Is it like that already? She muttered to herself. Midoriya-kun? Tenya was shocked. You're accepting it too easily. Wasn't that an insult? It's like a Copernican revolution. Izuku replied, hiding his blushing face behind his hands. Miyuki chuckled, redirecting the attention away from him. We should probably get going now, yeah? We wouldn't want to be late for the next train and worry our families by getting home too late. Plus, we have to prepare for the upcoming week, she said softly, glancing at her wristwatch. Disciplined and punctual. As expected of the number 2 student. Tenya said loudly, and Miyuki blushed. Miyuki felt rejuvenated and high-spirited for her second day in the hero course. The first day had been tough, as expected from the top school in Japan, and she made sure to come to class this morning fired up with a positive attitude. Pepperhead, which was disrupted when she slid open Class 1A's door and was greeted by the fiery presence of Bakugo Katsuki. He would have marched right up to her if it weren't for Edru and Tenya holding him back. "Fight me," he demanded, steam practically coming out of his ears. "I want a rematch. I wasn't ready that time." Miyuki felt a bead of sweat form. "Bakugo-kun, you must calm down," Tenya urged. Katsuki almost broke free but tightened his grip. "It is bad practice to raise your voice in the classroom. I'll crush you." Miyuki responded quietly, walking up to the trio. "Ida-kun, Kirishima-kun, please let him go. Why, you might be hurting him." "But if we let him go, he'll hurt you," Edru said, slightly concerned for her. "No, I'll be fine. I promise." She gave the 2 boys a close-eyed smile before bowing gently. "Thank you for looking out for me." Edru and Tenya reluctantly let Katsuki go. Once free, he grinned wickedly and raised his hand, crackling with energy. "I apologize for hitting you yesterday, Bakugo-kun." Miyuki remained bowed, a pink tint on her cheeks. "Please accept this as part of my apology." She tentatively held out a pack of daifuku. Their classmates watched in anticipation. "Please. Accept it," Denki prayed, tears comically welling in his eyes. Katsuki looked down at the package being offered to him. What? Save that sort of stuff for Deku." Katsuki glared at her. "I'm not going to accept your pathetic apology until I crush you." Miyuki straightened herself and sighed, placing a hand on her cheek as she looked at her favorite treats scattered on the floor. It was quite a heartbreaking sight. "I was afraid you'd say that." She pursed her lips. "I suppose it's why. I'm going to have to reject your offer, Bakugo-kun." Before he could respond, Miyuki went to pick up her daifuku. Katsuki watched her as she knelt on the ground and carefully picked up each one, bewildered and frustrated. "This girl is seriously getting on my nerves. Who does she think she is?" Once she had picked them all up, Miyuki returned to her seat and carefully placed the daifuku away in her bag. She hated to do it, but "I'll throw it away later. It was the last batch." Katsuki scoffed under his breath, hands in his pockets, as he went to his desk directly in front of her. "This isn't over," he muttered threateningly as he glared at her. Miyuki could only pout and look away. The doors to Class 1A opened again. Izuku stepped into the class, freshly returned from the bathroom, and paused. The air was rather charged. "Huh?" he asked, confused by the heavy atmosphere. "What's going on?" Their first class of the day was English, taught by Present Mike, which caught Miyuki slightly off guard. Even though they were in the hero course, having regular classes, especially those taught by her favorite heroes, sent a rush of excitement through her. "Which of these English sentences is wrong?" Present Mike asked, pointing at the blackboard as he turned to his students. "Everybody heads up. Let's get the party started. The man whom I respect most is my father. B. That is the house in which he lived. C. I well remember the day on which we both met. D. Please tell me that all you know." Miyuki glanced over the sentences and raised her hand. "Okay, Shizuka, come on." Present Mike shouted. Miyuki shot up and gave a quick bow to thank him for selecting her. "Why, since the incorrect answer is D, the relative pronoun that should either be omitted or replaced with all." Correct. Lunch was quite fascinating as it was prepared by the cook hero, Lunch Rush. Izuku ate with stars in his eyes. Finally, afternoon arrived, and everyone waited in eager anticipation for their next class, Hero Basic Training. Miyuki wondered who would be teaching them. So far, she'd seen almost all of her favorite heroes, but a few were still missing. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Miyuki turned with her classmates to see All Might make his entrance in the doorway, in his muscle form, of course. It's All Might! Denki exclaimed. Wow, he really is a teacher. Ejiru shouted. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Tsuyu observed. The style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps, said Mashireo. Miyuki watched with a small smile as All Might walked to the teacher's desk. It was different seeing him in a classroom setting rather than on a beach. That might have contributed to her dampened excitement compared to her classmates. I teach hero basic training, All Might informed them. It is a subject where you train in various ways to learn the fundamentals of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. Today, we will focus on combat training. Combat. Katsuki growled in anticipation. Training? Izuku stammered, uncertain. The rest of the class began to chatter excitedly about the upcoming lesson. Combat. Miyuki mumbled, excitement and anticipation bubbling from her gut to her chest, breaking into a wide smile. She was looking forward to this. It would provide great insight into how her quirk works against opponents with different abilities and in various environments. And to go with that are these. All Might pointed at a section of the wall. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. They turned to where he was pointing and saw several lockers extending from the wall, containing their hero costumes. I can't wait to see what they did with my costume, Miyuki thought, buzzing with as much excitement as her classmates at the prospect of seeing their hero costumes. After you change, gather in ground beta. All Might instructed before leaving them to get changed. Do you know what your costume looks like, Izuku? Miyuki asked, carrying her case with both hands as they and everyone left the classroom for the changing rooms. Yeah, my mother made it for me. It looks really good. I can't wait to see it then. What about yours, Yuki-chan? She hummed. I designed it after my favorite hero, so I think it looks pretty cool. I hope it came out well. She found out soon enough. Miyuki looked down at herself. The material was soft, durable, and breathable. The tights and boots covered her legs, at least. But it's tighter than I thought it would be. The sleeveless jacket hugged her upper body closely, leaving little to the imagination. The shorts at least went past her waist, and the gas mask hung securely around her neck. When she looked at the other girls, she felt a bit relieved to see she wasn't alone in her skin-tight costume. Well, except for Kyoka, who was wearing a casual outfit. I wonder why it is that female heroes wear tight costumes. Doesn't that make it easier to get uncomfortable? Is it to distract the villain in a fight? Miyuki shook herself out of her thoughts before she went too far, her cheeks tinted a light pink. It was best not to dwell on such things too deeply. She called softly as she opened the door. She was the only one done changing. I'll be heading out now. See you guys outside. Achiko seemed to be the only one to have heard her. Oh, you're fast, Yuki-chan. And you look so cool, she said as she pulled on one of her boots. Thanks, Uraraka-san. I like your costume too. Thanks. Would you? Miyuki watched as the girl struggled with the other boot. Like some help. No, but thank you for the offer, Achiko said politely. See you out there. Miyuki left the changing rooms and joined those who had already finished outside. It was mostly the boys, and she first spotted Shoto, Koji, Shoji, and Fumikage there. She thought about going over to speak with them, but something about the way they stood told her they wanted to keep to themselves. Next, she saw the boy with the plain face, Shirohanta, and the guy she met during the entrance exam, Kaminari Denki. The two boys waved at her, light blushes on their faces, and she waved back at them. Then there was the miniature hero, Mineta Minoru, who was staring at her costume, his face turning deeper shades of red as his eyes kept wandering. Miyuki scrunched her nose and looked away. Yuki-chan. The black and white-haired girl turned around and saw Achiko running up to her. Yuki-chan, I'm so embarrassed, she said when she reached Miyuki. Miyuki looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? I forgot to mention how tight I wanted my costume. It's tight. I still think it looks lovely on you, Uraraka-san, she reassured, making the brunette blush under her gaze. Don't worry too much about it. Thank you so much, Yuki-chan. Achiko rubbed the back of her neck. Can I call you that? I heard Deku-kun calling you that too. Of course you can. Can I call you Achiko-chan then? Yeah, absolutely. Uraraka-kun, Shizuka-kun, Tenya said, approaching the two smiling girls. Miyuki's eyes widened when she saw his costume. I like your costume, Ida-kun, she said. Then she tapped her chin. It reminds me of someone. Were you inspired by Dash? They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. All Might address them, catching the attention of the class. Be fully aware. From now on you are heroes. That's great, everyone. You all look fantastic. Now, shall we begin, you young heroes? Oh, Miyuki said when she saw Izuku approaching in a green full-body jumpsuit that had a red belt, gloves, elbow and knee pads, and his red boots. What is he wearing? Why you look good, Izuku, she said as he reached them. Thanks, Yuki-chan. Izuku grinned behind the respirator, which resembled All Might's grin. Miyuki looked at the protrusions coming from the top of his head, which happened to be styled like All Might's hair. Oh, Deku, Achiko said once she saw who Miyuki was speaking to. Uraraka-san. He blushed and awkwardly hid behind his friend. That looks cool, Achiko said to him. Really down to earth. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing. The hero course is the best, Minoru said suddenly, giving a thumbs up. Miyuki immediately looked away, her gaze landing on All Might. His eyes drifted over to Izuku, and it seemed he recognized the inspiration for his costume, trying to hold back a laugh as he quickly turned away. Now, it's time for combat training, All Might announced, capturing everyone's attention. Sensei. Tenya's hand shot up. This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? Now, we're going to move ahead 2 steps, the pro-hero replied. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals in this society filled with heroes, truly cunning villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and engage in 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training? Tenya inquired. This is a real battle to understand those basics. All Might responded. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just defeat. How will wins and losses be determined? Minoru asked. Can we still fight them? Katsuki asked. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? Achiko asked. How will we be split up? Tenya inquired again. Isn't this cape amazing? Yuga asked, holding his cape proudly. Miyuki squinted her eyes. It was dazzlingly bright. I'll answer all your questions, All Might said. Now listen here. He pulled out a script. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of it. The heroes need to catch the villains or retrieve the nuclear weapon within the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the entire duration or capture the heroes. All Might pulled out a box. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so randomly? Tenya asked. All Might paused and Miyuki spoke up. Before she could think twice. It's common for pro-heroes to work together in the event of a sudden villain assault, regardless of their agencies. Miyuki blushed as she realized everyone was now listening to her. I think All Might Sensei is trying to teach us to work well with whomever we're partnered with. To give us that experience. I see, Tenya said. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness. He bowed deeply. I should have expected nothing less of a refined explanation from the number 2 student. Why, you don't have to keep pointing that out, Ida-kun. Miyuki felt an intense glare at the back of her head. Just a peek out of the corner of her vision revealed a pair of red eyes looking their way, sending a chill down her spine. It's fine, All Might said, relieved. Let's do this quickly. The students each walked up to the box to draw their piece of paper. Miyuki's turn came towards the end, after nearly everyone had picked their teams. She reached into the box and pulled out her slip. Oh! She looked around to see if anyone had drawn the same as her. She walked up to Izuku. Izuku, are you Team D? No, he responded, disappointment evident in his voice. I'm Team A. It's a shame. I was hoping we could work together. Deku-kun, did I hear you say you're Team A? Achiko asked, running over to the pair of friends, waving her piece of paper. Me too. What about you, Yuki-chan? What team are you in? Team D. Miyuki replied. I should go find my partner. See you guys soon. She walked away from them. Most students were already paired up, while others were still searching for their partners, just like her. Among those still looking were Tenya, Kyoka, Denki, Shoto, and Katsuki. Team D, Team D, Team D, Team D. She was so focused on her search that she bumped into someone's back. Oh, I'm sorry. Please excuse me, Bokugu-kun. The person she bumped into, Katsuki, turned around, scowling. Watch where you're going, idiot, he gruffly told her, then stole a glance at the paper clutched in her gloved hands. Slowly, his eyes widened. What is this? What is it now? Miyuki looked at him curiously, wondering what she had done now. She followed his gaze. There's no way. The W-E. She looked at his paper, her hands trembling. Team D. Are on the same team. Looks like we're on the same team. She tried to sound cheerful. Let's do our best, Bakugan. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Miyuki's shoulders slumped under the weight of the dark aura surrounding him. What cruel twist of fate is this? As All Might continued explaining the rules of the combat training exercise, Miyuki struggled to come to terms with the fact that she was on the same team as the boy who had once threatened her. No, not literally. She wondered how they would work together. She was used to training beside Izuku and sometimes on her own. Would they even make it through the first half of the match? How could they find common ground and work side by side? Miyuki looked over her classmates, silently assessing them. It depended on who they were up against, too. Momo and Shoto were recommended students, which meant facing either one would be a significant challenge. In such a case, they would most likely have to find a way to set aside their differences to win. If it was someone like Minoru, Miyuki sighed. What was she thinking? Working together based on the strength of their opponents? She was giving herself false hope, but there had to be a way for them to collaborate successfully in this exercise. The first two teams to fight. All Might pulled out two ball, one from the hero box and another from the villain box. That will be these guys. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room. Yes, sir. Miyuki watched as everyone who wasn't participating walked off to the monitor room, leaving her with her partner and the hero team. She looked over at Team A Izuku and Achiko. The brunette smiled determinedly and waved at her. Let's both do our best, Yuki-chan. Don't hold back. Why? You too, Achiko-chan. Katsuki rolled his eyes, his gaze landing on Izuku, who was sharing a smile with his friend. Were you making a fool out of me the entire time? The green-haired boy felt a chill as he sensed Katsuki's glare. He quickly looked away, feeling unsettled. Izuku, you're really cool. Let's be heroes. Izuku clenched his fist, facing Katsuki with determination, which only seemed to infuriate the ash-blonde boy further. Miyuki observed the childhood friends. There was a palpable tension between them. This is more than just an exercise for them, isn't it? She faced forward, her lips pursed. A faded rivalry? All Might returned to the four students. Villain team, go in first and set up. All Might instructed Katsuki and Miyuki before turning to Izuku and Achiko. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Yes, sir. Izuku, Achiko, and Miyuki replied. All Might led the four students down the path toward one of the many buildings in ground beta. He opened the front door for Miyuki and Katsuki to enter. Young Miyuki, young Bakugo, learned to think from the perspective of the villains. All Might advised them. This is pretty close to a real battle. Don't be afraid to give it your all. Yes, All Might Sensei. Miyuki responded. Katsuki remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. Think like a villain. She smiled to herself. Ironic. If things go too far, I will stop it, All Might warned them. Yes, sir. Miyuki said again as she and Katsuki entered the building. Silence enveloped them as they climbed the building's floors. Miyuki took the opportunity to observe her surroundings. The walls and ground were plain cement and concrete, with rows of black lockers in some areas. There were also plenty of windows. Treat it like a real battle. She frowned, glancing down at her palms. I hope I won't have to use it. But if the situation arises where I have to choose between my team and Izuku and Achiko. Miyuki clenched her hand and looked at Katsuki, who was walking ahead. She noticed his costume, a black sleeveless tank top with an orange X across his chest and back, a jagged mask with orange-rimmed flares, a metallic brace around his neck, and large bomb-like gauntlets on his lower arms. It gave her the impression of being near an ammunition depot, and in this environment, she felt somewhat villainous beside him. Although, she wondered what those gauntlets were for. A support item? Other than that, Katsuki was quiet. It was strange. She was used to his loudness, his demands and threats. The absence of his boisterous behavior almost allowed her to relax. Is he thinking of a strategy? He had been nothing short of rash and aggressive in their previous encounters. At least, that's what one would observe on the surface. He couldn't have gotten into UA with brute strength and powerful combat ability alone. Miyuki narrowed her eyes in contemplation. He's definitely cooking up something and not sharing it. Then again, he doesn't seem like the share my thoughts type. It must have something to do with Izuku. Katsuki glanced over his shoulder and noticed Miyuki walking behind him, a curious look on her face as she seemed deep in thought. A strategy? He looked away. She had placed first in the entrance exam. Her score was double his points. Miyuki was strong. Small and timid like that nerd, but strong enough to beat him. Katsuki clenched his fist. But this was not the time or place. Miyuki and Katsuki reached the floor where the faux bomb was located. It was black, designed like a rocket, and stood in the middle of an empty room filled only with stone pillars. It looked so real. Miyuki muttered, reaching out to knock against the bomb. Oh, it's made of papier-mâché. She turned around. Katsuki stood in the middle of the room, silent and still. Bakugu-kun. He looked over his shoulder at her. She took that as a good sign and continued. I think. Miyuki furrowed her brows, her hand glancing over the faux doomsday device. Should I say it? What if it fails? You should believe in yourself more. That's right, believe in yourself, Miyuki. You can do this. I have a plan, she said confidently. Katsuki turned back around. He ignored me. Bakugu-kun. She knew she was annoying him, but 5 minutes wasn't a lot of time. I don't expect us to be friends all of a sudden, but for now, we're stuck together. Please listen to what I have to say. Deku has a quirk, doesn't he? He's not listening to me either. What's the point? Yeah, she softly replied. It carries a lot of risk though. Miyuki noticed his shoulders tense. What? That's right, you're always angry with him. Miyuki shook her head, the chopsticks in her hair glistening in the sunlight streaming through the window. She picked up 2 of them and twirled them expertly in her hand, brainstorming a strategy she could execute on her own if her teammate wouldn't cooperate. Hey! Miyuki looked up, pausing her movements. Katsuki glanced back at her, his expression clouded with anger but not directed at her. I'll only listen if it's worth my time, he said, his tone sharp and intense. What's your plan? Now, let's begin the indoor combat training with Team A and Team D. We've successfully infiltrated. Izuku and Achiko jumped in through the window. There are still many blind spots, Izuku said seriously. So let's stay alert. They surveyed their surroundings before cautiously moving into a dark corridor, their bodies tense. I still can't control one for all, so I can't use it on anyone. If I do, I might hurt them. We just have to rely on my current power and Uraraka's zero gravity. Yuki-chan can blend into shadows, Izuku informed Achiko as they turned down another dark corridor. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the darkness. But it wasn't Miyuki. Boom. Izuku tackled Achiko out of the way of Katsuki's explosive attack. Uraraka, are you okay? Izuku asked, quickly sitting up. Why yeah, thanks. Achiko looked at him, concerned. Half of his mask was damaged. Deku. It's fine. Just a scratch. Upstairs, Miyuki leaned against the bomb as the ground trembled beneath her. She frowned. He's early. What did she expect? Katsuki was always unpredictable. And she could respect that. Come on, Deku, don't dodge. Katsuki cleared the last of the smoke. Izuku slowly stood up. I figured you'd come for me first. A surprise attack, huh? Miyuki nodded, hands on her hips. We're villains, right? Villains enjoy those kinds of strategies. Katsuki charged at them with a fierce look, preparing another blast. I won't cause enough damage to stop this fight, but I'll get close. And if I don't? Katsuki scoffed. Miyuki smiled, holding her chopsticks. Then I'll take it from there. Izuku rushed in and grabbed Katsuki's arm mid-swing. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock and anger as Izuku pulled him over his shoulder. What's with this guy? Did he predict my moves? Miyuki scanned her surroundings as she moved around the area. When another explosion rocked the ground, she sighed. Maybe I should have gone ahead instead? No, she needed to trust Katsuki. But is he fighting to win? Or to overpower Izuku? Miyuki pursed her lips, recalling the look in his eyes before he left. Both, most likely. Yeah, there was no way she could stop him. She turned on her earpiece, ready to ask for an update when. Kachan. Izuku's voice came through, sounding frustrated. You usually start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you? Miyuki's eyes softened at his words. He admired the guy who was always angry with him? I wrote an analysis of all the heroes I thought were amazing in my book, Izuku continued, in the notebook you destroyed and threw away. My Deku isn't always going to mean useless. Kachan. My tada means, you can do it. Izuku. Miyuki stared into space as if he were right there. She could hear the emotion in his voice. Deku. Katsuki sounded angrier than before. Even though you're scared. That's what I hate about you. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Then relaxed as understanding dawned on her. Bakugu-kun. Her voice was too soft for him to hear, but apparently his hearing was as sharp as her vision. Stay focused and defend, idiot. Miyuki flinched at his loud voice. She turned off her earpiece, plunging into silence. Standing in the middle of the space, she glanced at the bomb behind her. There's not much I can do in the meantime, is there? She twirled her chopsticks and walked around, being cautious of the blind spots and shadows cast by the pillars. Another tremor shook the ground, causing small pieces of debris to fall from the ceiling. It wasn't long before another tremor followed. Miyuki felt a bead of sweat roll down her forehead. He's not sticking to the plan anymore, is he? She sighed. From the brief conversation she'd overheard, it was clear this was more than just a class. Exercise for Katsuki and Izuku. There was a deeper history between the childhood friends than she realized. A lot of unresolved emotions that were now surfacing in destructive ways. Especially for Katsuki. Achiko crept quietly toward the location of the bomb, hiding behind a wall and peeking out. There it is. Miyuki stood in front of it, unaware of her presence. Now I just have to inform Deku and hide until he arrives. Miyuki sighed. Huh. The black and white-haired girl noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye. She turned around. Achiko-chan. I've been discovered. The brunette stepped out from her hiding spot, her gaze falling on the large weapon looming behind her friend. Miyuki frowned. This is why we make plans. But there's still time. You finally found me, Achiko-chan, I mean hero. Miyuki attempted to look intimidating with an exaggerated scowl. She's taking this so seriously, Achiko thought. Cute. Hi, Yuki-chan. Sorry, but I'm going for that bomb over there. Miyuki got into a fighting stance at her words. You can try. Hero. I can't, this is too cute. Achiko squealed internally before activating her earpiece. Deku-kun. Uraraka-san. How's it going? Yuki-chan found me, she explained quietly, watching as Miyuki stood ready with her chopsticks. This definitely wasn't going to be easy. Sorry. Right now she's... Where are you? The middle of the 5th floor. Almost directly above. Miyuki didn't relax her stance. Slowly, she walked toward Achiko as her conversation with Izuku ended. She pointed her chopstick at her. So, what's it going to be, hero? Will you fight me or defuse the bomb? There isn't much time left. You better choose. Fast. I'm getting better at this. Miyuki mentally cheered for herself. She's right. Achiko realized, beads of sweat rolling down her face as she prepared for a fight. There probably isn't much time left. So that means I have to... Achiko jumped out of the way as Miyuki's hair stick struck the ground right where she had been standing. She's fast. She narrowly avoided another one aimed at her torso. Thank goodness these are blunt. I think I threw that other one a bit too hard. Miyuki breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She picked the 2 other hair sticks from her hair and charged at Achiko. Huh. Miyuki's eyes widened as her friend slid between her legs, completely evading her and heading straight for the weapon. No. Achiko reached for the bomb, adrenaline coursing through her as she neared it. This is it. It's within reach. What? She reached out to touch it, but her eyes widened as the shadows dissipated into the air. It wasn't real? Sorry, Achiko-kun, Miyuki said softly. Black tattoos were crawling up her arm, and her skin tingled. I have to be more careful. It took a lot out of me just making that one. Achiko noticed how heavily Miyuki was breathing, the dark marks on her skin, and the beads of sweat rolling down her face. Her eyes seemed darker now too. But that would have been too easy, right? Behind Miyuki, the real bomb was revealed as her iridescent veil vanished. Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to hurt him? Achiko and Miyuki froze. Izuku. The whole building shook. What was that just now? Achiko asked. Yuki-chan. I don't know, Miyuki answered, her features contorted in concern. But... Young man. Young Midoriya. Bakugo-kun. Are you and Izuku alright? Miyuki asked, her earpiece on. There was no response. Did he throw it away? Achiko seized the opportunity and ran up to Miyuki, palms open. Miyuki barely dodged her hand. The fight was back on. Young Bakugo, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight and your team will lose. Attacking on such a large scale invites destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You will lose a lot of points for it. Go to the pillars by the windows. Over and out. Izuku instructed Achiko through the earpiece. The brunette paused her advance momentarily. Miyuki looked at her curiously. Achiko-chan. The girl ran to the other side of the room and hugged a pillar. Huh. What's the smash? Miyuki dove out of the way and shielded herself as an overwhelming force tore a hole through the ground, collapsing most of the floor and sending debris flying everywhere. I can't see. Improvised special move. Comet home run. Miyuki gasped and her eyes shot open when pieces of debris came hurtling towards her. She ducked, missing some of them, but not all, as some tore her costume and hit her body. Retrieved. She looked over her shoulder and saw Achiko hugging the weapon. Her heart sank. Did I fail? There was no time for her to be disappointed, however, as she looked down the enormous craters going through every floor. There was only one person capable of doing this. Izuku. He used one for all. Miyuki's eyes widened. That means... Forgetting her injuries, the black and white-haired girl shot for the stairs and ran down them as quickly as Tenya. Izuku. Time's up. Hero team. Wins. She arrived just in time to catch the boy before he hit the hard ground and potentially hurt his already injured body. She pushed back his curly green hair, revealing his bruised face. He was breathing fine. Unconscious, but he was fine. Miyuki's tense muscles relaxed. Thank goodness. She laid him gently on the ground. Her brows furrowed when she heard strained breathing. Turning around, she saw Katsuki standing there, still as the air. His eyes were fixed on the green-haired boy. But something's wrong. Miyuki climbed to her feet and approached him, being careful not to get too close. Bakugo-kun. Tentatively, she placed a hand on his shoulder. He didn't move. He's breathing too fast. A panic attack? Bakugo-kun, look at me. Hey, look at me. To her surprise, he did. I need you to breathe with me. Then, unsurprisingly, Katsuki swatted her hand off of him. Don't touch me, he snarled at her, and Miyuki flinched back, the back of her hand stinging from his hit. He turned to walk away from her and Izuku. Don't touch me like that ever again. I don't need your pity. Miyuki sighed, running her hand through her bangs. She raised her other hand and looked down at it as smoke began emanating from her fingertips. I've never had to use it before. She looked back towards her teammate as he continued to angrily march away from them, the muscles of his shoulders and back tight with tension and unease. His hardened eyes darted downwards. When he suddenly caught the scent of spicy food. His brows furrowed deeply, noticing the fog around him. What the hell? He asked himself, the scent becoming stronger. Where did this? And I don't ever want to use it this way again, but... Settle down, Miyuki whispered, a conflicted expression drawn across her features. She pursed her lips as Katsuki went rigid, his body slackening as the tension left him. Soon he too collapsed to the ground. That you looked like you needed help. End of second day. Miyuki took a deep breath and exhaled as she stretched her sore arms. Are you all right, Yuki-chan? Izuku asked, slowing down. He noticed the sleeve of her gray blazer slip slightly, revealing the bandages underneath. Yeah, I'm fine. Now go before you miss your chance. Miyuki gently nudged the green-haired boy forward, encouraging him to catch up to Katsuki, who was about to leave the school premises. All right. Izuku jogged ahead to the ash-blonde boy, while Miyuki ambled behind, enjoying the warm silence of the early afternoon. Kaken. What? Katsuki snapped, turning around to see the last person he wanted to confront. A pink butterfly landed on Miyuki's bandaged cheek, and she smiled, wondering if it was giving her a kiss. There's one thing I feel like I have to tell you, Izuku said as Miyuki caught up to him, the butterfly still perched on her cheek. My quirk is something I received from someone else. Huh? Katsuki replied, his frustration evident. Miyuki's heart raced with concern. Is he about to say what I think he is? I can't say who I got it from, though. Izuku quickly added. I won't say. But it's like a story out of comic books, except it's true. On top of that, I can't control it properly. It's just a borrowed power I haven't made my own yet. That's why I tried beating you without using it. Katsuki trembled with frustration and anger. Miyuki's brows furrowed in concern as the butterfly flew away. What the hell is that? Katsuki demanded. Borrowed power? What are you trying to do? Make me look like more of a fool than I already do. Huh? What are you trying to say? Today I lost to you. That's all it was. That's all. As I watched the ice sky, I thought, I can't beat him. It's foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. Damn it. I ended up agreeing with what that girl said. Damn it. You too, Pepperhead. I'm just getting started. You here. Here, I will become number one. You won't beat me again, Mr. D. Miyuki's heart ached when she saw him cry out in frustration as he turned away. She stepped forward. There he is. Young. Bakugo. Her bangs flew into her face as All Might rushed past them. When he reached Katsuki, he placed his large hand on the boy's shoulder, stopping him. Just so you know, pride is important, All Might said, gazing into the pastel sky. You definitely have the abilities needed to become a pro. You still have a lot of. Let go of me, All Might. Katsuki interrupted roughly. I can walk. I'm going to become a hero that surpasses even you without you telling me. Huh? All Might looked down at the boy. Right. He released him, and Katsuki walked off. The three of them watched him go. All Might and Izuku did, at least. Miyuki ran to catch up with him. Yuki-chan. Izuku started to call, worried something bad might happen if she followed after Katsuki, but was cut off as All Might placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him from following her. All Might? Let her go, young Midoriya, All Might told him, watching as the young girl disappeared around the corner. Young Miyuki is someone who sees with more than just her eyes. But Kaken? The pro-hero nodded in silent understanding. This is something they both need right now. Katsuki was wiping away the last of his tears when he heard the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. But Kogu-kun. He kept walking. But Kogu-kun. He gritted his teeth. Why couldn't he just be left alone today? But Kogu-kun. What? He finally stopped and glared over his shoulder. Miyuki caught up to him, bending over her knees. Her hands balled into fists as she remained in that position. I lost too today, she said, catching her breath. It wasn't just you. I came up with that plan in the first place. Katsuki turned away. Get over yourself. Just listen to me, will you? He froze, eyes wide in shock at her usually soft voice raised so loudly. I did it. Because I was trying to prove myself to you. Because I was trying to prove myself to someone else who said I was capable of being the #1 hero. She straightened up. You and Izuku both have such unrivaled ambition. I only ever want to prove myself to people like you, who can never believe in me so that I can. I can believe in myself. But how does that even work? She smiled sadly, pushing back her bangs. I don't want to anymore. I'm going to learn to do it for myself. Accept my own strength so that I never lose again. She exhaled. That's why. I'm accepting your rematch. Katsuki turned around completely. Miyuki stood with a determined look on her face. She's being serious. He smirked. Finally. He raised his hand as it warmed. But Miyuki raised hers too, stopping him. We can't fight it out. What? What the hell's the point then? We're both still recovering, Bakukun, Miyuki pointed out, motioning to the two of them. That's why I propose we have the first match at the arcade. The arcade, no way. He growled angrily and turned around. That place is for nerds. There's no way I'm going to fight you in some stupid video game. With his mind made up, he began walking away. Idiot. What the hell is she thinking? That's fine then, Miyuki said teasingly. I understand after suffering one loss, I wouldn't be so quick for the next one either. Katsuki stopped walking, a tick mark appearing on his forehead. Like a rusted gear, he turned around to look at her. Miyuki was walking back, waving at him over her shoulder. Bye, Bakugu-kun. See you at school tomorrow, Hey. Katsuki grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. You think you're smarter than me, Pepperhead? Huh? He clicked his tongue as he began pulling her along. You talk too much. And me. You said a lot more than I did. Shut up. Don't say such rude things, Bakugo-kun. You said the same thing, dumb. Now shut up. Miyuki sighed. She released herself from his grip and walked beside him despite his longer legs and larger strides. You're such a firecracker, Bakugo-kun. I said shut up. Katsuki and Miyuki walked in relative silence the rest of the way, the early afternoon sun following them as if on a ride to the arcade. The place they were going to was located near Katsuki and Izuku's neighborhood and was a good 15-minute walk to Miyuki's house. It had neon lights on its sign, displaying the numbers 9-5, along with manga bookshop. Here we are. The doors slid open, and they stepped into a well-air-conditioned dark space. There were multiple rows of video game machines, and at the very back, what looked like a merchandise shop. Katsuki huffed and shoved his hands in his pockets. So, let's get started. Miyuki hummed as they walked past the machines, searching for a good game to begin with. This one. She stopped in front of a car racing game. Looks simple enough, right? Let's just get this over with. Katsuki grumbled. As they started playing, it was indeed as Miyuki said, simple. Just like during the first parts of their combat training exercise, there was silence between them, interrupted only by the sounds of button mashing and twisting joysticks. Miyuki was intensely focused on the game, her eyes fixed on the screen, while Katsuki stared blankly at the zipping multicolored cars, his patience wearing thin every time he crossed the finish line. This is so stupid. There, I win, Katsuki said dully. Now let's go have a real match so I can crush you. Wait a moment. Miyuki held up her hand, pointing at the screen. When he looked, there was a scoreboard. 4th place. He turned and glared at her. Miyuki smiled up at him. I win. Rematch. He stomped away. This time I'm choosing. Miyuki followed after him. All right, Bakugo-kun. He stopped in front of a game that looked intense. Death Match 3? Miyuki read aloud, a bead of sweat forming. Well, that's fine, I guess. This one was a bit more challenging than the previous, as expected, given the rapid movements involved. Game over. Miyuki gaped at the screen, specifically at Katsuki's avatar standing over hers. I win, the ash-blonde boy declared triumphantly. That was just a warm-up. Miyuki quickly said, her cheeks slightly flushed. On to the next one. They moved on to her favorite, Mortal Kombat. This time, neither Katsuki nor Miyuki let their guard down. Both green and red eyes were intently focused on their respective characters, Kitana and Scorpion. What the heck are you doing? Katsuki shouted when he saw how badly he was being beaten. Move, come on. Game over. Kitana wins, flawless victory. While Miyuki reveled in another win with a barely concealed smirk, Katsuki began kicking the machine in frustration. I think that settles it. I refuse to be defeated. He yelled, pointing a finger at her with a fierce look in his eyes. Again. They played Mortal Kombat for 3 more rounds, alternating victories. Miyuki would win 1 round, Katsuki another, then she'd win again, then he would too. Finally, they ended in a tie. They would have continued, but a group of other kids was waiting to play. It wasn't easy dragging him away. Since she had picked the previous game, Katsuki was supposed to choose the next one. However, their eyes landed on a relatively new game, Just Dance, Dancing? Miyuki said uncertainly. She didn't have a rhythmic bone in her body. Let's do it, Katsuki said determinedly. It wasn't just because he noticed her anxiousness at the sight of the dancing game. I'll outshine you with my moves. Miyuki scratched her cheek. Are you quitting already? He looked down at her, brow raised in mock amusement. He leaned closer, a playful grin on his face. Are you scared? Scared? Miyuki balled her hand into a fist, fully aware of his teasing. I'm not scared, she declared, feeling a smug smirk tug at her lips. Of course I'm not scared. Let's go. Katsuki watched her step onto the lit checkered platform and prepare herself. His grin widened. How exciting. Player 1 ready? Miyuki shook out her arms, trying to rid herself of nerves. What? Why are you player 1? It doesn't matter right now. The game is about to start. Of course it matters. Dance. Katsuki and Miyuki were caught off guard. The arrows came flying to the beat of a fast-paced K-pop song, and for a few moments, it seemed neither of them was doing very well, especially the girl. Her movements were awkward and lacked coordination. Katsuki, however, quickly caught on, moving like a snake, his steps almost in sync with the virtual dancers and arrows. This is hard. Sweat trickled down Miyuki's face. But don't give up. Katsuki dared to glance at her, breaking his focus momentarily. He would have laughed if he weren't so serious about winning. I've got this in the bag. Thankfully, none of their classmates were there to witness them. Soon they were neck and neck. Miyuki started moving to the rhythm, a smile slowly forming on her face as she began to enjoy herself. Katsuki grit his teeth when he saw her score rising. He started moving faster. Final round. Both of them moved in sync, their faces set in determined frowns. Miyuki glanced down at her feet for a split second, stunned by how gracefully she was moving. I see. Dancing, it's just like fighting, isn't it? She misstepped and lost her balance. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Of course this happens. Before her face could hit the floor, he grabbed her sleeve and spun her back onto her feet. He managed to keep in step with the tune but clearly slowed down with every flashing X he saw on his side of the screen. As he helped Miyuki regain her balance, the sleeve of her gray blazer slipped down slightly. His eyes widened when he caught sight of a bandage wrapped around her arm. The dim lights of the arcade faded. He inhaled the scent of fresh spicy food before everything went dark and returned. Katsuki blinked. What was that just now? The song ended, and their scores were displayed. The two teens turned to the screen. Winner, player 1. Miyuki raised her arms over her head in silent victory while Katsuki glared at her. How is that possible? He exclaimed angrily. Your dancing was terrible. I was getting better towards the end, Miyuki mumbled defensively, crossing her arms. Yeah, let's go again. An employee approached them nervously from behind with a kind smile. The arcade is closing now. I'm afraid you two will have to leave. Seriously? Miyuki looked at the glass door. The sun was setting, painting the sky in soft shades of peach, violet, and indigo. Oh, guess we better get going then. Come on, Katsuki, Miyuki said cheerfully. Don't tell me what to do. Katsuki shot back, striding ahead of her. Miyuki offered a quick bow to the employee before hurrying to catch up. I guess that settles it, she murmured to herself, a smile creeping onto her face. I'm the winner. Katsuki scoffed. I won more rounds than you, idiot. Are you blind or something? No, you didn't. Of course I did. You didn't. He growled at her, and Miyuki pouted, letting out a sigh. Looks like we'll have to settle this again. There's no way I'm going back to that lousy arcade, Katsuki declared, stopping in his tracks and punching his fist into his palm, sending a few sparks flying. Let's settle this like real heroes. It's not common for heroes to fight each other, you know, she replied, walking past him. Besides, how can you expect to win in a real fight when you can't beat me in a fake one? I won. No, you didn't. Katsuki's eye twitched slightly. She's teasing me. In 2 quick strides, he caught up to her, grabbing the front of her shirt and shaking her. You and that Deku are playing games with me, aren't you? Huh. Are you trying to make me look like a fool? In an unexpected turn, Katsuki found himself on the ground, with Miyuki on top of him, holding his arms down while keeping a knee pressed against his back. His face was pressed against the pavement. The fire within him had not dimmed. If anything, it burned even brighter. There, you got your rematch. I win, you lose, Miyuki said, her voice tired. She wanted to put this rematch behind them. Can we stop this now? I won't stop until I win. Katsuki replied, straining against the ground. Get off of me. Miyuki yelped as he managed to push himself up, causing her to tumble down. Katsuki's face flushed slightly as he glared down at her, who was rubbing her sore arms. I didn't need to use that much strength. And Recovery Girl warned me. But Miyuki was quick to get back on her feet, returning his glare with determination. Their eyes locked, her fierce green ones sparkling in the fading light, and his red ones burning with anger. Katsuki felt the sweat accumulating in his palms, preparing himself for what was to come, a smirk threatening to break through. A mist began to swirl from her hands, creeping toward her fingertips. Miyuki closed her hand and shook her head. The mist dissipated. We're not going to get anywhere like this, she said bluntly, fatigue evident in her voice. The only way I'll agree to the fight you want is if you give me the fight I want and win. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Katsuki shoved his hands into his pockets, trying to calm himself. I beat you in a video game, and then what? We fight for real? Stop wasting my time. It's the only way you get what you want, she countered. You want to surpass All Might, don't you? To get to number 1. Are you saying you're too scared to go through the number 2 student? No, that's not it. You think you're too strong for me. But if that were true, we wouldn't be here, would we? He inhaled sharply. A tense silence enveloped them, thick and heavy. Miyuki held her arm, looking up at Katsuki with determination, while he glared down at her, frustration boiling beneath the surface. For someone so eager to prove herself, you sure do talk a big game. She shrugged. I don't know. It's an act. A front, like a defense mechanism. People like tough, pretty things, right? Not everyone wants to see the weakness underneath. Not everyone? He clicked his tongue and turned away, still not moving. Don't waste more of my time. Just go home already. He started to walk off. Katsuki huffed under his breath, feeling the tension leave him as he distanced himself from Miyuki. He exhaled deeply and rubbed the back of his neck. That girl. What the heck? You need to learn to relax more, Katsuki. What the? He nearly jumped when he saw her walking beside him again. Why are you following me? He exclaimed, irritation bubbling over. I'm not, Miyuki replied coolly. I live nearby. And lower your voice. You're really too much like a firecracker. Shut up. As they approached the neighborhood, Miyuki waved at Katsuki as he turned onto the path leading to his house, not looking back. His front door swung open, and his mother, Bakugo Mitsuki, stepped out with a trash bag in hand. Her gaze landed on her son as he walked up the driveway. Katsuki, why are you home so late? School ended hours ago. Were you bullying that poor boy again? What have I told you about? I wasn't bullying anyone, Mom, he shouted back. Don't raise your voice at me. And what's with that expression? Miyuki interjected shyly, trying to steady her nerves. His mother seemed even scarier. I see where he gets it. It's my fault Katsuki stayed out so late. You see, we both failed a training exercise that we felt strongly about, so I invited him to the arcade, hoping to cheer him up. Miyuki bowed deeply, her head nearly touching the ground. The mother and son exchanged curious glances. Please don't be mad at him, the fault is entirely mine. Ah. Mitsuki's expression softened. Is that so? Well then. Thank you for your kindness. It relieves me to know he has good friends like you looking out for him. We're not friends. Katsuki glared at his mother, flinching away from her. But please be more mindful of the time next time. Of course, Ms. Bakugo. Thank you. Oh, and before you go. Mitsuki smiled kindly at Miyuki. Thank you again for that lovely treat you made for us the other day. Katsuki really loved it and was wondering if you would bring more. Katsuki's glare intensified as he stared wide-eyed at his mother, his neck heating up and the warmth quickly spreading to his face. What the heck, Mom? Oh. Miyuki's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She glanced at Katsuki, but he was looking anywhere but at the two women in front of him. I'm glad you liked it. I'll be sure to bring more for you, Mitsuki said with a warm smile. She wished the girl a good night and a safe trip home. When Katsuki remained silent, she playfully swatted the back of his head. Don't be disrespectful. After all she did for you. Good night. Katsuki muttered through clenched teeth, causing Miyuki to sweat nervously. Yeah, me too. I mean good night, Bakugo-kun. See you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening, Bakugo-sen, she stammered. As the door to the Bakugo household closed behind her and Miyuki made her way home, she let out a huge sigh of relief. The next morning, Aizawa showed aside as he sluggishly entered the UA faculty room, his yellow sleeping bag neatly folded under his arm. Good morning, Shuda. Present Mike exclaimed, slinging an arm around Aizawa's shoulders, a wide grin on his face. It's too early to be this loud, Aizawa replied bluntly. What do you mean, too early? This is my inside voice. The pro heroes present midnight, Cementos, Ectoplasm, and Power Loader greeted the duo as they made their way to their respective desks. They were all as cheerful as present Mike, but at least they weren't loud. Not now, at least. Aizawa sat at his desk with a quiet sigh, looking down at the stack of papers and reports. Present Mike took the chair across from him and sat down, uninvited. This must be the report from yesterday's combat training, Aizawa thought as he began rifling through the papers. All Might had written brief yet detailed analyses for each student, making his job a lot easier. Your class has a lot of potential this year, Aizawa, Present Mike said suddenly. Oh. Yeah, it's been 2 days now. They're all still here. That can still change. Aizawa's eyes stopped on a student's page. What is this? Miyuki hummed a quiet tune to herself as she walked down the road toward school. A little white butterfly flew over her and landed on the side of her head, but she didn't notice it. She was on her own this morning. Izuka had gone ahead when she found out Ren and Kasumi had unexpectedly fallen ill, so she had to prepare breakfast and quickly clean the house before leaving. I hope I get there before Aizawa-sensei, she thought nervously. When she checked her watch, she saw she had at least 20 minutes before class started. She hopped over a pebble, then frowned. This was starting to feel like middle school again. Having gotten used to taking the train with Izuku, sitting in the car felt unusually quiet, despite the occasional chatter from the people around her. Katsuki was there, but when she tried waving at him, he ignored her. She frowned but decided to leave it alone. It's not like they were friends, anyway. Miyuki sighed and stopped humming as Yue came into view. She paused when she saw the crowd of reporters surrounding the gate. Rather than try to make her way through, she opted to walk on the other side of the road and began humming to herself again. What do you think of the symbol of peace as a teacher? Miyuki looked at the crowd and saw one of her friends, Achiko, being hounded by them. What he's like. Achiko searched for the words and pretended to flex her arms. He's very muscular. Miyuki giggled at the explanation, but it wasn't long before she noticed the reporters growing more relentless in their questioning. Not liking where this was going, she pushed back her fear and started making her way towards the brunette. Oof! Miyuki bumped into something. She quickly turned around and bowed deeply to the thin, shadowy man she had collided with. I'm very sorry about that, she said, quickly straightening herself. She turned around and continued jogging towards the crowded UA gates, not sparing the man another glance. Excuse me, sir, but I really have to go. Sorry again. He looked down at the hand that had fallen from his face and picked it up, red eyes darting back up to the girl he had bumped into. Interesting. Miyuki breathed a sigh of relief as she reached the gates, Achiko in her sights. She needed to get over to her quickly and help her escape the crowd before they were late for class. News of All Might being a teacher had spread quickly almost nationwide. It seemed as every news reporter in the nation had come to UA. She tried her best to wade through the sea of reporters and cameras and bright, flashing lights. Soon, it became apparent to her that she had lost sight of her friend as she neared the end of the thick crowd. Did she make it out okay? Miyuki wondered, trying to push through safely without hurting anyone around her. I hope so. Reporters can be pretty tough. Hey you! Miyuki flinched as she suddenly found herself face to face with the woman who had been interviewing Achiko. Wait a minute, you're Shizuka Miyuki, the girl who assisted All Might with the sludge villain and saved that boy. The woman shoved her microphone in Miyuki's face. Please tell us what it's like to be taught by the hero you fought alongside, she said loudly. Miyuki flinched, slowly backing away. What is your association with All Might? Are you training to become his sidekick? Are there any new leads regarding the whereabouts of your family? Do you think they know where you are? Shizuka, do you believe your adoptive parents approve of your working with the #1 pro hero without proper licensing? Smile for us. What are your thoughts on the symbol of peace? Is he the one who encouraged you to come to you? Do you think your biological parents are criminals in hiding? The reporters pushed in closer. Aye. This is too overwhelming. Miyuki backed away, her nerves intensifying. Are you training to become the next #1 hero? She was ready to make a break for it when Miyuki was roughly pulled away from the media circus by none other than Kirishima A. The redhead was gunning for the building ahead, and Miyuki, still stunned by his sudden appearance, jogged behind him, the sleeve of her blazer in his hand. Sorry to whisk you away so suddenly. Ejiro apologized, slowing down once they were inside. Oh no, it's fine. I really needed the save. Miyuki adjusted the strap of her bag, her All Might trinket swaying with the movement. Thank you, Kirishima-kun. No problem, Shizuka-chan. Sorry to do this again. Ejiro took her wrist again and began sprinting. But if we don't hurry, we're going to be late. Izuku looked up from his hero analysis book for the future when the door opened. Had Aizawa come early today? Good morning, everyone. Ejiro greeted as he walked in, dragging a slightly disheveled Miyuki in behind him. She looked windswept. In front of him, Katsuki clicked his tongue. Good morning, everyone, Miyuki said, a bit more shyly. Tenya wondered if she and Ajuru were late as he glanced at the clock. Izuku looked a bit concerned, while Katsuki figured they were likely running from the media and reporters outside. Good morning, Miyuki greeted Katsuki as she walked to her seat between the two boys. Katsuki narrowed his eyes and turned away. Miyuki sighed quietly before turning around in her chair. Good morning, Izuku. Yuki-chan. Izuku beamed at his friend as she settled down. How are you? I'm great, thanks. Miyuki replied, turning back in her chair. What about you? How are your injuries? Katsuki clenched his pencil tightly, a tick mark appearing on his head. Can't those two talk somewhere else? The door slid open again. Aizawa walked in, as enthusiastic about class as ever. Good work on yesterday's combat training, everyone, he droned. I saw the video and results. Bakugui, you're talented. Don't act like a kid. I know, Katsuki grumbled, and Miyuki could hear the embarrassment and frustration in his voice. She sighed internally. Shizuka. Yes, sensei, she responded, straightening up at once. You have good battle instincts and sharp intellect, but you hesitated to work with your teammate. Don't be afraid to voice your ideas and take the lead in high-pressure situations. You did well. Wife-sensei, I promise I'll keep doing my best. Midoriya, Aizawa continued, turning to Izuku, you settled it by breaking your arm again, huh? You can't keep saying you can't help it because you can't control your quirk. I don't like repeating myself. As long as you fix the control issue, there's a lot you'll be able to do. Feel a sense of urgency, Midoriya. Remember to collaborate with your partner, don't leave them hanging. Yes, sir. Izuku replied, quite the opposite of Katsuki's response. Miyuki smiled. Now, let's get down to homeroom business, their teacher continued. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you. Everyone held their breath. Decide on a class representative. It's actually a normal school activity. I want to do it. Ajuru exclaimed, leaning forward with both hands raised. Miyuki looked at him. Pick me. Me too. Denki said, raising his hand. I want to do it as well, Kyoka added, lifting her hand. This job was made for me, Yuga declared, raising his hand. I'll be the leader. Mina shouted, her eyes sparkling. My manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. Minoru stated. Let me do it. Katsuki shouted. Me. You. Miyuki looked at him, bewildered. Although she couldn't say she wasn't surprised. Having the title of class representative would look good on future resumes. She was sure that's what he was aiming for. So why wasn't she raising her hand? Her face flushed, recalling all those days her classmates had ridiculed her just for being on the student council. Her fellow council members tended not to take her or anything she said seriously. She didn't want to endure that shame again here. All around her, her classmates were loudly advocating for themselves and raising their hands. This went on for quite some time, with the exception of a few, herself included. They're getting too loud. Miyuki felt like her ears were going to start ringing if this continued. Everyone. The boisterous noise died down almost immediately. Everyone turned to look at Miyuki, who was still seated. Her cheeks turned a rosy pink. They're all looking at me now. She cleared her throat. Please, let's all be silent and settle this matter as peacefully as possible. Aizawa-sensei has given us this responsibility to handle ourselves, so let's maintain some decorum and behave accordingly. Well said, Shizuka-kun. Tenya exclaimed, standing up as well. All eyes turned to him. You can just call me Miyuki, she said, feeling somewhat relieved that the attention was off her now. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. Tenya continued. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Your hand is raised the highest, everyone, except Miyuki, Izuku, and Shoto pointed out. Why did you suggest that? Denki asked. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we trust anyone? Tsuyu questioned, putting a finger on her mouth. If that's the case and everyone just votes for themselves. Edgar trailed off. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes can truly be considered the most suitable person? Tenya pointed out loudly. What do you think, sensei? I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over, Aizawa said, zipping himself in his sleeping bag and falling over. Miyuki stared after him in shock. Thank you very much. Tenya replied, and Miyuki looked at him. Shizuka-kun, I need your assistance. Sure, Miyuki replied. She looked at the notebook on her desk. How are we going to do this? She snapped her fingers, her eyes lighting up with an idea. We'll go about it this way, like an ordinary election. You can only write down one name of the person you want to vote for. If you write down more than that, your vote will automatically be disqualified and not counted with the others. It's so straightforward but effective. Miyuki went and handed out the papers from the first desk to the 21st one. When she was done, she pulled out a pencil and looked over her classmates. She considered voting for Tenya or Achiko. Either of them would make wonderful leaders. She looked towards Izuku and hummed pensively to herself. On the other hand, soon, everyone finished making their votes, and Miyuki and Tenya went around collecting their classmates' papers. We're going to count the votes now. I'll write them down on the blackboard, Miyuki informed the class, bringing the papers over to Tenya. Unfolding the notes, Miyuki presented them to him, and he used the tablet to display all the names on the board, along with the tally marks. 2 more votes for Izuku. Miyuki mumbled when she found her and Achiko's notes. 1 for Yayoro-san, another for me, and 1 for Aoyama-san. She frowned when she saw another paper with her name on it. It was scribbled as if the person wanted to get it over with, and the handwriting was almost undecipherable. Another vote for me. Miyuki was starting to feel uncomfortable. Who was voting for her? She faced Tenya again. And 1 for Hagakure-chan, and Sato-kun, Kaminari-kun, Koda-kun. That's all. I got 4 votes? Izuku shouted, eyes wide as he looked at the blackboard. When Miyuki looked at the board, she noticed that she and him had the same number of votes. A breathy sigh escaped her lips as anxiety washed over her. How had she gathered that many votes? Why Deku? Katsuki shouted, jumping up in his seat when he saw the results. Who voted for him? Well, it's better than voting for you, Hanta bluntly stated. Either him or Shizuka-chan, Denki added, a light blush on his cheeks. Miyuki realized he must have been one of her supporters. What did you say? Katsuki yelled. Miyuki huffed and scratched her head. Bakugu-kun. The air stilled, as if frozen by her cold tone. When Katsuki turned to her, anger flaring in his eyes, ready to give her a piece of his mind. He froze. There was a dark glint in her eyes, and the lights seemed to dim. Please sit down. Don't tell me what to do, he grumbled, but he sat down anyway. Miyuki exhaled quietly and turned to Tenya. 0 votes, he muttered, deflated. She felt a pang of sympathy for him. I knew that would happen. That is to be expected of a person's calling. You voted for someone else, huh? Momo asked. But you wanted to do it too, Rikido pointed out. What are you trying to do, Ida? I'm sorry, Ida-kun, Miyuki said apologetically, glancing at the board. I wonder if democracy was the best way to go about it after all. Shizuka, Aizawa interjected. When she looked down, he was peeking out from his sleeping bag. He sat up so he could be seen over the desk. Have you finished? She nodded. Right, then both Shizuka and Midoriya are the class representatives. Miyuki spoke up, biting her lip nervously. Aizawa arched a brow at the black and white-haired girl. She rubbed her cheek anxiously, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to find her words. I did mention that you need to speak up and lead others, correct? He questioned her, and Miyuki nodded, feeling more nervous under his scrutinizing gaze. This is a chance for you to improve on that. You promised to keep doing your best. As a future hero, the last thing you want is to have your identity based on loose morals and empty promises. And no, of course not. She bowed in apology. I will do my best, Aizawa-sensei. He nodded, satisfied with her response. Midoriya, come to the front and show your face. Seriously? Izuku stammered, walking to where his closest friend stood with shaky legs. Seriously? You'll be fine, Izuku. You don't have to be scared, Miyuki reassured him with a small smile. In the back of her mind, she was trembling just as much as he was. How was she supposed to lead a group of heroes in training, especially ones like Katsuki, when she was still learning herself? I'm sure. It'll all be fine. That might not be too bad, Tsuyu said, looking at the two of them curiously. After all's said and done, Midoriya can be all fired up anyway. Ejiro exclaimed. Shizuka-chan's pretty quiet, but she did score the best on the entrance exam, so that definitely counts for something. During the students' free PRD, Aizawa returned to the faculty room for his break, his sleeping bag rolled under his arm as he took a seat at his desk. Rubbing the back of his neck, he slumped in his chair, eyes closing as he finally let himself relax. Even though homeroom wasn't very long, it still managed to take a toll on him, especially with this group of first years. Then again, weren't the younger ones always like that? They only had a few classes so far. In time, he would see just how they fared against the rest of what the curriculum had in store for them. Speaking of the curriculum, Aizawa cracked an eye open to look at the reports on his desk. Instantly, Miyuki's came to mind, and he frowned as he remembered what was written there. It clashed with what he knew from her application. As far as he was concerned, she only had one essentially, two quirks, like another student of his, Todoroki Shoto. The ability to manipulate natural light as well as create her own, and the quirk that allowed her to control shadows. That in itself was an intriguing power, and the more he thought about it, the more his mind wandered to something he'd heard a long time ago during his school days. Aizawa shook his head and scoffed under his breath. That theory was just a silly notion, he told himself, leaning back in his chair. Barely even a myth created by some occult enthusiasts from when quirks first emerged. Even if that was the case, it did nothing to answer the question rampaging through his mind at that moment. Why was she hiding a third quirk? An olfactory one, no less. It reminded him a lot of Kiyama's, and from what All Might wrote, its functions seemed to be incredibly similar. But could that be all there was to it? He wasn't there to see the match for himself nor exactly what happened during it, but from what he'd read so far, the two did seem quite similar. He leaned forward, eyes squinting as he looked at Miyuki's report peeking out from the pile. Now I think I'm starting to see. It's slowly starting to come together. Shizuka Miyuki. Chapter End. Lunch Rush's Eatery. 11. Thank you. Miyuki bowed politely after the cooking hero served her. She moved away from the line and waited with her tray for Izuku, Achiko, and Tenya to get their food and find a table. When the other three got their food, the four of them found a table and sat down to eat. As they did, Miyuki felt like someone was watching her. She looked up. A boy with dark eyes and indigo hair was looking back at her. He had delicate features and pointed ears. Miyuki quickly realized she was looking at a senior. She gave them a curt nod with a small smile. The senior's face reddened more than she thought possible, and they quickly turned away. She was confused. Why were they embarrassed? There are a lot of people today too, Achiko said, settling down in the seat across from her. That's because everyone in the hero course, support course, and management course eats in the same place, Tenya informed them. The rice is so delicious, Achiko exclaimed, then looked at the black and white-haired girl in front of her. Yuki-chan, have you tried it yet? It's so good. No, not yet, Miyuki replied, smiling widely at Achiko's excitement. I definitely will now, since it came so highly recommended. Just as she picked up her utensils, she realized Izuku had been quiet for some time now. She lightly elbowed him. Izuku? Is there something on your mind? What? Izuku responded, looking at his three friends around him, completely oblivious to what they were saying just now. Miyuki, Achiko, and Tenya looked at him, rather concerned. Well, you see, even though I've been chosen as class rep, I'm not sure I'm qualified for it. Of course you are, Tenya replied at once. Your courage and judgment at critical moments are worth following. It's why I voted for you. It was you. Izuku asked. But didn't you want to be class rep too, Ida-kun? Achiko asked the bespectacled boy. With glasses and everything. Wanting to do it and being suitable to do it are two different issues, Tenya replied. It's what I judge to be correct. I've been thinking. Achiko spoke up conspiratorially. Are you from a wealthy family, Ida-kun? Wealthy? The blue-haired male was taken aback but quickly regained his composure and adjusted his glasses. Miyuki, Izuku, and Achiko stared at him intently. Yes, I come from a family of heroes, he finally confessed, wavering slightly. I'm the second son. What? Izuku and Achiko echoed each other. Wow. That's really cool, Ida-kun. Miyuki said excitedly, fascinated and impressed by his sudden revelation. It came as no surprise to her that he came from a good family, though he went to a private school in middle school after all. Tenya puffed out his chest, emboldened by their fascination with him. Do you know the turbo hero Ingenium? He asked the three of them. Of course. Miyuki replied, now understanding why his hero costume looked so familiar. He's a really popular hero who has 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency. Izuku finished, his eyes widening in anticipation. Don't tell me. He's my older brother. Tenya confirmed proudly. He's telling us straight out. Achiko yelped. That's amazing. Izuku exclaimed. Awesome. Miyuki said, hands clasped in front of her and stars in her eyes. He's a likable pro-hero who honors the rules and leads people, Tenya continued. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. Unlike me, Midoriya realized the practical portion of the practical entrance exam, so he is more suitable for the job. Miyuki chuckled quietly, noting something peculiar about the blue-haired boy. This is the first time I've seen Ida-kun smile, she said. Izuku looked somewhat contemplative beside her. It's nice. What? Tenya's face tinted a light pink. I do smile. About the entrance exam. Izuku started, but was immediately cut off by the sound of an alarm blaring through the eatery, causing all of them to look up. An alarm. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors immediately. What's level 3 security? Tenya asked a senior he'd been sitting next to, looking over to him. Miyuki looked at him as well, concerned. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. The senior replied, sounding quite panicked. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too. Miyuki then noticed the commotion that was going on all around them. This doesn't look good. And she was right. Students were running for the 4 exits at the end of the corridor, and it wasn't long before the space was overwhelmed by the mass of students flooding it too. Miyuki looked at it rather uncomfortably. After getting through the media circus that morning, this definitely wasn't something she was eager to endure again. Come on, Shizuka-kun, Tenya said, he and Achiko both taking her arms. We should do as we've been instructed. Wait, you guys, I don't think we should go. It was too late. She was pulled into the mass of rushing students. The 4 of them managed to make it through before they got stuck in the dense crowd. Miyuki sighed internally, her gut churning with discomfort. This way. Don't push. Wait, I'm falling. I said don't push. Oh. People bumped into each other all around her as everyone tried to get safely through. Miyuki pursed her lips, trying her best not to lose sight of her friends as she felt the students push and hit into her relentlessly. What's going on all of a sudden? Achiko asked. As expected of the best of the best. Tenya exclaimed. Everyone reacts quickly in a crisis. They're so quick it's causing a panic. Izuku choked out as he tried squeezing over to get to them. Oh shoot! He was swept away into the crowd behind them. Midoriya-kun. Deku-kun. Izuku. However, it was not long before they were separated, and Miyuki and Achiko were pushed away from Tenya. The 2 girls tried to stay within reach of one another, but they were quickly swept in different directions and lost sight of each other. This is bad. Miyuki thought, finding herself in the thickest part of the crowd. Panic gradually rose within her as people began jostling each other more frantically. She nearly lost her footing a few times but quickly caught herself each time. The last thing she wanted was to fall and get trampled by her fellow students. This is very, very bad. Miyuki said a prayer for this to end soon, dodging an elbow that nearly hit her in the face. Of course she gets trampled, Katsuki thought, looking over his shoulder. There was a familiar head of black and white hair bobbing through the crowd. It disappeared momentarily, then popped back up like a cork. He looked away and pushed forward, glancing back again. It felt like a waste of time. He moved ahead. Help! He cringed at her sharp voice and stole one last glance over his shoulder. With her short stature, it was hard to get a good view of her from where he was, but her hair was unmistakable in the crowd. And quickly getting swallowed by it. Miyuki breathed. Take deep breaths. She squeezed her eyes shut, forcing herself to calm down. Snatch. She yelped as someone grabbed the front of her shirt. He noticed she was shaking like a leaf and pulled her to the nearest window. He took her arm and wrapped it around his own before positioning himself on either side of her, creating a protective barrier. When he looked down, he saw a fearful expression on her face that reminded him too much of the combat training session. He grimaced. Don't move, idiot. Miyuki's eyes fluttered open. Bakugu-kun? Her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed at how close he was. What are you? She trailed off, noting their positions. She was pressed against the wall with his arms trapping her in, and his back was to the rushing crowd. She looked slightly bewildered as he clenched his teeth in frustration. Shielding me? What are you doing, Bakugu-kun? Miyuki asked incredulously. Wiru? What does it look like I'm doing? He snarled. I'm going to be the #1 hero. It's up to me to save the weak. Miyuki sweat dropped. He just insulted me and congratulated himself in one. This guy. He glanced down as he was pushed closer to her. He huffed and looked away when he saw her green eyes already on him. Besides, I can't let you get hurt if you're dead. That's the other reason? Shut up. You're too strange, she sighed. What's with that stupid face you're making? I said shut up. Don't be so rude, Bakun, she reprimanded, her cheeks turning a darker shade of red. You shouldn't be so crass. Don't tell me what to do, he said threateningly. Or what? Miyuki tried leaning back, but there was no room to move. In case you've forgotten, you haven't beaten me. She started panicking as their chests were almost pressed together. A tick mark formed on his head. Already he was annoyed by the people bumping into him. He wanted to blast them away, but doing so would mean injuring the person he'd stupidly decided to save. Katsuki was confident he disliked her greatly, but hurting the person he was currently protecting? That was counterproductive, and he didn't want to win that way. Yet, he said angrily. Miyuki yelped at the heated look in his eyes. When I win, you'll wish you never laid a hand on me. Speaking of hands, Miyuki stammered nervously, her face turning a brighter red as she found herself maintaining what little space remained between them by pushing against his chest. Wait, someone fell. Don't push. Wait a second, she exclaimed, turning her face away slightly to breathe away from his neck. Are you dense or something? I never wanted to lay hands on you in the first place, that's why I apologized. I told you I don't want your pathetic apology. I know. Katsuki looked down at hearing her voice quiver. Miyuki's body was tense, her hands shaking slightly. Her eyes were hidden by her bangs, but he bet she was holding back tears or some silly expression of hers. She was clearly trying to be strong and act tough right now. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Then your stupid self better not be late. He rolled his eyes this time. Was he going to have to explain everything to her? No wonder she came second in the finals. I'm not going to win by default. Don't be late. Miyuki looked at Katsuki, his eyes intently fixed on the wall above her head. His cheeks were tinted a light pink, probably from embarrassment at their situation. Fine. And stop being so rude all the time. Just when it felt like they would suffocate from the awkward tension, there was a loud smack. They looked up, except for Katsuki, who lowered his gaze to follow Miyuki's line of sight and saw Tenya plastered against the exit sign in a rather funny way. He was getting flashbacks. Everyone, everything is fine. Tenya called out for everyone to hear. It is just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything is fine. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. The police are here. Oh good. What a relief, Miyuki said, her body relaxing. I hope no one was seriously hurt. Including you, Bakugo-kun. Thanks. Of course I'm fine, he huffed. If you tell anyone about this, you're dead. She grimaced and pushed back her bangs. Katsuki looked away quickly, annoyed. You're such a barbaric firecracker. Everyone, Miyuki called, acknowledging her classmates. She stood at the front of the class with Izuku, hands clasped neatly in front of her as she bowed. Izuku and I are deeply honored you voted for us to be your class representatives. As your representative, I will do my best to work alongside each of you to uphold the values of our class and always aim for plus ultra. Beautifully spoken, Denki praised, giving her a standing ovation with twinkling eyes. Everyone stared at him. You could at least try to hide it. That was very well said, Yuki-chan. Achiko said, clapping as well. Miyuki bowed with a small smile. Thank you, Kaminari-kun, Achikon. Miyuki straightened herself. And now Izuku would like to speak. She gave the floor to Izuku, who looked like he had something weighing heavily on his chest, a slightly nervous expression on his face. Miyuki smiled at him in support. He smiled back, feeling a little better knowing she was there. And now, let us decide on the other class officers, he sputtered out. He paused, then turned to Miyuki. But, Yuki-chan, can I say something first? Sure, she answered amicably. The floor is yours. I think that Ida Tenya should be the class rep after all. Izuku blurted out passionately. He was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way. I think Ida-kun should do it. For a moment, there was a stunned silence in the classroom. I'm good with that too, Edu said, breaking the silence. Midoriya saying it, and it's true that he was such a big help in the cafeteria today. Yeah, Denki agreed, and he kind of looked like the guy on the emergency exit signs, didn't he? He blushed when he glanced at Miyuki. After the way Shizuka handled things the other day, I'm sure she'll keep him in line too. It's not going to be like that at all, Kaminari, Miyuki quickly responded. Disciplinarian. You're wasting time, Aizawa said suddenly, startling Izuku into hiding behind Miyuki as he sat up in his sleeping bag. I don't care what you do, just hurry up and do it. Miyuki stared in bewilderment as he lay back down, sweat dropping. How unique. If the class representative has nominated me, then it cannot be helped, Tenya said, standing up in his seat. From this day forth, I, Ida Tenya, promise to do my best to carry out the duties of class representative. We're counting on you, emergency exit. Ver cheered him on. You and Shizuka will work well together. I'm jealous, emergency exit Ida. Denki said, only half joking as he looked at the two of them. Do your best, both of you. A comfortable warmth spread through Miyuki's chest at hearing her classmates' uplifting words. It felt nice that they believed in her so much. She had never had people look up to her like this before. And she wasn't going to let them down. Ida, let's do our best. Miyuki said to the boy with a wide grin. She held up her fist. Tenya returned her encouraging smile and bumped it with his own. Katsuki rolled his eyes and scoffed under his breath. This is going to be hell. For today's hero basic training, Aizawa began lazily, finally relinquishing the warmth of his sleeping bag to take his place at the front desk. It's all might and me and one more person. Excuse me. Hanta raised his hand. Miyuki turned to him, wondering if he was going to voice the question they were all thinking, what will we be doing today? Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between, Aizawa replied, holding up a card with the word rescue written in colorful letters. It's rescue training. Rescue? Denki trailed off, turning to Mina with an excited expression. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time too. Right. Mina responded equally as excited. Idiot, this is a duty of a hero. Drew exclaimed from the back with a wide grin. My arms are ready to rumble. No one can beat me in water, Ribbit, Tsuyu spoke up. Hey, I'm not done, Aizawa interjected, regaining their attention. You can decide if you want to wear your costumes or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that limit your ability to. The training will be taking place off campus, so we'll be taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. Aizawa brought out the lockers for their costumes and left the classroom to let them get ready. Miyuki decided to wear her costume and followed the other girls to the changing rooms. When she was done, Miyuki found Izuku and Achiko outside already. Oh, you're wearing your PE clothes, Achiko said to Izuku, who was in his PE uniform. Where's your costume? They got ripped up during the combat training, Izuku replied sheepishly, so, I'm waiting for the support company to fix it. He noticed Miyuki nearing them. His eyes fell on her costume and his face turned red. Why Yuki? Hey, Izuku Achiko. She greeted them with a wide grin. I hope your costume comes back soon, Izuku. Maybe they'll add something new too. Why yeah? He averted his eyes from his close friend and looked to the sky. Unlike Minoru, who shamelessly stared at her tight-fitting hero costume. Miyuki caught the little creep leering at her from the corner of her eye and narrowed her gaze. His eyes kept going up and up until he met a pair of sharp green orbs. He shivered and hid behind Hanta. Miyuki shook her head in disappointment. Class 1A, gather round. Tenya called out, lowering his whistle. Form 2 lines by your student number to make boarding the bus go more smoothly. Aida. Miyuki walked up to the boy. I don't think that's the design. When the bus arrived, Tenya realized she was right. Miyuki gave him an awkward pat on the back as she climbed onto the bus with the others. Since the seating arrangement was slightly different from what was originally planned, Miyuki seated herself by a window just as she noticed Izuku get onto the bus, his eyes scanning for somewhere to sit as everyone began settling down. Izuku! Miyuki waved the boy over, patting the space beside her. You're seated by me. Thanks, Yuki, he said, taking his seat beside her. What a day it's been, right? She asked him. I know we've seen each other the entire time, but I'd like to know how you're really doing. The green-haired boy gave his closest friend a smile. That's really kind of you, Yuki. And he sheepishly rubbed his neck as his shoulders sagged, quite enlightening. I'm glad to hear it. Miyuki smiled and gently ruffled his hair. Izuku became flustered. Hey, stop that. He harmlessly tried to get her to stop. Miyuki giggled at how flustered he got. It actually felt really good. The tension he'd been holding back melted away as Miyuki's slender fingers played with his hair. He didn't want her to stop. Izuku, are you all right? Miyuki asked, noticing the drowsy expression on the boy's face. She stopped. Why, I'm fine, he replied, stopping himself from asking her to do it again. That would be too weird. Your face. Before Miyuki could inquire further, someone sat down on her other side. Curious, she looked to see who it was. Oh, hi, Bakugu. Katsuki looked at her smiling face. His chest tightened, and he crossed his arms, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He became even more so when he saw Izuku sitting next to her on her other side, so he stood up to find another seat far from both of them, not caring at all for the assigned seating plan. I forgot to tell you, I really like your costume's design. It suits you a lot, especially your character. You think so, Yuki? Thanks. My mom will be glad to hear it. Actually, she's been asking about you. He scoffed and looked away, plopping down in the nearest seat far from the two. Of course, she wasn't talking to him. They barely knew one another. The only reason they bothered with each other was that rematch he so adamantly instigated. Katsuki grimaced at the heavy scent of apples invading his nose again. What was her obsession with that perfume, anyway? Didn't she know it made her smell like an overripe flower? He turned to ask her that very thing, only to stop himself. He remembered something that set his frown slightly deeper and made that feeling in his chest a bit tighter. Katsuki stared at his lap, reminding himself, we're not friends. We're here. Miyuki looked up from her balled-up hands at Aizawa's announcement. He stood at the head of the bus, surveying his rowdy students. Stop messing around. Yes, sensei. Miyuki exhaled quietly, relieved that he had intervened. The bus ride had been anything but quiet, especially when the conversation shifted to Katsuki. 15 minutes ago. Well, if we're talking about flashy and strong, Edru said, turning to the ash blonde and Miyuki, it has to be Todoroki, Bakugo, or Shizuka, right? Bakugo is always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be very popular, Tsuyu remarked. Miyuki sighed, bracing herself for what was coming when she noticed Katsuki tense up. What the hell? Katsuki shouted, standing up in his seat. You wanna fight? See, Tsuyu pointed out. We haven't known each other that long, Denki commented, so it's pretty amazing that everyone already knows his personality is a mess. Miyuki scrunched her nose at the thought. What's with that vocabulary, idiot? Katsuki exploded. I'll take you down. Let's maintain some decorum, you two, she told them, then turned to Katsuki, who was glaring at her. Sit down, Bakugo. Don't tell me what to do, he yelled, trying to intimidate her. Miyuki sighed, closing her eyes as she massaged the bridge of her nose. When she looked at him again, her expression was firm. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear, she said assertively, facing him fully. Sit down. Shoto hadn't raised a finger, but an icy silence enveloped the bus as everyone watched their standoff with bated breath. Even Izuku felt a chill, hearing her speak like that again. Katsuki made a sound of frustration before sitting back down. Miyuki's expression softened, and she turned to her other classmates. I apologize for that, Azui, Kaminari, she said, bowing deeply. But please, let's refrain from using insults and making rude comments about one another. Sorry, Miyuki, Tsuyu said apologetically. Call me Tsu. Yeah, sorry Shizuka, Denki added, rubbing the back of his head, embarrassed for upsetting her. Miyuki smiled in acceptance of their apology before sitting back down beside Izuku. Yuki, Izuku called out gently and cautiously. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, Miyuki replied with a reassuring nod. Thank you, Izuku. Currently, she wasn't fine. She glanced at Katsuki. He remained seated, still as angry as he had been 15 minutes ago. Feeling someone watching him, he turned to look at her, settling into a glare before looking away. Miyuki let out a quiet sigh, gazing down at her hands folded in her lap. She hadn't come to UA expecting to make many friends, and certainly not so many enemies, but she was aware of how competitive the hero course could be. The chances of her finding a friend other than Izuku seemed slim. Yet, looking at how things were going, that didn't seem likely at all. The only real issue she had in class was with him. But why does it matter? She asked herself, pursing her lips. It's not like we were friends to begin with, so... She looked back up at him, her expression softening slightly when she caught him looking out the window, for once not scowling. She sighed, shaking her head as she stood up. I'll be right back, Miyuki told Izuku, giving herself a boost of courage as she inhaled shakily. If we're both going to be heroes, we don't have to like each other. But at the very least, this hostility has to end somewhere. Sure? Izuku responded, watching curiously as Miyuki got up from her seat. He watched her walk past a few rows of chairs on the bus, and his eyes widened when she sat down next to. What the heck? Katsuki thought, irritation filling him when the half-and-half girl sat beside him. What is she doing here? Doesn't she know about personal space? What does she want from me? Hey, Miyuki greeted tentatively. Katsuki barely glanced at her, instead scooting away, clearly annoyed. She sighed internally, realizing this process was going to take longer than she hoped. Katsuki scrunched his nose slightly, turning his face further toward the window. And, he thought, his chest tightening gradually. Doesn't she know she smells like an overripe flower? Izuku gawked at Miyuki, utterly taken aback by his childhood friend's nonverbal reaction. He looked to see if she had activated her quirk, but there was no sign of smoke or fog anywhere. His face paled significantly. When they reached their destination and got off the bus, Miyuki found herself looking at the back of Katsuki's head as he walked off the bus ahead of her. She pouted slightly. Better luck next time, huh? Miyuki caught a glimpse of Ejiro, who flashed her a toothy grin. It's only been a couple of days, he assured her as they stepped off the bus. I don't think anyone really knows each other yet. Yeah, Miyuki agreed, grateful for his kind words. She smiled, glancing at Katsuki again. You're just a boy, aren't you? A boy whose language is not yet understood by those around you. Miyuki was pulled out of her thoughts when her eyes fell on the place they would be learning today, looking on with immense intrigue like her classmates. Izuku walked up beside her, his eyes widening as he took in the Everyone, I have been waiting for you. Soon, they gathered around a woman in a white, puffy outfit resembling a space costume, complete with a black helmet and yellow boots. It's the space hero 13. Izuku exclaimed beside her. The hero who has rescued tons of people. Oh, I love 13. Achiko exclaimed. Let's go inside without delay, 13 said, motioning to the dome-shaped building behind them. The students turned around, looking at it in awe. Look forward to working with you. Whoa! Ejiro exclaimed, excitement bubbling as everyone followed their teachers through a large blue gate into the building. It looks like Universal Studios Japan. 13 turned to look at them. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. 13 introduced the zones to them. It is a training ground I created with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joints, or USJ, for short. 13, Aizawa said, his tone cautious as he approached the rescue heroine. Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. 13 leaned closer to him to whisper, and at that moment, Miyuki lost track of the conversation. She turned to talk with Izuku, but he was already engaged in conversation with Achiko. Miyuki looked away, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks as she bit her lip to suppress a smile. This place is so manly, Ejiro exclaimed from beside her. Shizuka-san, what do you think? Yeah, she nodded, glancing over the 6 training zones again. It's like a scene straight out of a comic book, especially the ruin zone. 13-sensei must have worked really hard to create this place. You read comics, Shizuka-san? Ejiro exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Miyuki chuckled and nodded. That's so cool. I do too. Although, she scratched her cheek, I prefer more action than romance. But both are pretty great in terms of content. They are, right? Ejiro agreed enthusiastically. Before they could continue their conversation, 13 turned back to them. Let's see, the space hero began. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's increasing. Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can absorb anything and turn it to dust. You have been able to use that quirk to save people from disasters, right? Izuku asked. Yes, 13 replied. But it is a power that can easily cause harm with one wrong step. Some of you have quirks like that, right? In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily cause harm with one wrong move. With Aizawa-sensei's physical fitness test, you discovered the possibility of your own hidden powers. And during All Might's person-to-person combat training, I believe you experienced the danger of using those powers against others. You hummed to herself, recalling her combat training class with Izuku, Katsuki, and Achiko, and the heavy destruction that had occurred during it. She hoped nothing too chaotic like that happened again and that, next time, she could be stronger and more helpful to those around her. If she worked hard enough, maybe she'd also start to see in herself what Tsukachi already saw in her, a true hero. Someone capable of even going so far as to be number one. This class is a fresh start, 13 said. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have your powers to harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have the power to help others. That is all. Thank you for listening. That was wonderful. Bravo, bravo. Miyuki clapped quietly as the more vocal students cheered loudly. When she looked at Izuku this time, a different air surrounded him, a determined smile on his face. All right then, Aizawa said, turning to face his students. Everyone stopped clapping and quieted down to listen to him. First dash. Zrarak. Miyuki looked up as a loud crackling sound came from the dome's ceiling. Electricity sparked from the wiring running along it before spreading out to the rest of the building. She turned to 13 and Aizawa, expecting to see their calm reactions, as this was probably part of an exercise. Instead, her eyes darted to the plaza far below them, where a dark portal was slowly forming by the fountain. That isn't an exercise. Miyuki stammered, her shoulders tensing as she looked at the swirling purple hole. It could have easily been 13's quirk, but the sinking feeling in her gut told her otherwise. That is it. Gather together and don't move. 13, protect the students. Aizawa shouted, snapping her out of her stupor. The urgency in his tone put her even more on edge, as did the sight that appeared before her next. A male with bluish-gray hair walked out of the portal. He was scrawny and appeared to be in desperate need of moisture, but what unnerved her the most were the human hands covering his face and neck, becoming clearer as he stepped further into the USJ's lighting. Was he a villain? He certainly didn't seem like someone either 13 or Aizawa knew. Another man appeared, but there was fog in place of his head. What stood out the most to her were his menacing yellow eyes, glowing against the violet darkness of his head, and his refined suit, a deep contrast to the casual denim, red shoes, and dark-sleeved shirt of his comrade beside him. Subconsciously, her hands went to her hair where her chopsticks were, and she took out 2. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Edro asked, oblivious. Izuku stepped forward, his expression filled with deep unease as he stood beside Miyuki. Don't move. Aizawa ordered them again, putting on his yellow goggles. Those are villains. Villains? Miyuki tensed and clutched her weapons tightly. How did villains get in here? 13 and Eraserhead, huh? Said the smoky-headed villain, Kurojuri. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was supposed to be here. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Aizawa muttered. Miyuki furrowed her brows, her mind racing with questions about how they could have gotten in. Where is he? Said Shigaraki Tamura. I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to All Might, the symbol of peace. And he's not here? I wonder if he'll come out if we threaten some kids. Miyuki narrowed her eyes at his solitary figure. They glowed automatically, a swirl of light energy wafting from her hands like steam. Villains? No way. Edra trailed off as Aizawa unraveled his capturing weapon from around his neck. There's no way villains could have gotten into a hero school. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Momo asked, concerned as she looked to her teachers for answers. We have them, of course, 13 replied. But did they only appear here or around the school? Shoto said. Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was planned with some sort of goal in mind. 13, start the evacuation, Aizawa said as he stepped forward. Try calling the school. These villains even had someone to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering. Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Yes, sir, Denki replied. Shizuka, help the others get out of here as safely as possible, Aizawa ordered. Yes, sensei, Miyuki replied dutifully. What about you, sensei? Izuku asked. Will you fight by yourself? With that many? Even if you can erase their quirks, Eraserhead's fighting style focuses on capturing enemies after neutralizing their abilities. A frontal battle is. You can't be a hero with just one trick, Aizawa replied. I'm leaving it to you, 13. He leaped down into the main plaza and engaged the first villains as soon as they were within reach. Miyuki watched in awe as her teacher faced off against the villains, erasing the quirks of 3 before using his capturing weapon to take them down. A heteromorphic villain lunged at him, but Aizawa swiftly punched the attacker away, then used his scarf to pull him back, dodging the other villain's strikes. He spun the first villain around, slamming him into the others and knocking them all out. Amazing, Izuku said from beside Miyuki, who was equally impressed. Aizawa-sensei is really good at fighting multiple opponents. Yeah, she responded, thinking about how she wanted to learn to fight like that. This is no time for analysis or admiration. Tenya called out from where he and the others were retreating toward the exit of the building. Hurry up and take shelter. All right. Miyuki replied, but her eyes remained on Aizawa and his battle against the villains. She couldn't help but worry about him. There were so many enemies and only one of him. Would he be okay until reinforcements arrived? Shizuka-kun, we must go now. Tenya pulled her away as they rushed to join their classmates. I won't let you. Another portal opened ahead of them. The villain, Kurogyri, emerged, blocking their escape. 13 stopped the students from running into the villain or his portal. Nice to meet you, Kurogyri said. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, to ensure that All Might, the symbol of peace, takes his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play. Rage and disbelief surged within her as she listened to such arrogant words. It came as no surprise that they wanted to eliminate All Might, the number 1 hero and the symbol of peace. She was certain they had help from the inside, as there was no way they could take down All Might otherwise. As for who it could be, that was a concern for later. For now, she would be demed if she let them get anywhere near her mentor. Yuki-chan, no. Izuku exclaimed just before she, Katsuki, and Edru sprang into action, launching a powerful attack at the villain in front of them. Dust and smoke filled the area, and Izuku recoiled as his vision was obscured, raising his arms to shield his face. Did you think you could defeat us before we did this? Edru demanded, a smug grin on his face, with Miyuki and Katsuki at his side. Oh dear, that's dangerous. Their eyes widened as the smoke cleared, revealing the results of their attacks. Not a scratch? Our attacks did nothing. Krijimagan, Vikigan, she exclaimed, glancing at them before glaring at Kurogyri, who remained unscathed as he restructured himself. Miyuki clenched her teeth, preparing for another attack. They needed a strategy. Clearly, brute force would not work against this villain, so what could they do? I have to think of something before. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. This is bad. 13 shouted. Move away, you 3. My job is to scatter you all and make you suffer. Kurogyri raised his hand. Miyuki hurried to dodge, but he was quicker, and his dark smoke enveloped them, causing her to lose sight of her friends and surroundings as she fell through a dark abyss. When she activated her night vision, there was nothing to see but endless darkness swirling around her, which meant her light was out of the question. Everyone. She hoped her friends had managed to avoid his attack. She couldn't tell how far it extended before she was surrounded by his quirk. Miyuki's worries shifted as the air thickened, and she flailed, trying to escape whatever it was, but then she found herself dropping through a portal, almost like a rabbit hole. Miyuki's eyes widened as she saw the ground rushing up to meet her. She quickly corrected herself upon landing, rolling to her feet just in time to manifest a shield to defend against a villain's katana aimed at her head. You don't waste time, huh? She muttered. With a snap of her fingers, the shield transformed into a metal fan made of shadow. She grabbed it, disarmed the villain, and knocked him out with the fan. Neither do I. But it wasn't over. More villains surrounded her, at least 50, by her estimate, and they seemed to be emerging from the ruins of the buildings around her. I'm in the ruins, she observed. Miyuki took the 2 remaining chopsticks from her hair and got into a fighting stance. Everyone, wherever you are, she thought, doing her best to keep an eye on the villains circling her. They readied their weapons and quirks to attack her, one man leering at her with clear malice. I hope you're okay. Miyuki dodged one villain's punch, using their momentum against them and spinning them around before letting go, causing their body to collide with 3 other villains. The 4 of them fell and didn't get back up. It's a shame you're not ugly, growled a man, charging at her with 2 boulders for fists. He launched himself into the air and came hurtling down toward Miyuki, a maniacal grin on his face. Then I wouldn't feel bad for smashing your head in. Crash! The ground trembled like the onset of an earthquake, and a dense cloud of dust and debris filled the area, catching the other surrounding villains in it as well. They raised their arms to shield their faces from the flying rocks and broken materials. Damn it! What's with that pressure? Hey, don't kill her just yet. Yeah, leave a piece for the rest of us, you be yesterday. When the dust settled, there was no sign of Miyuki, only a large crater where she had stood. The villain smirked, revealing sharp canines. He lifted his fists, ready to admire his handiwork. Too easy to... A shadow baton flew out of the dust like a boomerang, striking him hard at the back of the head, knocking him out before he hit the ground. It then took down 10 other villains in quick succession. The remaining villains looked on in confusion as the baton was caught by a waiting hand covered in black. Miyuki's green eyes glowed through the clearing dust. When it finally settled, she was revealed in a fighting stance, holding 2 shadow batons. I got him, didn't I? Miyuki wondered as she surveyed the small army of villains. Her gaze landed on the boulder-handed man lying on the ground, along with a few others. She blew a lock of white hair out of her face before charging at the remaining villains. There she is. Get her! A muscular villain wielding a giant bazooka cannon knelt and fired, while another rained punches down on her. Miyuki grunted as she twisted away from the fiery blast hurtling toward her, raising her arms to shield her face and abdomen from the other villain's powerful strikes. The bazooka blast obliterated a ruined building behind her. Stinging from the hits, she kicked the villain's side, sending him back and momentarily halting his attacks. Rah! A woman with an oversized sledgehammer charged at her from behind. The bazooka fired again, and the other villains rushed at her from all directions. Attack all at once. Don't give her a chance. Miyuki's breathing quickened as she assessed her opponents, but there were just too many. Their attacks came from all sides. If she didn't act soon, she would be overwhelmed. Was this the torture he spoke of just now? All their attacks converged on her, but instead of hitting their target, they were stopped and repelled by a bright, dome-like shield. The villains tried to dodge as they dove out of the way, but their own attacks rebounded at them with startling speed. The ruins zone became even more chaotic as bodies flew and quirks were thrown back, decimating the ground and surrounding structures. Miyuki's thoughts drifted back to the man with blue-gray hair. How could they have known the teacher's schedules and the trespassing the other day? It was undoubtedly the work of this so-called League of Villains. She was sure they were involved in the construction of the media circus as well, a distraction to throw the heroes off their trail, aided by whoever was providing this information. They must have a solid plan to take down All Might Sensei. They wouldn't have come this far without a trump card. She wondered when it happened, during the security alert? As they ate peacefully in the cafeteria? The media, their distraction, had been there all morning. Could it have happened then? If so, who provided them that information? It could only have come from inside. Nobody could know that much unless they were a teacher or a member of the school faculty. Which meant, there's a traitor at UA. When Miyuki dropped her shield, a black tattoo appeared on her neck. The remaining villains charged at her, but she met them head-on, combining the shadow batons into a single bow staff. Lesson learned. She gasped as a rough blow landed on her stomach from a pipe. Ignoring the pain, she fought on, increasing her speed until her movements became a blur. Never run out of chopsticks. The villains were here for all might. She knew without a doubt that none of them hesitated to harm her or her classmates to get to the #1 hero. That smoky villain had said as much, and as her mind wandered, she grew concerned for her friends and their safety. Were some of them able to escape yet? She hoped so. No matter how many of these thugs she took down, more always seemed to rise to take their place. Miyuki relaxed her grip on her staff slightly to catch her breath after tossing the last villain into the wall of the nearest building, leaving a sizable dent. She winced but felt relieved that it was over. Or so she thought. More villains appeared around her, charging in from other zones, leaping from the tops of ruined buildings, and portals opening on the ground nearby while those she had just taken down got back up again. Everywhere she looked, more were coming her way. As a hulking figure rushed toward her with a chunk of concrete, she spun her bow's staff. The wall behind her exploded, giving her just enough time to swing at the villain, sending him crashing into the same wall as the last criminal. Miyuki turned to see the cause of the explosion. Shizuka-chan. Kirishima-kun? Bakugo-kun? Edru and Katsuki stood there, clearly the culprits behind the blast. What are you doing here? Katsuki asked, his tone fierce. Doing the same thing as you, Miyuki replied calmly. The hairs on her neck stood up as she sensed something approaching from behind. Before she could turn, Edru punched the villain away with his hardened fist. Thank you, Kirishima-kun, Miyuki said, offering the red-haired boy a grateful smile. Her bow's staff vanished, her eyes dimming back to their natural brightness. Katsuki's eyes widened slightly. It was the first time he had seen her use her quirk up close. I'm going to find the others. They might need help, Miyuki said to them. Katsuki scoffed. I'll go with you, Shizuka-chan. Ejiro replied, activating his quirk again. You idiots can go help. I'm going to take down some villains. Katsuki growled, heading off to confront the remaining foes in the area. Miyuki ran a hand through her tousled hair, not surprised by his response. Let's go, Kirishima-kun, Miyuki said to her classmate before sprinting off. Edru nodded and followed closely behind. It wasn't long before Miyuki heard explosions and the yelps of Katsuki's victims. In all honesty, she felt a bit sorry for those unfortunate enough to face him. From what she knew, Katsuki thrived on the thrill of battle. It seemed like an adrenaline rush for him, and he wouldn't stop until he was satisfied. Or until he emerged victorious. Miyuki was certain it was a mix of both. After taking down a few villains together on their way from the ruins zone, Edru separated from her to join Katsuki's explosive rampage in the adjacent landslide zone. Miyuki veered off, making a beeline for the center. She needed to ensure her teacher was okay and sincerely hoped All Might had arrived to assist in the fight. But when she got there, Aizawa was alone. The thugs they had brought along merely stood by as Aizawa faced off against a strange man with blue-gray hair. Miyuki watched as her teacher charged at him, his hair raised and his quirk activated, with his hair and scarf levitating around him. Aizawa lowered his upper body and drove his elbow into Tamura's stomach. Hope surged in Miyuki's chest, but it quickly faded when she saw Tamura somehow stop him. Miyuki narrowed her eyes, trying to discern any signs of Tamura's quirk in action. It's hard to see because you keep moving, but there's a moment when your hair falls, Shigaraki Tamura said. That's when you've finished an action. And the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Miyuki's eyes widened. He was paying that much attention? She watched in shock as Aizawa's elbow began to buckle under Tamura's grip. Fortunately, her teacher managed to throw a punch with his left hand, freeing himself. She started moving toward him again. That quirk isn't suited for long fights against large groups, is it? Tamura remarked, observing Aizawa as he battled the thugs. Isn't this a bit different from your usual job? You're good at short fights after surprise attacks, right? Even so, you jumped right in to confront us head-on. Was that to reassure your students? Miyuki barely dodged a punch aimed at her from behind. Her eyes darted from her teacher to the thugs, and she quickly forged 2 katanas of light to defend herself. With a few swift strikes, they were incapacitated, and she turned back to continue toward Aizawa. You're so cool. Tamura taunted, a gleeful tone in his voice that made her blood boil. You're so cool. By the way here, I'm not the final boss. Aizawa looked up at him, stunned. Suddenly, a large bird-like creature lurking in the background moved its massive hand and slammed Aizawa's head down into the ground, shattering his goggles and twisting his arm painfully, eliciting a pained yell from him. Sensei! Miyuki quickened her pace. When thugs tried to block her, she sent them flying back with a single strike from both her weapons. I'll tell you, Eraserhead, Tamura said. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. He stepped forward. You can erase. Quirks. That's impressive, but in the face of overwhelming power, it might as well be nothing. The Nomu raised Aizawa's head and slammed it into the ground repeatedly, and Miyuki's heart raced as she desperately tried to figure out Tamura's quirk to devise a strategy to save her teacher. From what she had observed, it didn't seem like a mid- or long-range quirk, but rather one suited for close combat that likely required physical contact to activate. Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogyari said, appearing beside him. Miyuki paused, her eyes widening with concern for her friends as she glanced back toward the entrance. Kurogyari, did you take 13 out of action? Tamura asked. I incapacitated 13, he replied. But there were students I couldn't disperse, and one of them managed to escape. Huh. Tamura scratched his neck roughly. Kurogyari. If you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you. We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Let's go home. Miyuki's stomach churned as the Nomu raised Aizawa again to crush him down once more, and she leaped toward them. Brightening her blade to a high temperature, she stabbed the Nomu in the chest and quickly pulled Aizawa free as it roared in pain from the heat. When she looked back, her heart sank at how little damage her attack had done. The area where she had struck was already beginning to heal. A regeneration quirk? She whispered, gently setting her teacher down after skidding to a stop. She quickly icted an iridescent wall around him, assessing the villains and the Nomu. Sorry I'm late, sensei, Miyuki said. I wish I could have been faster. But it's fine. Aizawa glanced up at her as she stepped back, constructing a new blade of light. When she turned to face the villains, he noticed the back of her left arm was adorned with black tattoos and silver cracks. Miyuki narrowed her glowing eyes at the villains, her mouth set in a determined frown as a dark light glinted in her gaze. She lifted her blade and pointed it at Shigaraki Tamura's heart. I am here now. One regeneration quirk, another close combat one, and a teleportation quirk. Miyuki tossed her katana at the Nomu again, ensuring it was heated to a higher temperature than before. The creature's reaction suggested it was sensitive to heat, at least. She hoped this would slow it down, even just a little, as she considered the quirks she was up against and how to deal with the thugs surrounding them. She had to be quick. It was far too risky for her to handle alone, but she had no choice. Aizawa was in no condition to fight. If she could at least hold back the villains long enough for one of her classmates to get him to safety for medical care, that would be enough. Miyuki opened her hand as she rushed toward the thugs. A cloud of smoky mist rose from it, spiraling around her targets within a 5-meter radius and enveloping them in a thick, obscuring fog. I can't see, one thug shouted. What is this stuff made of? Another exclaimed. With her mask on, she charged into the mist, her eyes glowing through the haze. She had to be careful while keeping an eye on the Nomu. For now, her katana remained ablaze and embedded in its back. It let out a terrible roar as it reached for the blade. The villains caught in her mist had stiffened, but those outside wasted no time rushing in, hoping to catch her off guard due to the thick fog and her glowing eyes that revealed her position. Miyuki didn't give them a chance. The thugs that rushed in were sent flying back by a wave of light across the central plaza. Sleep, Miyuki whispered. Sighs and yawns soon filled the air around her. When she heard bodies drop, she opened her hand again, and the mist rushed back in. Weren't you leaving? She asked Tamura once all the villains were knocked out. The pro heroes are on their way. You and your distractions have overstayed your welcome. Cute. Miyuki tensed at his laughter, tightening her grip on her katana. Was he serious? You. Tamura said, his laughter fading. You're smart. You figured us out, didn't you? How cute of you. You're intelligent enough to remember me, right? Miyuki furrowed her brows, trying to recall where she had seen this man, but nothing came to mind. Ah, I see, Tamura mused. You looked so scared back then, I couldn't help but remember you. We're yet to be formally introduced, and when I saw you running away from me back there, I was quite underwhelmed. It's not right, you know, such a powerful quirk in the hands of someone as weak as you, Shizuka. Panic rose in her chest. How does he know my name? It's unfortunate we had to meet again like this, Tamura continued, stepping forward. Miyuki raised her katana, pointing it threateningly at him. I've had to study you pretty closely. Shizuka Miyuki, a student enrolled in UA High's hero course. The villainous child found abandoned in the street, mercifully taken in by the charitable Shizuka family, the girl with such a villainous quirk who assisted All Might with the sludge villain. He spat out that last part. But then, there's that blood on your hands too. Miyuki froze, staring at him, her eyes wide with shock. I'm quite a big fan of yours, he continued, his red eye peeking out from behind his hand. And your quirk? It's just as Master said it would be. Huh? She asked, taken aback, and Tamura shook his head. Kurogyri, what was that quirk just now? Her quirk appears to be a mix of visual disorientation and mind control, responded the Warp Gate. An aerial quirk similar to that of Pro-Hero Midnight. Such power. Tamura mused, sounding like a child eyeing a new toy. Should not be wasted. You're an excellent fighter as well, Shizuka. I'll make you strong. These heroes will fail you at every turn. They suppress the weak with their glory. I can help you become better than all of them. With your power and mine, I can show you a better way, superior to theirs. Tamura waited, his dark red eyes looking at her with curiosity, almost as if he was being genuine. She narrowed her eyes at him. No, Miyuki responded firmly, getting into a fighting stance. I want to become a hero so no one ever has to endure what I did. I'll become a hero who saves everyone, without your so-called strength. Ah. Tamura dropped his hand and casually put it in his pocket. I see. Their brainwashing has run deep. In that case, if you won't come willingly. He turned to the bioengineered creature. Nomu, bring her to me. Even though she saw the exact moment its body twitched, Miyuki was shocked at how blindingly fast it came at her given its bulky build. There was no time for a frontal assault. Miyuki moved her katana. The Nomu rammed its fist into her gut, sending her crashing to the ground, the force creating a sizable crater from the impact. Miyuki gasped for breath and tried to get up. Before she could, she was lifted off the ground by her arms, coming face to face with the ugly creature. She opened her hands, and the fumes wafted around the Nomu's head. It tightened its grip. Puppeteer won't work on it? Does it not have a conscience? How do you expect to save anyone? Tamura began. Miyuki turned her gaze from the Nomu to see him casually walking over. When you can't even save yourself? She gritted her teeth. Miyuki looked past Tamura to the fountain behind him. Too much. The fountain's shadow morphed into daggers that darted toward the Nomu, impaling its back. It didn't even flinch. Hey, Tamura said, looking up at her. You don't learn, do you? The girl who helped All Might beat a villain. Maybe if I break your bones. The Nomu squeezed her arms. No. Tears welled in her eyes from the crushing pain. Stop it. Tamura grabbed her face with 4 fingers and jerked it toward him. Where's your big talk now, hero? He laughed as tears streamed down her face. Man eraser. You've got some pretty weak kids under you, don't you? That's disappointing. Well, don't worry about it anymore. I'll take care of her from here. He gripped her jaw and applied more pressure, causing more tears to flow. Right, Shizuka-chan? I'll take good care of you. Is this how you treat those who respect you? He asked impatiently before releasing her. The Nomu let her go, and she fell to the ground. Before she could even think of escaping, a foot pressed down on her. Don't try to run, Tamura warned as he grabbed a handful of her hair, pulling her head up and leaning close, his voice a low whisper. If you do, I'll make sure your friends suffer. He turned her head to face her companions. Miyuki blinked back her tears, her eyes widening as she saw Izuku, Tsuyu, and Minoru staring back at her, equally horrified by her condition. She froze, realizing the danger her friends could be in if she made a move. Izuku, take them. Run, she rasped. This is what happens when heroes try to be brave, Tamura said. Bravery will get you killed. He lifted her by her hair and dragged her away. Let's go, Kurogyri. We didn't get what we came for, but I found a new weapon. I wonder if All Might will come to rescue you. Imagine that, the #1 hero falling trying to save you. Her anger flared at his words, but she bit her tongue. Her friends were still close by. One wrong move could spell disaster. She didn't yet know the full extent of his power, nor did she want to find out. Let go. Of Yuki-chan. Izuku charged toward them, his fist raised. Miyuki looked up at him, stunned by his sudden action. With a powerful punch, shockwaves erupted from his fist. Miyuki was surprised to find herself still standing, even as the scattered villains were blown away. Nothing happened to us, she thought, her vision clearing slightly. Then she saw the massive black figure blocking her view of Izuku, and her heart sank when she realized the reason they were unharmed was that the Nomu had absorbed Izuku's punch. And it was still standing. She needed to see him, to make sure he was okay. "You move well," Tamura said to the green-haired boy. "You're the Smash. Are you a follower of All Might? How nice. You're here to rescue your friend? You'll make the perfect example for when I show her the consequences of impulsive do-gooders." Her body tensed at his words, and her eyes brightened again when she saw him reaching out to touch Izuku. Distracted, Tamura reacted too late when a giant mallet made of light struck his side, forcing him to release his hold on Miyuki. In an instant, she restrained the Nomu with her shadows before taking Izuku and jumping away. Pain shot through her arms, head, and ribs, her skin covered in silver cracks and dark tattoos. It tingled as if kissed by electricity, but the pain quickly faded to the back of her mind as the Nomu broke free of its restraints. She pushed Izuku back as the Nomu roared. Miyuki gripped the handle of her weapon, positioning herself in front of her friend as it charged toward them. Crash! Miyuki's head whipped around as the entrance filled with thick clouds of smoke. Someone was there, but she couldn't see who. "It's fine now. I am here." Her face broke into a smile of relief at the sound of the number one hero's voice. "All Might." But the moment of celebration was brief. All the remaining villains turned their attention toward the symbol of peace. Miyuki quickly focused on the bioengineered Nomu. Her tattoos stretched as she formed a bow staff from her and Izuku's shadows. She gripped the two weapons, preparing to defend herself and her friend. "Oh, we're getting a continue," Tamura said, turning to face All Might. "I've been waiting, hero. You trash of society." All Might descended the stairs toward the central plaza, removing his tie and tearing off his blazer as he glared at the villains with an uncharacteristic fury. Miyuki looked behind him, hoping for more pro-heroes, but there were none. "That's All Might. It's my first time seeing him in person. He looks so intimidating." "Idiots, don't hesitate. If we kill him, we'll—" The villain's words were cut off as All Might flew down into the plaza with superhuman speed, taking out all the villains in an instant and retrieving the unconscious Aizawa from the ground. Then he grabbed Miyuki, Izuku, Tsuyu, and Minoru, safely moving them away from Tamura, Kurogiri, and the Nomu. "Everyone, go to the entrance," All Might instructed as he set them down, his eyes still fixed on Tamura and the Nomu. "I'm leaving Aizawa to you. He's unconscious, hurry." "All Might." Miyuki breathed out, watching her mentor. Her gaze then fell on Tamura, noticing the hand he had on his face had dropped to the ground. Her stomach churned at the sight. "It's no good. It's no good. It's no good. It's no good," he muttered, clutching his face. "I'm sorry, father. He hit me while saving them. It's the violence of a government official. He's fast, as expected. I can't follow him with my eyes. But not as fast as I thought he'd be." "All Might." Miyuki called again, looking up at the pro-hero. "The creature the Nomu has a regenerative quirk. I don't know what else it can do, but be careful. All Might, you can't." Izuku added quickly. "That brain villain took a punch that didn't break my arm, but he didn't even twitch. He's gotta be." "Young Miyuki and young Midoriya," the symbol of peace said, turning to them. "It's fine." He gave them a thumbs up that only made Miyuki feel more anxious. Izuku and Miyuki exchanged uneasy looks, reluctant but knowing they had to clear the area for All Might to fight properly. They moved to help their friends carry their unconscious teacher's body toward the stairs. Miyuki and Tsuyu worked together, pushing back any villains that tried to interfere with their quirks. A loud, explosive sound drew Miyuki's attention as she glanced over her shoulder to see All Might battling Tamura and the Nomu. Just as she had warned, the bioengineered creature absorbed his attack. Still, All Might pressed on, flipping the Nomu over him and slamming it headfirst into the ground. How did he make a suplex look like an explosion? Minoru exclaimed as they all stared at the fight behind them. All Might's on a whole other level. Even though he's a rookie teacher who can't teach without looking at his notes, Tsuyu added in agreement. Get him! Minoru shouted. Aim for the weak spots. He's amazing. But something felt off. Miyuki's eyes widened as she observed the struggle between All Might and the Nomu. The #1 hero's move had backfired. Just as he slammed the creature into the ground, Kurogyri had opened a warp gate, allowing the Nomu's upper body to slip through and twist into an unnatural position before it seized All Might. Were you trying to keep him from moving by burying him in concrete? Tamura taunted. You won't be able to stop him like that. Nomu is as strong as you are. This is good, Kurogyri. An unexpected opportunity. This is your first offense? All Might said, attempting to break free from the creature's grip. You better prepare yourselves. Kurogyri, Tamura said, scratching his neck with agitation. I do not want chaos spilling over, Kurogyri replied. But I would gladly take in someone as formidable as you. You are too fast for the human eye. Restraining you was Nomu's job. And when your body is halfway in, closing the gate and tearing you apart will be my job. Azui, Izuku called, catching the green-haired girl's attention. Trade places with me carrying Aizawa-sensei. She looked at him curiously but complied without hesitation. She didn't need to think to know what he would do next. Miyuki sprinted after Izuku, easily catching up despite the pain and numbness threatening her body. Her eyes widened as Kurogyri moved swiftly. How foolish! Kurogyri raised a hand to create another portal, but Miyuki was a step ahead, pulling Izuku back just in time. He glanced over his shoulder and saw her focused not on him or Kurogyri, but on the explosive boy who had intercepted the warp gate with his quirk, pinning Kurogyri down. Close behind him was Shoto, using his ice to trap the Nomu's body, giving All Might a chance to escape its grasp. Demenit! Ejiru exclaimed when Tamura dodged his sneak attack. I didn't get to show off. Stop acting so high and mighty, foggy nobody. Katsuki grunted. Miyuki sighed, lowering her mallet slightly. Even now? Katsuki turned to retort but halted when he saw her bruised and battered state. Her hair had come loose, and strange markings covered her arms and neck. The symbol of peace cannot be defeated by the likes of you, Shoto addressed the three villains. Kaken! Izuku said, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at them. Everyone! He paused, the weight of the situation finally sinking in, even with their newfound allies. Kurogyri, our exit and entrance, has been compromised, Tamura said calmly, glancing at the warp gate pinned under Katsuki. We're in a tight spot. You careless fool, Katsuki said smugly to Kurogyri. You're just as I thought. Only parts of you can turn into a misty warp gate. The fog covered your real body, right? If you were entirely mist, physical attacks wouldn't touch you, and you wouldn't have said, that's dangerous. As Kurogyri attempted to push himself up, Katsuki used his explosions against the neck armor around the villain's face, halting his movements. Miyuki narrowed her eyes, noticing something. Don't move! Katsuki shouted down at Kurogyri, leaning closer. If I sense any suspicious movements, I'll blow you up. His behavior isn't very hero-like. Eder commented, sweat trickling down his face. True. Miyuki agreed, also sweating at her rival's actions. But at the end of the day, I'm sure his intentions are good. He's just a bit. She glanced at the intense look in Katsuki's eyes, searching for the right word. Excited. In addition to capturing them, they're almost all uninjured, Tamura muttered. Kids these days are impressive. They make the League of Villains look bad. He turned toward his creature. Nomu. Izuku, Miyuki, Katsuki, Shoto, and Ejiru all turned to stare as the bioengineered creature pulled itself from the warp gate's portal, shattering its right arm and leg in the process but astonishingly continuing to move until it regained its footing, even though his body's broken. Izuku whispered. He's still moving? He can heal himself, Miyuki reminded him. One of his quirks is regeneration. Get back, everyone! All Might commanded as they watched the Nomu reconstruct itself. What? His quirk wasn't just shock absorption. I didn't say that was all he had, Tomura replied with excitement. You should have listened to your disciple. This is his super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to withstand you at full power. He's a super efficient human shield. First, we need to regain our gate. Go, Nomu! At the command, Miyuki realized Katsuki was still holding down Kurojuri. Having experienced Nomu's speed before, she anticipated its next move and pushed through the pain in her legs and arms. Bakugu! She reached just milliseconds before the Nomu did. Yuki! Kaken! Miyuki almost grabbed him, morphing her hammer into a wall a second too late to repel the Nomu when Katsuki was suddenly thrown into her arms, pushing her out of harm's way. They both tumbled back to where Izuku, and Shoto were. Yuki! Kaken! Izuku shouted, dodging alongside the others. He turned to see his friends safe and sound. Kaken! You dodged! That's amazing! No, shut up, scum! Katsuki snapped, pushing Miyuki off him, though not roughly enough to hurt her further. Get off me! You stink! That's the last time. Miyuki stammered, a tick mark appearing on her head as she struggled to her feet, grimacing at the pain in her arms. Edru rushed to her side, helping her up. I tried to save your life. I didn't need you to save me this time. Guys, focus. Ejiru interjected before things could escalate further. He adjusted his hold, putting an arm around her waist for support. If Shizuka went to help you then. He trailed off, confused about how they would escape and withstand the Nomu's onslaught. Then what was? As the smoke dissipated, the 5 students saw that it was All Might who had taken the full force of Nomu's attack, having pushed Katsuki and his would-be savior out of harm's way just in time. Do you not know how to hold back? All Might said to the villains. It was to rescue my companion, Tomura replied innocently. I had no choice. Earlier, that girl attacked me, and then her friend was about to strike me with everything he had just because I wanted to show her something impressive. He gestured toward Miyuki and Izuku. Violence for the sake of others makes it admirable. Isn't that right, hero? Katsuki, Shoto, and Edru exchanged glances with the 2 best friends, remaining silent. You know what, All Might? Tomura said, suddenly raising his voice. I'm frustrated with this world that labels the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, deciding what's good and what's bad. What about this symbol of peace? You're just a tool to suppress violence. Violence only breeds more violence. The world will understand this when we finally defeat you. That's absurd, All Might countered. The eyes of white-collar criminals like you burn with hidden malice. You just want to revel in this, don't you, liar? It's 3 against 6, Shoto said to the 4 students standing with him. Miyuki looked at him, already sensing his plan. Kaken already exposed the fog's weakness. Izuku chimed in. These guys are dangerous, but if we support All Might we can push them back. Edru agreed, raising his fist as they faced their adversaries. He glanced at Miyuki. Shizuka-chan, can you manage on your own? Don't worry about me, Kirishima-kun. I can handle myself, Miyuki replied softly, stepping away from his hold. Her eyes sparkled as she adjusted her gloves. No! All Might shouted, turning to the girl and 4 boys. You need to run. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't intervened earlier, right? Shoto pointed out. That was a different situation, young Todoroki, All Might responded. Thanks. He lifted his arm. But it's fine. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. All Might sensei. Miyuki insisted, recalling his time limit and fragile state. Let us help you. You can't take on these guys alone, especially not when they've created a creature designed to defeat you. He responded only with a thumbs up. Nomu, Kurojiri, Tomura commanded, get him. I'll handle the children. He turned directly toward Miyuki, pointing at her heart in a gesture reminiscent of her earlier stance with her sword. Now, let's clear this and go home. With my new weapon. This was their hero academia. UA faculty room. The number 1 pro hero slipped into the office. He was in his deflated form, wearing a pinstriped yellow suit, and carrying an All Might cup filled with freshly brewed coffee. At the moment, no one else was around. What's this? All Might muttered when he came to his desk. There was a slim brown file sitting on it. He looked at it curiously, not recalling leaving it there before. He sat down and picked it up. His eyes widened when he opened it. A single paper lay inside. It was Miyuki Shizuka's student profile. Attached to the bottom of the paper was a yellow sticky note signed by Aizawa. A cold chill traveled through his body when he read what it said. I know.